very big good morning, everybody. Welcome to Ruapuna, to Mike Perro Motorsport Park in Christchurch. Final round of the Carter's Tyres South Island Endurance Championship. Greg Rust and Geordie Peters with you this morning. It's nice to have you with us wherever you're listening to the coverage, either on the South Island Endurance Championship Facebook page or indeed via the Motorsport New Zealand Facebook page. Beautiful day here in Christchurch. We've got the weather on our side. They are running on the Grand Prix circuit, which is the 3.3k layout. Geordie, we have already had some qualifying for both the 1 hour events, and as you join us, qualifying is underway for the 3 hour, the main event coming up this afternoon. It is the title decider for many of the classes here. It's the final event of the series. We've been very fortunate to be able to get it done, given some of the challenges around the country relating to border restrictions and so on. A great many people that will be listening to the coverage on Facebook today, and a big welcome to everybody trackside listening as well via the public address system. Many of our friends and colleagues that are up in the North Island with some amazing cars, incidentally, couldn't be here for the South Island series, despite the intention of joining us for it. But we still have an unreal roll-up of cars here for the final event. More than 70. Just about something for everybody, and some great names endeavouring to etch their name on some special trophies later today. Welcome.
Yeah, absolutely, Rusty. And good morning to everyone out there and listening in on our Facebook. I think you've summed up it all very well, considering what happened in August. We thought, are we even going to get any more racing on this side of Christmas? Obviously, the border restrictions in Auckland are still wreaking havoc on the sport. We're missing a few regulars, I would say. But even just last week, who would have thought we'd be racing here in Christchurch? A little bit of a COVID scare. So it's great that we've been able to come out, enjoy, get the final round out and underway and have that battle, because it's really hotting up in some of those title fights.
Can we say a very big thank you for the welcome and well done on the great work by the Canterbury Car Club. It looks terrific here, the circuit, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. They've done a great job keeping the place immaculate as always. Beautiful. I can see the lines on the lawn even are perfectly straight. And,
I can't do that. Can you do that?
No, I'm terrible at mowing the lawns like that. And it's all those little 1%ers that really make a great venue like this. And the Canterbury Car Club, they do a great job. They host a plethora of premium events every year for all sorts of motorsport, not just racing, but also club sport as well.
Now, qualifying, checkered flag being shown as you join us for the coverage for the 3 hour qualifying session. We'll get the final confirmation for you, but it does look like our race winners last time out in Invercargill at Teretonga, Glenn Smith and Damon Leach, may have walked away with the quickest time in the McLaren 650S. We'll need so a little bit of clarification on that. The guys that were quick yesterday, Anthony Lees and Tom Alexander in that magic Nissan GTR, they couldn't be with us for round 3 of the series, but they were very good and top of the podium at round 2, weren't they?
Yeah, they were, and they showed just how good that new GTR is. Unfortunately, like I said, we didn't have them last time out at Teretonga. But up the pointy end, Damon Leach and Glenn Smith are doing a stellar job in that McLaren. They were in the, what we'll call the blue McLaren in Timaru, and they switched to the black McLaren at Teretonga. And now they're back to the blue McLaren again for Ruapuna. And it seems to be working well for them.
Definitely. Glenn's a guy who knows about endurance racing. They've got 2 McLarens that have some good history in this part of the world in recent years, formerly owned by Tony Quinn. We've talked about it in the coverage before. Shane Van Gisbergen has driven them. And Glenn ordinarily would be partnered by John DeVeth, as he has been in the North Island series. John can't be with us. So there's been a mixture of co-drivers there, but wasn't Damon Leach mighty at Teretonga, breaking records there toward the end of the race?
I think that was one of the highlights of the weekend was the will he or won't he in that 3 hour race, with Damon trying to get a clear run, get on the right set of tyres and time everything perfectly to break the lap record, and he did, and he did it reasonably convincingly as well. Had a couple of cracks with it even.
Scott O'Donnell, Alan Dippy rounding out the top 3 from Marco Schelp and Jared Owens, I think it is. There in your top 4. Then the Brooks Milligan entry jumping up to 5th. The Wolfbrook team there. So well done. In fact, the Wolfbrook guys have 2 cars in the top 10 by the looks of it. So good effort by that team. So a few stories to follow here in terms of championships as well. Kate Padden telling us yesterday, the secretary of the South Island series, that no titles have been decided. It all comes down to this final round, and for the 3 hour, O'Donnell and Alan Dippy looking in very good shape. They've been very consistent on the podium throughout the championship so far, haven't they?
Yeah, exactly, and especially with endurance racing, consistency is key. There's only 4 rounds, so it's quite a short time to have a championship, and you can't afford for anything to go wrong. There's not a lot of time to recover from a DNF or a low points result.
Little summary for you in terms of a schedule coming up for the day as we take a look at the Mobile One safety car. That magic Nissan GTR is already parked at the exit of pit lane. So we're starting to, with the conclusion of the 3-hour qualifying, commence the build-up to race start for the first of 3 races here that we will cover for you today. We begin with a 1 hour for classes A and B, and Reschooled has again been fast. On top in qualifying in the Signature Homes Hyundai TCR entry there. Stephen Kelly, great job in that BMW E46 M3 GTR. Scott O'Donnell in the top 3 in another of those TCR machines. He's also in a Hyundai there. And Dennis Chapman rounding out the top 4 ahead of Mike Hall. So lots of stories to follow there. They're the top 5 from qualifying for our first race, which is a 1 hour. We'll have a brief break, and then we're straight into the second event of the day, which is again another 1 hour, but for different classes C and D. And in qualifying, Ryan Wood, who has won 3 races so far, he's going for a clean sweep here this afternoon in the series, has gone fastest with a 1 minute 21.1 in qualifying. To break a record in our business, you've got to do it during the race. But if that's an indication of the pace from this car, from this young fellow, he could very well smash the record here again this afternoon too, and he's done that at other events along the way, hasn't he?
Yeah, he certainly has. I think Ryan's one of the really exciting stories to come out of this series. We saw him in the summer in the Toyota 86 Championship. He narrowly missed out on winning that, unfortunately, but he was fast, and he's come in. He's jumped into a brand new Porsche, and he's shown his talent and his raw speed. Very, very much so. 1.5 seconds faster in qualifying there. So he's going to be one to watch, not only today, but going forward over the next few years, where his path takes him in motorsport, and hopefully he's going to end up doing some big things.
Good job by Jared Owens, who was on the podium last time out as well in car 13. He's in the top 2 in that qualifying session for the second of our 1 hour events. And Marco Schelp rounds out the top 3. And Marco on double duty this weekend as well. We've seen a bolstering, if you will, of the numbers that are scheduled to take part in the 3 hour. As we sort of discussed at the commencement of the coverage, something like 78 cars here for the weekend, which is a mighty way to wrap up the series.
It's fantastic. Unfortunately, with COVID and the border restrictions, we had lost a few entries, but they've come up again, and we've found some more for this round. So that's a huge credit to all the organisers for getting those cars out of the garages and back onto the racetrack here at Ruapuna. So I think no fields less than no less than 25 cars in each field, I think.
Amazing.
So it's going to be a great day racing.
And the results have just come through. A big thank you to the timing team just upstairs from us here for the 3 hours. So just to confirm, Glenn Smith and Damon Leach doing the job in the McLaren 650S GT3 in qualifying for the 3 hour with a 1 minute 18.846. They had in that qualifying session a margin of 1.7 over Anthony Lees and Tom Alexander, who were the Friday fast guys in that Nissan GTR. They will be good at this venue today in that car.
Yeah, well, we were talking about it driving out to the track, just how fast they were yesterday. We thought that they actually might be the hot favourites for qualifying this morning, but Glenn Smith and Damon Leach seem to have pipped them there. But Tom Alexander, he's a great steerer, and Anthony Lees has been making some huge progress over the North Island series as well. So they're going to be a formidable force in that 3 hour race. And remember, it's not all about raw speed as such. There's a bit of strategy to play out, and you really got to make sure you're actually there for that last half hour of the race.
Had a very funny catch up this morning, a coffee, a little bit of breakfast with Graham Rhodes and Paul Rickaby. That's that car of theirs, and there is a mixture of cars that will pique your interest, I would think. From Porsches to McLarens in a GT3 sense. We've got some Super Tourers here, if you like. Your V8s, for example, that's one car that'll capture your attention. They've gone 6th fastest in qualifying, so that's a nice job by those guys.
Yeah, I think one of the key bonuses, I suppose, to New Zealand endurance racing is their diversity and the variety in the fields. We, like you say, we have the Super Tours, the touring cars, the TCR cars, the GT3 cars. We've even got the fan favourite, the Pugstang is here this weekend.
I love it.
So it's great to have the serious racing guys back out here again. They always go out there, they really enjoy their motorsport, and they have a laugh while doing it as well.
And a little bit of star power, we should point out too, because Aaron Slight, who did some incredible things for this country on the world stage in World Superbike over many years. He hails from Masterton up there on the North Island. He's come back to hang out with Martin Dippy again, as he did at the last round of the series. They're in that orange Porsche. They have qualified that combination for the 3-hour, 7th fastest. Good job.
Yeah, exactly. And unfortunately, their race didn't end the way they probably would have wanted it to last time out at Teretonga. And I think they had a couple of issues with that car and had to retire it. So they'll be looking to make amends and get a good result this weekend.
Yep, I think there was they had actually planned to run the car in the 1 hour as well, but they saved it. Just a little bit of concern there over the alternator, I think it was, and they focused on the 3 hour at Invercargill. So, but yeah, some issues there. They'll be looking for a nice clean run today, and he's a terrific fellow, Aaron Slight. So that sort of sets the scene for you as to what to expect. We've had some great supporters and sponsors along the way for our championship as well. From Michelin Tyres to the Carter's Tyres crew especially, and if they're watching today, the team there on the North Island, they had hoped to be here with an unbelievably cool Brabham, and that was going to make quite a splash in this series. They can't be here, but they're very well represented with some coverage on various cars in the sport, and we are enormously grateful for their ongoing support of the series. So thank you. Pirelli have been great backers too, and more. So thanks to those that have helped us keep things going round. Debbie Chapman heading out of the pit lane in the Audi TCR on the podium last time in that mixed weather, the damp conditions that we had in Invercargill, drove a super race, and the car was quick from qualifying. She was dialed in and just on for that day, wasn't she?
Everything really clicked for Debbie last time out at Teretonga. As you said, she got a podium, she was fast out there on the track, and tricky conditions as well, and a great story, that whole track tech team, Debbie and her engineer, Carmen Doran, a very good racer in her own right, but also a very talented race engineer behind Debbie's success there as well. So a great story about women in motorsport succeeding on the same stage as their male counterparts.
You'll be able to tell, incidentally, Dennis Chapman in car 22, and the second of those Audi TCR entries, Debbie's, is 223. So let's keep an eye on those numbers. Another of the TCR entries there, Mike Hall, out of P5 in the Volkswagen Golf TCR. That car has a bit of history in either Sweden or Finland from memory. It's originally out of Germany, obviously. Some of the cars in this part of the world, those VW Golfs, are... Jason Bright, for example, ran one in the Australian TCR series quite successfully in 2019. I think he had the first ever pole position for the Australian TCR Championship at Sydney Motorsport Park. So for someone with call it for Mike, a new set of wheels, he did a really good job on the podium at Timaru as well.
Yeah, I think it goes to show just how good those TCR cars are, and obviously TCR recently launched in New Zealand. We had the first championship earlier in the year down at Highlands Motorsport Park in April. Chris Vandergrift taking out that championship, but we look at the top 5 in our qualifying today. I think 4 of them are TCR cars, so it just shows the how good they are as a package, the total package. They're easy to maintain, they're easy to adapt to, they're good on gear, they're very reliable cars. And I think even in the 3 hour overall, they're sitting second and third as well. So it's a real testament to the TCR formula and their success, I suppose, globally, and bringing that into New Zealand.
That's a good point you make there. It's a global formula, and there is representation of TCR in most countries around the world, and it does give people the opportunity to perhaps hone their skills here in New Zealand, or if they're racing across in the Australian series. And then if they wanted to have a crack internationally, it's not such a massive step. So front-wheel drive cars, around about 300 horsepower, let's call it, turbocharged, and various mechanisms within the regulations to keep things quite close. So balance of performance, shall we call it. Car starting to grid up here at Ruapuna for our first race of the weekend. Great sight as they stretch down from our position here in the commentary box right in front of the start-finish line. Great field here for the opening race of the day. You're talking 30 cars for classes A and B. Front row, as we wait for them to make their way through the field. I can see Scott O'Donnell coming through now. And the signature Holmes entry of Reese Gould, who, as we said at the start of the coverage today, has been dynamite in that signature Holmes car in recent events, hasn't he? Really good, dialed in.
Yeah, massively, and you only have to look at the timesheet for qualifying to see he's 1.8 seconds ahead of the next car. So certainly got a lot of pace to burn, and I'm sure it'll be no different during this race, and he'll be wanting to get out there and control the race, make it his race right from the start.
Now, where is Reese due to be joined on the front row by Stephen Kelly? Has that BMW, just trying to get sight of it on the grid here, or perhaps in the lane? We'll wander down and take a microphone very shortly down into pit lane, and we'll do some interviews for you as things unfold in the race here. But currently, position 2 on the grid is vacant. So a few people in the lane wandering out just to see what's going on. So that's a story that we'll need to close off for you. 183, Stephen Kelly. What has happened to that BMW M3 GTR? They set off on the warm-up lap under the control of our safety car. O'Donnell family well represented through most of today's racing, really, aren't they? So Scott out there at the moment in the Hyundai i30N TCR. You look a little bit further back, the name pops up again with the Mini Cooper S. And Scott will, of course, share the car in the 3-hour with Alan Dippy later today. So, and trying to fight for that title, for the 3-hour crown potentially. So, set to get the first of our races underway here. Glorious conditions, absolutely perfect. Challenging and very technical layout, this one, isn't it, on the cars? Can be quite tough on brakes, for example.
You're apart from the long straight, you're always doing something. You're either on the brakes or turning the car or doing something, particularly after that sort of really fast sweeping first corner through Link, or Pothole as it's perhaps better known. You've got that infield section, which is quite technical. You're always on the wheel, turning the car, rotating the car, and you don't really get another reprieve again until you're back down the straight. So there's always something happening. The brakes, as you say, they wear out perhaps a little bit faster than usual, and really hard on the front right tyre as well.
For fans that may be watching here at the circuit, welcome to Mike Perra Motorsport Park, and you're in a very fortunate position in that it's one of those classic tracks where you can see everything as it unfolds. 11 corners in all, 3.3 Ks in length, runs in the anti-clockwise direction, and a lot of pressure on that right front tyre because you are constantly turning left. So lights are out by the looks of it on the mobile Nissan GTR safety car. Car 64 looks like it's going to start from the lane, the Honda. And the field will be controlled by Reese Gould as we get set for our first race of the day. The 1 hour for classes A and B. Scott O'Donnell tucking in behind him, the 2 Hyundai TCRs. And we're underway. Good start by Dennis Chapman. He's on the outside as well in the Audi TCR. O'Donnell should have the line and keeps that second place. For the TCR cars, it does take a couple of laps to get all the tyres up to the optimum operating temperature, so they can be quite lively in the back end, these front-wheel drive cars. But Gould doing a super job, as he's done in recent events, to establish a couple of car links. Chapman is under siege here in third place. He's not having it all his own way. Holds on to it as they come down to turn 4.
It's a great start from Reese. It's exactly what he was wanting, trouble-free, made easier by the fact that his front row was all left to himself with that BMW, unfortunately not making the grid. And we can't see any haste down in pit lane, so perhaps they've had some issues and they're going to be out of this race, which is really unfortunate. Mind you, Scott O'Donnell hasn't exactly fallen off the tail of Gould, so he's fast. He narrowly missed out on the win in Highlands, unfortunately. Perhaps a little bit of an issue with the radio, I think it was. He missed his pit window, but I wouldn't put it past him to challenge for the lead here. And they're both, of course, in the Hyundai TCR car, so it's an even fight.
Can we give a shout out to Daniel Kropp, who again is doing a Herculean job in 4th place at the moment. This is giant killing stuff in the little Honda, and that's been a story that we've followed in recent rounds of the championship. So he's kept that pressure on Chapman, who's now able to stretch the legs on the Audi and pull a couple of car lengths. But that black and white little Honda sitting in 4th place has again starred, and that will be for this 1 hour race. I guarantee you he'll be absolutely in the mix in about that sort of spot. He's ahead of some very fast race cars, relatively speaking, at the moment. So good start by Kropp there, who qualified 6th, I think, for this one. Car 56, the little Honda Civic. Gould has immediately begun building a lead. If you're listening to our coverage on Facebook, big welcome and good morning to you. Hope you're enjoying your morning cuppa wherever you are right around the country and taking in a bit of racing. We would love for those of you listening on the South Island Endurance Championship or SURDEC Facebook page or Motorsport New Zealand to be with us here trackside, but we'll try and paint the picture as best we can for you. Right now it's the white and green Hyundai TCR backed by Signature Homes in Rhys Gould, who leads the way. Mark Petch has been in his corner a guy who's synonymous with motorsport in New Zealand and has been for many years, run some very successful race teams, has been right in the corner for this guy throughout the course of the South Island Endurance Championship. Brought to you by Carter's Tyres. He must have, what are we talking here, 10 car lengths more over Scott O'Donnell. O'Donnell settling into a nice rhythm. 3 TCR cars lead the way. And then, as we said before, Daniel Kropp out of position 6 up to position 4. He has made a lightning start.
I don't want to say you laugh, but you smile when you see that thing drive
terrific.
past the commentary window. You see the Audi and all the might of Audi, and it's big international German company and all their engineering, and then a home-built Honda Civic coming past and giving it a good run for its money. It's a great Kiwi story, and it's one of the beauties of New Zealand motorsport is these home-built creations can put it to the big guns.
Speaking of that, the Hegnies, I think, are currently in 6th position as well. They started out of P7 in that Toyota Sprinter, and that's, you use the term homemade special, I think you said before. He's behind Daniel Kropp there at the moment, in fact, up to 5th, I think. So, little silver and black car, turbocharged from memory, and you'll watch it out of some of the corners here at Mike Perro Motorsport Park, and the back end is lively. So it's quite a handful, but doing a super job. Ahead of, I think it's the Seat Cupra, again, another of the TCR cars, then Hall at the wheel of that VW Golf that we were talking about, then Debbie Chapman. And Debbie's looking a little racier now, just as those tyres and things start to come up to temperature that we were talking about before, because those TCR cars are front-wheel drive. The rear of the car for just the opening few laps is a little lively. Everything comes up to a nice temperature, and then they're perhaps a bit more, operationally speaking, for the drivers, a little bit more predictable. She's got good confidence here. She's come out of that final turn even closer to Hall, who lost a little bit of ground to the 199, the Seat Cupra. Debbie's having a look down the inside. Hall's wise to it. Debbie fires down there, not quite able to get by. Good job by Hall.
It's a fantastic battle brewing here between the Seat Cupra TCR, Mike Hall in his Golf, and Debbie in the Audi as well. And great to see equal machinery all fighting for it. Even in the early phase of the race, we've still got 54 minutes left to run, but they're fighting like it's the last couple of laps.
Marcus Barnett, nice job in that blue and silver or blue and grey, and a little bit of white too in the Seat. Just loses a little bit of drive. A little bit of front drive traction relative to the Sprinter as they come through the middle part of the course. They've gone from 4, weaving their way through 5, 6, and 7 now. Meantime, up in front, Gould has bolted. And we've seen some interesting strategy choices here too, Geordie, haven't we? That's something we should perhaps explain in relation to our endurance competition. Under the regulations, there are some mandatory pit stops that they need to do. We have a window that opens for the teams in the 1 hours, and in the 3 hour, you'll see more action depending upon the class of car, how thirsty they are, and things like that. In the 1 hours, you can be the solo driver for the entire hour. You can nominate to do a timed stop once our pit window opens. So you would come into the lane, crew would check over the car, you would remain at the wheel if you've pre-nominated for that stop for a certain period of time. Often, though, it is quicker to get out and actually do a driver change if it's a 2-driver entry. And if you are a solo entry, they kind of do this dance where they come into pit lane, they'll jump out, get out of the car, go around the car. They run around it, cut a lap, always with, Motorsport New Zealand safety in mind, always looking toward the oncoming traffic. You don't ever do a lap of the car with your back to the cars coming into the lane. Jump back behind the wheel, strap up, and off you go again. And the good guys will get that done faster than a nominated or derived time stop.
I think a dance is the perfect way to describe it, Rusty. It's not quite athleticism, but it's very much poetry in motion, I guess you could call it. Like you say, they jump out of the car, they run around, they're making sure that they're facing oncoming traffic so they can see any dangers in the lane. But it can be faster than taking the nominal pit stop time. We see we've got a car stopped out on the track there. I think it's the Honda that started from pit lane. Was it the Honda of Clark Scott? So he stopped on the final corner, the entrance to the final corner, and they've got some marshals, I think, going over there to just check out what the story is, but no movement from the safety car. They'll be under local yellows with a car stranded.
Can tell you too, we flagged it at the commencement of the race. Massive shame for Stephen Kelly in the BMW E46 M3 GTR. The word from pit lane is, I think it may have had some sort of broken drive shaft before the start of the race. What a shame, having secured a berth on the front row. So that puts a full stop on that story that we were a little uncertain of before the race proper got underway. No movement from the safety car here. Marshals, and I think that's the Honda that actually started from pit lane, Geordie, isn't it? Yeah, well done.
It is. And while that's taking place, Rusty, the battle with those 3 TCR cars, they actually all just went 3 wide through turn 1. and Hall in the Golf, he got the better of it and is now leading that battle pack and is on the gearbox of that home-built Toyota Sprinter. Debbie Chapman as well also got past the Cupra, but they're still in a hot little battle there. And in fact, it's probably a 4-car battle now with that Sprinter. He seems to perhaps lack a wee bit on the second sector of the circuit as Hall tries to go around the outside but can't quite find the grip. But as soon as they get to the long straight, the Toyota's away. Debbie Chapman.
Debbie Chapman. Oh, contact! Hall's gone round. There's damage to both cars. You can see the right-hand side of the VW Golf as it backs its way onto the infield. Both doors are damaged. Debbie's made contact there as they've come through turn 9, I think that was, toward the Southern Salvage S's. Now she has gingerly made her way across the infield and rejoined. Hall's back underway now too. Will we see both of them come to the lane? Marshals are recovering that Honda that Geordie talked about before as well, which is down at turn 11 on the entrance to turn 11, and they're pulling that clear. So safety car has not headed out on circuit. Both Hall and Chapman continue. Hall's got better pace though. Debbie Chapman's in trouble here. Right front tyre smoke. So we've got a puncture or bodywork rubbing on that right front tyre. And sadly, car 223 is crawling along.
Looks like I think it doesn't look like a puncture. It's just certainly the bodywork is rubbing on that wheel. She just, unfortunately, they made awkward sort of contact and.
I don't think she's going to be able to get back to pit lane. She's endeavoured to continue and has gone past us here along the front straight down towards the drag strip section where I think she's going to try and park it safely. We have yellow flags displayed in that that part of the circuit. Just waiting for some sort of confirmation from officials here in the lane.
Yeah, I'd say that's Debbie's day done for her, unfortunately. Parking it down the end of the drag strip there. You can see some marshals and officials going down there to make sure she's okay and put that car in a safe place, but it's well out of harm's way. So I don't think that'll prompt a safety car, so we'll keep going under green.
Hall's dropped to 13th, incidentally, so he has recovered in that Volkswagen Golf TCR. He's behind the little Lotus Exige, but is down outside the top 10 now. So I wonder if in the contact and just the unsettling nature of that, perhaps the car may have stalled, and then he's had to fire it up and get it going again. But fortunate that despite the damage to the doors on the right-hand side of the car, front and rear, it doesn't seem to be slowing him at the moment. We'll keep an eye on the lap times. Meanwhile, if you're just joining us, this is our first race of the day. Final round of the Carter's Tyres South Island Endurance Championship. This is the 1 hour for classes A and B. Reese Gould leading the way in the Signature Homes Hyundai TCR by a convincing margin now. More than the length of the front straight.
I tell you what, Russ, it's about to get bigger because Scott O'Donnell in that other Hyundai TCR car sitting in P2 at the moment, he's got a drive-through penalty coming up. So something's happened to Scott O'Donnell. I wonder if it was maybe a jump start penalty, perhaps. We'll see if we can find out what the story is.
Hearing it may be allegedly due to passing under yellow.
Ooh.
So drive through for car 200, Scott O'Donnell, that silver and black Hyundai TCR, currently in second position. And we're hearing that it is believed to be for passing under yellow. So penalty for O'Donnell.
Wow, it's a real shame for Scott. And of course, it's one of the big rules in motorsport. If there are yellow flags out, you certainly can't pass. You're meant to be taking a bit of caution. It generally means there are marshals on the track. So perhaps when they were recovering that Honda at the final corner of Clark, Scott may have been unsighted and not seen the flag, which is a real shame because, like I said, he'd been so close to success in this 1 hour race all season. But it looks like it's going to be dashed again. And unfortunately, he won't be able to do any pit stop or anything like that. It's purely a penalty. He has to drive through the lane, can't do anything. Then he's still got to come in again and make his compulsory pit stop.
Work underway in the lane. A couple of the cars have started to come in now. A bonnet is up on one of the Hondas. And is that Crop's car that's come into the lane?
Actually, I think it might have been.
So this is just looking by the activity going on around the front of the car. This is a hopefully not beyond the length of time that they want here. O'Donnell into the lane, trundles through. Officials have the radar gun on him to ensure that he does not breach the pit lane speed limit at the same time. It looks like the limiter is on, this pit lane speed limiter for the Hyundai TCR. That is so frustrating. So much time lost by having to serve that penalty. What sort of recovery can Scott O'Donnell stage now? So it changes at the pointy end. Reese Gould leads. That is unchanged, but Dennis Chapman up to P2 now.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for the timing to refresh, and we'll see where Scott pops out. But he's certainly got his work cut out for him now if he wants to get back up and maybe challenge for a podium again. He's certainly got the pace to be there, but it depends on how much that's hurt him. I'm sure if he was driving through the lane, it would have felt like the longest tour through the pit lane ever, all the time drive-throughs. They're not nice.
Dean Cook has just left the lane in car 95 in the Honda Integra, that red and black car. He's been in for, just looking at the length of time that's transpired here so far, we have 45 minutes remaining, so the window is open. You can do those compulsory stops. And it does look like the work is continuing with the attention on the left front of that car of Crops. We'll wander down the lane very shortly and try and chat with a few people as the stops unfold. Hopefully they can get that car back out there. Man, it's been a giant killer. He's done some great things with that machine.
Yeah, it's been cool to see the home builds, like I said earlier, taking it to the big might of some of these manufacturers that have put sunk millions of dollars into the development of these cars, and it's a beauty of New Zealand motorsport. It looks like they've got the bonnet down and the back
underway. That's positive, but a lot of time lost. The Insure NZ sounds magic too when he unleashes it out of the lane. Hopefully it's all right.
He's going to emerge into a good little battle pack, I think, here with that Seat Cooper and the Toyota Sprinter. So back to some cars of similar pace. So we might see another good battle pack.
That's a good gauge, isn't it, to see where the car is at. Meantime, Gould with a 30.4 second lead over Dennis Chapman. Scott O'Donnell with the timing refresh. Looks like he's held on to third from the Hegnies in the sprinter. So O'Donnell's been able to, but still has to take his compulsory stop at some stage. So what impact will that have?
Yeah, I think if we look at it, it's hard to play Nostradamus here and try and figure out where he might pop up. But he's still in with a shot, I would say, in taking that third place overall.
Is that one of the Subarus off as well? You may have already covered that story, but...
No, that certainly just happened, I think.
It's off over towards, out of 10, heading toward 11, I think that is. So Motorsport rescue crew heading over there in one of the vans, one of their high ace vans with lights on.
Is that car 122, Michael Neville?
I need to get the binoculars out. Well, I think I do have them here with me. We can do that.
So once again, that area will be under a localised yellow flag with a car being stranded on the side of the circuit and the safety crew coming to check if he's okay and hopefully get him out of harm's way so we can return back to full green racing nice and shortly.
Look at the damage to Hall's car as he comes past. That's at the time, it looked like light contact that sent both he and Debbie Chapman into this spin, but it's significantly heavier than that, judging by the depth of the damage on the right side of the car. Looks like our driver is 122. It is indeed the Subaru WRX. And I think they're going to recover that car. It may well be game over for them as well. So we've had a couple of retirements early in this race. One of them before the action even got underway for Stephen Kelly, who was on the front row. Broken drive shaft in car 183.
It's one of the keys to endurance racing. You've got to be there for the end. You've got to survive the race of attrition. And unfortunately, as you said, we've lost a couple already in the early phases of the race. 41 minutes to go here at Mike Perry Motorsport Park. But that Subaru is going to be towed off, put in a safe place, and will keep going uninterrupted.
Mark Neville, as you say. Jonathan Prince, Subaru Impreza WRX. You guys call him Subaru here, don't you? Sorry, that is a little Aussie thing creeping in for me. Apologies. Clutch issue is what has stopped that car. Clutch issue for car 122 for the Subaru.
There we go. Unfortunately, it seems to be a few little niggly issues like that, the clutch issue, and we've talked about alternators not holding on.
End of the championship. End of the championship too. So it's been a busy few rounds that we've, since early October, that we've been able to, to stage this 4-round championship and take you all over the South Island to some great racetracks, some classic venues, and to more modern circuits as well, like Highlands down in Cromwell. So we've had a good variety of places to race, but maybe just at the very end of it, a few things starting to take their toll in terms of wear on the machines. O'Donnell really pushing hard at the moment as he tries to recover time in that Hyundai TCR after serving a drive-through penalty for allegedly passing under yellow flags. He comes across the line. Invercargill Central entry is currently sitting still in third place and lapped in a 1 minute 29.2, which is quicker than what we saw last time by from Reece Gould. But Gould has margin. He has that comfortable buffer up his sleeve, more than 30 seconds. He's still churning out some very solid lap times in that car, I should point out, but just can look after the car. Bear in mind that we have 39 minutes remaining in this 1 hour race.
Yeah, I think that's the key to it all. You've got to look after the car. We've already seen a couple of earlier retirements, an incident on the track between Mike Hall and Debbie Chapman. We don't want to see anything else like that, and very lucky. Unfortunately, Debbie hasn't been able to continue on. Mike's got a lot of damage, but the car is still mechanically sound enough to keep going. And for someone like Scott O'Donnell who's got to chase back some time, perhaps, you don't want to push it too hard in the sort of first half hour, 40 minutes, and put yourself in a position where you're not going to make the end of the race.
Mike Hall has recovered from 13th to 8th and is now chasing Matthew O'Donnell in that BMW. Matthew doing a really good job once again, as he did last time out at Invercargill. Unmistakable sound of the rotary coming past us, 114. Chris Mackey, that Mazda RX-8. And sometimes you will notice some of the Mazdas we have competing here today and do a little, you know, you might sort of raise your eyebrow at them because there's a couple that have got V8 power. That's quite cool.
I did a double take yesterday when we were out here at the track. Oh, there's a big rumbling. Oh, hold on, that's a Mazda.
It's a Mazda.
What?
That's right.
But
that's right.
I suppose it's quite a popular little engine swap or minor modification, perhaps.
Minor
to make to
it's a transplant, isn't it?
To those beautiful RX-8 cars, but. Again, it's one of the cool things about New Zealand motorsport is that we have those cool little innovations and you know some random creations that perhaps don't quite toe the company line or are a bit untraditional.
Lotus Exige is doing a good job. I think it's Robert Gahar, isn't it, who's coming past us now on the start-finish line, car 115. That's Mark Meadows, I beg your pardon, in position number 10. Also in a Lotus Exige. There's two of them in the top 10. Robert's car in P6 right now. Dennis Chapman about to come across the start line here. Car 22, the sole remaining Audi from the Track Tech team. And that's a really, as you covered off in the last round coverage, Geordie, some of the things that outfit is doing in terms of encouraging diversity in motorsport, encouraging engineers to get involved in the game and so on. They're doing some really cool things, aren't they?
They certainly are. We had Carmen Doran up join us in commentary to talk through not only her past in motorsport, which is very decorated, but what they're trying to do with that team and the Pathway to Podium program that they've got. They've got cars in Formula First, Formula Ford. They've obviously got the TCR cars. They've had GT3 cars as well. They ran Liam Lawson and Scott O'Donnell in the endurance final last year at Highlands to third place, I think it was. They've also got some historic touring cars. So, you know, they're a team with a wealth of experience, not only in New Zealand motorsport and what they're doing now, but the backgrounds as well. Carmen, an ex-Formula Ford racer. Matt Waters, the head mechanic of the team. He's worked up in the likes of Formula 1 and IndyCar as a mechanic, so he's been there and done that when it comes to the top level of motorsport in the world. And it's great to have that experience come back home to New Zealand and share that and with young competitors, but also with other teams in series like this. It's you know, it's what we need to grow the sport. We of course always want our Kiwis to head overseas and do bigger and better things, but it's great when they come back and help share their knowledge and their learnings to help grow the sport back home.
Now, incidentally, too, you can be, if you're not with us here at the circuit, you can be part of the coverage in the sense that you can leave a comment down below. Just head to the South Island Endurance Championship Facebook page or the SERDEC Facebook page. If you've got a question, Geordie and I will endeavour to tackle them for you. And you can also do that on the Motorsport New Zealand Facebook page where we are broadcasting at the moment. We'll endeavour to put some video content up in the midst of our radio-style coverage here on Facebook throughout the day by chatting to our top three and so on at the conclusion of each race. Big presentation night coming up, incidentally, too, with the title deciding round here in Christchurch. Reece Gould crosses the start-finish line again, car 5. We are almost at the halfway mark of this first race. 34 minutes remains. He's lapped that time by. Good response to the pace that we've been seeing from Scott O'Donnell as well at 1 minute 28.836. So traffic clearly working well for our race leader, and he continues to get on with the job. Second of our 1 hour races to follow this one. If you've just joined us, good morning, whether you're here at the circuit or watching via Facebook. Ryan Wood has pole position for that one from Jared Owens and Marco Schelp. The 888 Brooks Milligan entry. And Jack Milligan's a local here from Christchurch, so they're in the top 4 as well for that one. And a couple of them are on double duty today with appearances in the 3 hour as well. We've got one of our biggest roll-ups of cars for the final 3 hour of the South Island Series. I think people taking advantage of the fact that they can go racing one more time, maybe get some friends and mates and do some more laps.
Just looking online, Rusty, at some of the comments on our live stream on Facebook. We've got a question there just asking if there's any TV coverage for this weekend. And unfortunately, whilst it was planned, the whole endurance series in New Zealand from North Island, South Island, and the final would be covered on Sky Sport. Unfortunately, with the border restrictions in Auckland, we can't get the television crews out and down into the South Island, which is a real shame.
I mean, just to add to your answer there, Geordie, Geordie, what I can say to our viewer or the person who's made the comment there on Facebook is every endeavour has been made to try and do this, because we really enjoyed what we were able to do with those freedoms that existed at the time with the North Island coverage. The Heart of Racing in particular were immensely supportive of that, and we were wanting to do the same thing, in fact even build on it here for the South Island Championship, and from our director to our producer and lots of the cameramen and key people. I mean, Andrew Waite will be watching, no doubt, or listening to what's happening here at the moment. He does a marvellous job with his expert commentary and the insights that he can bring, and there's probably no more frustrated person, shall we say, than Stephen McIver, who you will know from Sky Speed and from Race Control on SEN's, the radio show on Thursday nights now that he does also with his good buddy Greg Murphy. He desperately would love to be here for the racing, so it's a shame we can't bring that to you. We've endeavoured to do the very best that we can in the circumstances, and it's important that we are doing something to cover the racing, particularly for those that can't be here.
Well put, Rusty, and you're right. Stephen is very, very gutted that he can't be here. I've actually had to stop putting social media stories up of me coming down and going away, because
he messages
he sends me a message every time. I wish I could be there, but I can't. So yeah, unfortunately, and to everyone in Auckland, all of our motorsport family and community up there, we are thinking of you at this tough time. 13 weeks in lockdown. It's incomprehensible for the rest of us. So hopefully you guys will be able to get out very shortly and have a good summer Kiwi Christmas.
Best lap of the race, not surprisingly, belongs to our race leader, Reece Gould. How's this? 1 minute 26.244. To give you an idea, a benchmark, if you will, Ryan Wood did a 21.1 in qualifying for the next race that's coming up, and he did that in a 991 Porsche Cup car. That's pretty handy from that little Hyundai, isn't it? Great lap time.
That's incredible. That's an incredible lap time from Reece. I was just looking at it, then looking at all the fastest laps of the race for a TCR car, and it just shows how fast those things are. They're little pocket rockets.
Yep, and the quality of the job that he's doing, and we've seen that throughout the recent rounds of the Carter's Tyre South Island Endurance Championship. Probably timely as we nearly hit the halfway mark in this race. Just to draw attention to people that that may not know about a couple of things that are coming up for Motorsport New Zealand of significance. There's some good programs that young stars of the future can get involved in and register for, isn't there?
Yeah, absolutely. Entries open for our Elite Motorsport Academy of New Zealand just during the week. So if you're a young competitor, whether that be in rally, you might be involved in club sports, doing hill climbs, motorcarnas, autocrosses, or if you're a young circuit racer, go-kart, or even a co-driver. The Elite Academy program caters to all young aspiring motorsport competitors, and basically the process is you apply, you put in a little bit of your motorsport CV, as we term it. You get put forward for a selection panel. There's an interviewing process, and then they take the top eight of those guys and girls down to a week-long training camp in Dunedin at the Otago Academy of Sport. And you learn everything from nutrition, media training, sponsorship training, physical fitness as well. There's even a driver training session on the Motorsport New Zealand simulators, and a data analysis session with Stephen Giles, a very well-known New Zealand engineer who's worked at the peak of motorsport in Formula One. And then following that boot camp, you actually get a 12-month tailored development program with sports psychologists and personal trainers, and perhaps some other things as well that the academy trustees feel that you could benefit from in your development as a as a motorsport competitor. And if you look through the list of names who have gone through that development academy, it's the Shane Van Gisbergen and Nick Cassidy, Richie Stenaway. It's sort of the who's who of motorsport in the modern era in New Zealand, and it's a really exciting opportunity. Entries are open from now up until I think March 12th. In the new year, so there's plenty of time for you to put your entry in, and you may be thinking, well, I'll wait until perhaps early next year. Don't wait. Put your application in, and that way the trustees will be watching you over the summer. So the earlier you get your application, the better. It means the trustees have more time to watch and see how you're going in motorsport over the summer.
Don't wait. Get involved in it. Do it now. Car 8 leaving the pit lane. The Harrison O'Donnell, Blake Knowles Mini Cooper S. And I think also the Gahar Lotus Exige has been in for its compulsory stop as well. Now the Heckney Sprinter has stopped out on circuit. I think that's over towards turn 7 or 8, isn't it? So what has happened to the Toyota Sprinter there? Maybe that's actually looped.
I'm not sure. I did see during that discussion about the academy.
He's got it going again.
Yeah, a really close battle with that, and the Daniel Kropp car and 2 of the other TCR cars as well. So I'm wondering, there may have been a little bit of a skirmish there, but he's back going again. I'm not sure.
Patrick and Ryan Hegney. So it seemed to be a little bit of trouble just firing it up again. So underway and seemingly under good steam again now. So just keep an eye on that little story and how much it perhaps hurt in terms of track position or position on the leaderboard here. With 27 minutes remaining in our first race of the day. Nice to have you with us for our coverage. Reese Gould leading the way from Dennis Chapman and Scott O'Donnell, those TCR entries. And you can add another 2 to that with Barnett and Hall, I think, in the top 5. Some more cars coming to the pit lane. Let me just verify the top 5 for you with the timing screen just rotating through because we have such an amount of entries here. Mike Hall, nice recovery after that skirmish with Debbie Chapman back up to position number 5. Good drive.
That's a fantastic drive from Mike. He's obviously kept his nose clean. There's a lot of little battles going on out there, so it's not the easiest to make your way through a field in an endurance race. There's a lot of speed disparity between some of the entries in the different car classes. He's done a fantastic job to move up all those spots.
Interesting, just the 95 has just left the lane again, Dean Cook. Now, I think that's the second stop or visit to the lane that we've seen for that Honda Integra. And so one of them clearly unscheduled. Should be able to get through the hour with just the one stop, the one compulsory stop. He's just been passed by Scott O'Donnell there, but speed differential between those 2 cars. O'Donnell doing a good job, and I don't think we've seen him come in for service. The Hegney car comes back out of the lane, just trying to look for telltale signs of damage, or seems to exit the lane with all the right sort of sounds. So hopefully that car is okay again now. Maybe a little alt control delete or something or other to...
Yeah, it's a bit of a weird one there. I'm not quite sure what's going on, but if I look down to the pit wall again, we've got another drive-through penalty for car number 8. So that is going to be a drive-through for Harrison O'Donnell in the Mini Cooper S.
We were just talking about how well they were doing, and it's a breach, we're told, of pit stop procedure. Now, we did clarify this at the commencement about the way you must run around the car. You must, when you exit the vehicle, if you haven't pre-nominated for a time stop and you elect as a sole driver to actually get out and do the run around the car, the dance that we spoke about, you must always do it by going in the direction of oncoming traffic. You must be able to see for safety the traffic coming in through the pit lane. The allegation is they did not do that. They went the other way around the car. So a breach perhaps of... Now, bear in mind, is that not a dual entry, though?
It is.
So I beg your pardon. I beg your pardon there. So what I'm not quite...
I'm wondering if it's perhaps something to do with refueling, perhaps. I mean, I don't know if that car required a refuel. I didn't see the pit stop myself, but something's obviously not gone...
Drive-through there, complete. Beautiful little car, that. Cool little car. Now, we'll get some clarity from the lane, but the suggestion is something in relation to pit stop procedure was not executed per the regulations. So hence the reason for the drive-through penalty. Shame for Daniel Kropp with that super fast start in that Honda, and then stopping very early on, but running in the top four. It was a marvellous start for them in that team.
Yeah, unfortunately, they're a few laps down now, which is a massive shame. But, although, sorry, they're in the pit lane, aren't they? Yeah, a massive shame. It was really a giant killer, and we've seen it had great success all across the entire South Island Endurance Series.
Just keeping an eye on that BMW of Matthew O'Donnell, because I think he is running position 6 at the moment in the M1 GTR. Really solid drive, position 6, and all the cars ahead of him are TCR entries. So that's a nice job, really good performance.
He's doing a great job out there in that BMW, and they were an addition to the field at Tiratonga, I believe.
They were, correct.
And it's great that they've made the trek up to Ruapuna and got behind the wheels. And if we look at position down from him, Mark Meadows, he's the first of the Class A cars. He's 7th overall, but leading the way in Class A.
Incidentally, too, while we're talking about the O'Donnell name, Lindsay O'Donnell, I think, a car that will enjoy having a little bit of a closer look at coming up in the next of our 1 hour races in C-Class. He's in car 112, the McLaren GT4 570S, that beautiful papaya and black car. You may, if you're able to wander around the paddock here and have a look behind the pit lane at Mike Perro Motorsport Park. That is a cool car, and we did see one of those GT4s debut at the Topor round of the championship on the North Island as well. So it's nice that those cars, then they have there has been a program, an offer of support from the Giltrap Group to bring those machines in and to help run them in this style of competition.
Yeah, it's really cool to see a lot of new machinery and exciting machinery, and particularly with McLaren. It's a great name in New Zealand motorsport coming into the country. Like you said, we had Marco Giltrap in Taupo debut the McLaren GT4, and over the summer we've also got the new New Zealand Ronin Cars New Zealand Super GT series starting up, and that's focused around that sort of GT4 and Porsche Cup car demographic. And there's they've already maxed out their grid, I believe, so there's going to be lots of those kind of machines gracing New Zealand circuits over the summer, which is super exciting.
Should say a cheerio and g'day to Marco as well, a young driver with a lot of talent and a lot of inner drive, shall we say. And unfortunately, he had an accident there at Topor and some injuries there, but very, very much on the comeback and focused on some racing, but obviously can't be with us given what's going on the North Island. Yeah,
Marco is an exceptional young talent, and unfortunately that incident at Taupo is a little bit of a setback in his young career, but he's on the mend, and I'm sure we'll hopefully see him racing over the summer, and he'll be back to his path up the motorsport world.
Just looking at Scott O'Donnell coming out of the final corner, that sweeping left-hander, and if you're able to tackle it the right way, you can get on the throttle a little sooner and get some good drive off the turn. He does exactly that in the Invercargill Central Hyundai TCR, sitting in the top 3 at the moment. Has been a bit probably compared to the 3 hour, where he's in good shape with Alan Dippy in a point sense. He's had some up and down outings in this Hyundai, hasn't he? Last time out, they had changed the engine, and there was a few things from a configuration standpoint that were a little different to what he'd had at Timaru. So perhaps just with the little gap that we've had in between rounds 3 and 4, maybe able to get on top of a bit of that. He sits position 3, having unfortunately had to serve a drive-through penalty, and I don't think we've seen him tick the box yet, or any of our top 3 for that matter, with their compulsory pit stops. Still to come, some activity there from our race leaders.
I think Scott will probably be all right here. I think he should be fairly safe where he is at the moment on track in 3rd place, despite that penalty. But you're right, he's had an up and down season. He was so close to getting a win at Highlands. He was obviously very strong again at Timaru, and then The new engine, I think, threw him a bit of a curveball.
Speaking of curveballs, he's been able to get round it, but he nearly had contact with the right rear of the little Lotus Exige. Now, that's going slow, but not venturing into pit lane. So I think it's Robert Gahar who's kept going on the main straight now, but seemingly under a lot less power than what we've seen from car 17.
Yeah, it's Robert Gahar. I'm not quite sure what's gone on there, but he's pulled to the inside, so he's well aware of the fact that something's gone amiss in that car, and he might just be trying to diagnose the issue before diving into pit lane and potentially spending more time stationary than he needs to. But it's certainly not got any pace, has it?
No. Matt O'Donnell, meantime, has been into pit lane and served that compulsory pit stop. You mentioned Daniel Kropp before, well down the order and in the pit lane. We'll get some clarity on what's happened, unfortunately, to that car. But it has two stops to its name, and one of them is significant in terms of the time lost, sadly, having been in 4th position and hustling, chasing those TCRs. Mighty job. Watching Scott O'Donnell come through turns 9 and 10. Short little stretch, little straight down into the final left-hander. 11 corners in all here at Ruapuna. They're using, of the many configurations they can use, they are using what they often refer to as the Grand Prix circuit, 3.3 Ks in length. Looks like our race leader might be into the pit lane. Reece Gould. Let's see how smooth this stop is for our race leader, who has comfortable margin. Signature Homes entry, pits in behind the red VW Golf, the Harcourt's entry. Reece gets out of the car, walks around the back of it as per the regulations. No stress or need for panic, or it's just in those moments where you can make a little bit of a mistake if you rush things, and he's certainly not doing that. About to get strapped back in. Car 5, race leader. Hall, meantime, comes past in the battered but still speedy VW Golf TCR entry. Hegney's Sprinter comes by us as well. Just taking a little bit. Door is closed and Gould leaves the lane. Compulsory stop done for our race leader. Car 5 about to rejoin here at Ruapuna.
Great stop for that team, Reece Gould. No risk needed there, no need to rush. Back underway on the track, and he will hold on to his lead, I believe. I don't think he'll lose a
That's
spot.
amazing. That just underscores how sizable the lead was. Let's wait for the timing to update. Dennis Chapman may, in fact, be ahead, but...
And while that's happened, Scott O'Donnell's come into the pit, so he's reacted to the race leader. He's come in. He's going to serve his compulsory stop now.
And they are going to change tyres on this car, Geordie. Looks like they are changing some of the front tyres. So are they putting fresh rubber on Scott O'Donnell's car? A little bit of trouble with the left front at the moment, and they've called for... They got a problem with... Yeah, with one of the guns, I think it is. They're just taking those wheel nuts off that left front, I beg your pardon, on that car. And it looks like a bright, shiny, what they call in motor racing a green tyre, an unused, brand spanking new tyre. So they are going to try and give O'Donnell some good comfort underneath him here, some quality rubber to enable him, given the drive-through penalty. Dennis Chapman now into the lane. They're all reacting at the pointy end.
Yeah, we had a bit of a spinner. One of those RX-8s just looped it on the final corner there. I think he kept it out of the wall, but a big moment for the Harcourt's number 114 RX-8. Chapman's in the lane now. Scott O'Donnell is still waiting for that pit stop to be complete, so that's really going to hurt him.
Hall's out of the car as well, so that VW Golf is in the lane. He's done his lap of the car. He's getting strapped back in. It's a general check by the crew. Hall even had a look at the damage to the side of the car from the earlier skirmish with Debbie Chapman. Invercargill Central, Hyundai leaves the lane. Scott O'Donnell with some fresh tyres underneath him. Remember, they're front-wheel drive. That's where a lot of the, the punishment, if you will, is taken with these cars. All that power, 300-odd horsepower going through the front wheels, but they've given Scott O'Donnell a little something here, clearly in the battle with Dennis Chapman for second place. Can he recover from that drive-through penalty and perhaps walk away with position 2 today? Man, it's quite a hit in the side of 117. But Mike Hall leaves the lane in that VW Golf, and it still sounds, despite the damage you can see, like it's running beautifully.
Yeah, there's a few emerging stories here. So Scott O'Donnell is now in 5th place after that really lengthy pit stop. So in some ways he may have been able to hold on without it, but the fact that he's got new tyres now might save him. So he might have sort of shot himself in the foot as well as saved himself there for that podium with that long pit stop, putting the new rubber on. But we've also got a drive-through penalty for car 123, Peter Bennett's in his Volkswagen Golf TCR car.
Suggestion is speeding in pit lane. That's the allegation, Geordie. So they do sit in front of us, in front of our position here in the commentary box with a radar gun. They watch it and police it quite closely, and I think this has the Sayat come in as well for its compulsory stop. So the TCR entries, let's verify that for you. I think that's Barnett in the lane now in car 199. So yes, it is. Second of the Lotus Exige comes in as the Sayat leaves the lane now.
So we'll get a fairly good gauge over the next sort of lap or two once everything shakes out, and we'll see who's emerged where on our timing stream. But it looks like Scott O'Donnell's gone straight back into 3rd position after all the pit stops, or some of those pit stops up the front have shaken out. And I think it looked like he was about 43 seconds off. Where are we? Yeah, 43 seconds off second place, Dennis Chapman. So looking at his pace, it was a second a lap faster last time by, so I don't quite think it's going to be enough to close down that gap, but he's certainly going to try and eat into as much of it as he can, and perhaps a little bit evilly hope that something happens to Dennis in the last 10 or 11 minutes of this race.
To your point, there's only 11 minutes 30 remaining in this race in order to whittle down that deficit of 40-odd seconds. And based on that difference in lap time per lap between Dennis Chapman and Scott O'Donnell, it would not be enough currently.
No, you're right. And it looks like that actually may have stretched out to a lap now that all the timing has sorted itself out. So perhaps not quite as close as we thought, but Scott's obviously wanted some new tyres to see what he can do and put in some good laps on that TCR.
It's great to have you with us wherever you're listening on Facebook around the country, and to those that have gathered here and doing all the right things in a social distancing sense here at Mike Perro Motorsport Park. Nice to see some cars parked up over the back there towards the link down at turn 3, and then even over toward turn 4. Great place to spectate and watch on with all the action here. We're 10.5 minutes left in our first of 3 races here today. Another 1 hour to come up very soon for classes C and D. We've had such an influx of entries here in the classes that we've split the 1 hours. We've 2 1 hours for 4 classes effectively. So some cool machines still to come up, including a swarm of Porsches headed up by Ryan Wood, who has pole position for the next of our 1 hours. 123 serves its drive-through penalty. They came in at the same time as Scott O'Donnell in that red VW Golf GTI. Meantime, lights are on. Signature Homes, green and white, Hyundai TCR. Reese Gould dominated this one and is set to bank another win in this 1 hour competition. We'll be with Kate Patton at the conclusion of the race as well to verify some championship results for you. Remember, it's a title deciding day in the Carter's Tyre South Island Endurance Series, and we, as always, want the confirmation from the people that know and that do a great job in running the championship.
So looking at that battle with Scott O'Donnell we talked about, it seems to be down to 33 seconds now. So the timing's jumping around on us a wee bit, but it appears as though Scott's made up a bit of ground, and perhaps Dennis may have encountered some lap traffic or something like that, because it's shrunk an enormous amount. But Scott's still lapping around about a second faster than Dennis Chapman, but with 8.5 minutes to go. The math doesn't quite add up there, but we've seen already that lap traffic can play a huge part in this, and Scott is approaching some himself now, and he's got a little bit of a battle on to get by, but seems to be doing a fairly good job of it, catching the cars in the right places and not getting held up too much through some of the longer, faster corners where the TCR has a significant advantage over.
Gee, it's busy here, isn't it, with all these cars, and that's the great thing for those of you that are watching here trackside. We've got big fields all day, around 30 cars in each of the 1 hours, and arguably one of our biggest roll-ups for the 3 hour in the Carter's Tyres 2021 South Island Endurance Championship, more than 20. And some of them are on double duty too. You will see the cars in these 1 hours, and then a few of them have cross-entered or are taking part again in the 3 hour, perhaps a co-driver joining them in some examples and so on.
7.5 minutes left to go now here at Mike Pero Motorsport Park. Let's have a run through the order. It's Reece Gould leading the way from Dennis Chapman. Scott O'Donnell third, Marcus Barnett fourth, Mike Hall in fifth place. And then we've got the Heagney brothers in sixth. And in the first of our Class B cars is, I believe, still that Lotus Exige of Mark Meadows. No, sorry, it's Brad Rule. Brad Rule in 7th place. First of the Class A cars. 8th is Mark Meadows. Tim Dossip in 10th. William Taylor in 11th place. So 10th place, sorry. That's our top 10 for the 1 hour A and B at Mike Pero Motorsport Park. 6 minutes and 45 seconds remaining now. Not long to go at all.
That little Honda Civic 216 of Ward, it's got some massive wings on it, doesn't it? Big ironing boards. Very cool looking thing that they've been able to work on. I think that's the 95 back in the pit lane, the Integra. Now that, if I'm right, is its third pit stop, so that will be unscheduled. I think they've been battling with that car with something going on with it, and it's back into pit lane here at Mike Pero Motorsport Park again.
Hopefully it's a really minor issue that they can quickly sort out and get it back out on the track to cross the finish line. It's only 6 minutes to go, so it's agonisingly close for them. I'm sure they won't want to end their day. They're going to lift the bonnet up, see what the issue may be.
Yeah, you want to be classified a finisher, don't you? In theory, they would have more than 75% laps done, hopefully. I don't think those stops, the two previous ones, have been, although one of them unscheduled, I don't think they've been insanely long. So hopefully they've chalked up enough laps. If they can get that car going again, back out and circulating and get it to the finish, they'll be classified.
Yeah, I think they're well and truly completed 75% of the race. So there we go, they're rolling down the pit lane again. So it looks like they'll be out there and take the checkered flag if they've rectified that issue and it can hold on for another 5 minutes and 20 odd seconds.
Magnificent sight here because we're so close to the airport. You'll see some low flying inbound activity for Christchurch Airport above and underneath. The passengers in that flight, wherever it's come from, enjoying a bit of racing happening beneath them here. One of the great tracks on the South Island. Scott O'Donnell just coming past our position here. A little bit of cloud cover over closer towards the hills, but bright blue skies beyond our position here in commentary. Perfect day for racing temperature-wise, and no rain on the radar. The forecast for the rest of the day looking very good for the remaining races of the championship. One of the Mazda RX-8s coming into pit lane, the 88, with 4 minutes remaining, and I think that's outside the window, so not sure what's happened there to the RX-8. Boot going up on that car. Maybe some sort of fuel pressure or delivery issue of some kind. Matt O'Donnell crosses the start-finish line after the shakeout of pit stops and things. He's in position 11 in car 111, that BMW. Here comes Dennis Chapman, and Gould, I think, is about to put a lap on second place. That is mighty for our race leader.
In fact, I think he's going to put a second lap on him, Rusty. I think he's already got a lap. So to do that in an hour-long race in a car of the same specification is mighty impressive.
That shows what a good job he's done in this series and what that team has done. You can see the closing rate. Reece Gould dives around the outside. There's not a thing that Chapman can do. Gould is dialed in, so is that car. And as he exits turn 4 and heads towards 5 and 6, in scintillating form, Reece Gould. Two minutes and 45 seconds, I think that is, to go in this race. Reece Gould from Dennis Chapman and Scott O'Donnell. That provisionally would be your podium. Nice drive by Marcus Barnett in the Seat to be in the top 4, and an unbelievable recovery from Mike Hall after the earlier incident with Debbie Chapman to be sitting in the top 5 at the moment. Okay, we're being told we'll be following this story for you down on the grid at the conclusion of the race when we talk to our top 4. They are in race control at the moment. Kate Padden and the team crunching some numbers because we believe provisionally at the top of the point score in this 1 hour, at the end of 4 rounds, we might provisionally have a draw between Scott O'Donnell and Dennis Chapman. So they'll be working out how they determine the winner from other regulations that are put in place. Often there are things like countbacks and so on, depending upon what happens in this scenario. And well done to Mike Hall. That tenacity that Hall has shown today, fighting back from that incident, which is where I was leading to a moment ago, he may well finish in the top 3 in the championship. Great story. What we'll do, we'll leave it to them to crunch those numbers, and we'll verify it for you when we're on the grid. And I might get set to go down there now, Geordie, and we'll talk to our top 3 very shortly. .43 seconds remaining. Last lap board being shown here at Mike Perro Motorsport Park. Just waiting for Reece Gould to come by and to take the checkered flag. We will verify for you on the grid what the final results of this championship are, but seemingly a tie at the moment. And they're working through the rule book to determine who might take it. Unbelievable stuff at the end of 4 rounds of the Carter's Tyres series. The story that is without question today, and he's done it in recent events as well, just the domination of Reece Gould in the way that he has tackled this race, having lapped every other competitor, and on the way home now to potentially, with such great speed coming from that signature Holmes Hyundai, looks unchallenged and set to take out the final event here. Lots more racing to come your way here. We'd love your thoughts and comments. You can do that. Just leave a comment down below on Facebook if you're watching on the South Island Endurance Championship page or Motorsport New Zealand. Heading into the final turn. He's in behind the Hegney Sprinter and just does the right thing. Doesn't need to get tangled up in something at the end of the race here. Checkered flag about to be shown. Race victor is Reece Gould here in the first event of the weekend. If you're with us trackside, please put your hands together and show your appreciation. Good day out for Dennis Chapman, home in second place. Now, we're being told, folks, that the team here will have to continue to do some digging. So as we go down to interview our top three, we may not know the outcome in championship terms because it's tied. But we'll update you throughout the course of the coverage during the day on that one. We'll just clarify the top three for you. O'Donnell getting home in third in that Hyundai i30N. So brilliant performance. Lots more great racing still to come your way here today. Making our way towards the post-race area so we can talk to the top three for you. Kate, can we have a quick word? You guys you're crunching some numbers, as I understand it. We don't have quite just yet. We've got a tie. We know that much. Is that correct?
Yeah. So at the moment we've got two guys that are first overall for the series, and we're going to have to go back and see who finished in front the majority of the time, and then announce it later. But for now, they can share in the celebrations and wait in anticipation while we crunch those numbers.
We're about to head out to the grid. Hey, well done. What a great start to our final weekend of racing for the 2021 series. We are heading out to talk to the top three here in this race. Reese Gould arriving. Here's Dennis Chapman as well. And we'll just wait for Scott O'Donnell to join us here. And then we'll go live on Facebook for you as well. Just on the start-finish line here. Top two have arrived, just awaiting Scott O'Donnell's Hyundai TCR. Dennis Chapman already out of his Audi, having finished second today. Reese Gould emerges from the Hyundai now. Winner here at Ruapuna. What a great championship he's had. And unbelievably, the top two at the moment are deadlocked. As our coverage continues, we will advise you what the end result in the title race is for classes A and B and their 1 hour. Hall has done a very good job as well in title terms. Okay, so we're going to fire into this. Yep. Hi everybody, Greg Russ with you on the start-finish line at the conclusion of the first of our big events here today in the final round of the Carter's Tyres South Island Endurance Championship. The 1 hour has just wrapped up. The top two are here, and we're going to have a quick word to them for you. The title is in a scenario where we'll have to update you during the course of the day. They're deadlocked, can you believe it, in the title race. Can we dive in here? Media are chatting away. I'm sorry to do this to you. Dennis, congratulations on second today. What a race.
Yeah, it was great. It's a pity Scott sort of got the drive through, but other than that, it was great. And the crew of Track Deck Racing had prepared the car brilliantly. And it was nice to beat the missus for a change. She had the upper hand, so to speak, last time at Teretonga in the rain. So, no, it was good.
You can't be. You should be pleased too in a championship sense. I mean, it's been a mighty 4-round series to be in this position at the conclusion of it. Very cool.
Yeah, I hear Scotty and I got the same points at the moment.
You have, yeah.
Yeah, I know. Last week, mugging me days, I waved him past thinking he was lapping me, and he wasn't. So I let a chance go by that week. But you know, that's racing.
That's racing. Great job, as you point out, by the track tech crew. It's a team effort, this, and some very good people behind the scenes here.
Oh yeah, they prepare the car brilliantly. We just have to try and drive it better.
Good on you.
Still a bit slow compared with a wheel driver, but we have fun.
Yeah, well, good on you. Well done.
Thanks.
There you go. Let's talk to our race winner here. What an incredible championship he's had, and finishes it in style with a race win. And you were dominant. Well done.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it was a bit warmer out there than I thought, so we didn't have the cool suit working, but never mind. It was got some clear air and just got on with it, really.
I think that really sums it up, doesn't it, Reece? I mean, it just seemed as though, and by the looks of the car, that as though it was faultless.
Yeah, it was actually. No, the car's got running really well the last 3 races, and shame we didn't have the gearbox parts for the first round, but no, the team's done a great job as well. So yeah, no, thoroughly enjoyed it, and looking forward to the champs in April.
That's it. We are too, and you should be pleased, to conclude the series in this manner. It's pretty cool.
Yeah. No, we've had a good run actually, and pretty fault-free, which has generally been good. So no, it's been good.
To you and the team, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
There he is, the winner of our the first of our 1 hours here today, and did it in style as well. Looks as though Scott O'Donnell, as is the case, is pulling up behind us here. And while he shuts that car down, why don't we wander around and have a quick word with him. Just waiting for him to jump out of the car. That was a bit of an eventful race for Scott, with a drive-through penalty. And as we talk to you, tied at the top of the leaderboard, with the officials just working through who is ultimately, he or Dennis Chapman, going to walk away with the title. That drive-through wasn't part of the plan, was it?
It wasn't part of the plan. It's ironical when you get a yellow flag, didn't see a yellow flag, then you get a drive-through passing your own son.
Where was it, and did you just not see that?
I didn't have a clue. I don't know where it was. It's very hard to say I got it wrong.
Okay.
It's like you're in a whole lot of traffic, you just don't see stuff. That's what it is.
Have the team told you about the scenario where we have a deadlock?
Yes,
at the top? Yeah, how do you
Got a
feel?
bit of a count back, so we'll see how it goes. Okay. Ironically, I think Dennis and I were in the same situation in 2009. Except he went to the toilet and missed half a stint in 2009. Oh, that's probably a bit of the joy of the series, eh?
Yep. How do you feel? You've obviously got to back up for the 3 hour as well.
Yeah, we're going to go into the 3 hour. I mean, again, it's a finishing game. A drive-through won't affect us too much in that particular situation because they're far enough ahead. Just got to go and finish.
Good luck with that count back.
Yep.
There he is, Scott O'Donnell. There is our top 3 at the end of the first 1 hour race, and we'll update you here on what happens in terms of the title race and the final point score as the day unfolds. Sorry for diving across you there. Thank you. I can see Debbie Chapman's made her way back to the... Can we just dive in here and get your take on things? What happened there earlier on today?
Okay. I'll say he turned in on me, but I'm not 100% sure. So
have you gone and spoken to Mike yet?
No, I haven't.
Okay. So. As your Audi came along the front straight here, it looked as though the bodywork was starting to cut into that right front tyre.
Also, some thingies under the front had broken.
Okay. That's very technical. That's very technical. But you are looking on here at the start-finish line, and we know that there's a points deadlock at the moment for Dennis. How the countback will go, we don't know. But that's pretty cool at the end of this 4-round series. Amazing.
Dennis will be really ticked off because at Teretonga he let Scott pass, instead of holding his ground. So, yeah, never mind.
Okay, great to chat with you. Good that you're okay. So there you go, the first of our events here. Wrapping up, we're about to get the official photographs and then a chance for a little bit of champagne. First time here today at Mike Perot Motorsport Park. Trophies have been presented for the race. Our official photographers capturing the moment here. And gentlemen, one thing remains, a little bit of champagne. Enjoy the moment. Scott can't because he's about to go and jump behind the wheel of a race car again. We're about to get showered here. And then we reset because cars are already on the dummy grid and getting ready for the next race. Classes C and D, 1 hour of competition, lots of Porsches in this too.
No one would have believed the dawning of 2020. That pandemic, bubble and lockdown would become everyday language. That mask wearing in public would become compulsory. And that we couldn't travel in our country, let alone overseas. That our roads would fall quiet but for essentials. And the lovers of our sport, motorsport, could only go racing in our dreams or online. From home, from far, we would watch the toll COVID-19 would take on our lives. But it was also a year when we learnt to be a team of 5 million. Beyond expectations, circuits reopened to summer motorsport of drift kings and feats of endurance. When the border closed, we made our own race of champions. Hill climbs, rally stages, it's roared into life. When the world couldn't come to us, we showed the world what we could do. When our drivers, mechanics, engineers, officials, marshals, volunteers and fans could turn their dreams back into reality. When motorsport was back in motion. No one.
Oh, they created some more. Whitley not happy. Time out of hand. to dance. But this is a very accomplished field, and even the youngsters have risen their game.
Double dipper gets out there pretty clean.
Right over in front of Stuart Robertson, but lucky no.
But let's get watching the battle while we can.
It's the champion.
Chris Simon leads. Zach Winko now with the third as Rory McConkie drops down to fifth. Close as that.
This is a very accomplished field. Oh no! Whitley finally takes his turn of winning the Grand Prix.
At this and these.
Oh, big crash! That's a big crash. Hayden back lady.
Time to beat 20.047. We'll keep an eye on the seconds.
Meanwhile, Ronan Murphy comes into play. There he is in the 18th.
Hello, it's spinner. In, out.
Unbelievable for Hayden Patton.
Borrowed car, only stepped in on Friday.
Has he got the wings that Red Bull gave him?
Wardy's still there. Great.
Don't know if anyone.
Welcome back, folks, to Mike Perro Motorsport Park, Ruapuna, for the final round of the South Island Endurance Series for 2021. We've just wrapped up the first of our races this morning, which was the 1 hour race for classes A and B, and that was taken out convincingly by Reece Gould, with Dennis Chapman in second place, Scott O'Donnell in third. And actually, we haven't got a champion yet. It's still being decided. They're tied on points. That's Dennis Chapman and Scott O'Donnell. So shortly we will have an announcement of the victor in that one. There's a bit of a countback situation going on at the moment with those officials. But we are now looking forward to Class C and D, the final 1 hour race for these guys. And it has been a story of dominance from Ryan Wood in the opening 3 rounds. The youngster, fresh into his brand new Porsche, has dominated. He has been fast, he's broken lap records, he's been exceptional, and now they're on their formation lap and will be underway racing very shortly. It's my privilege to welcome Greg Rust into the commentary booth, who will be giving us some expert insights from the booth and in the lane this weekend. Rusty.
Geordie, thank you. It's terrific to be here, and good crowd starting to gather around in a nice socially distancing sense as well here at Mike Perro Motorsport Park. Start not too far away. Wood in dominant form.
Yeah, fantastic effort there from young Ryan Wood all throughout the season. We watch them now form up on the grid side by side, and alongside Woody, as he's known by his peers, will be Jared Owens, also in a Porsche Cup car. He is in the 997S variety. As they line up now down the main straight, they'll wait for the green flag, and they'll be underway racing now. Ryan Wood controls the start, but it's Jared Owens who's got the advantage. So Woody not quite getting the start he would have wanted as they head down into turn 1. Jared Owens leads the way. Ryan Wood in second place, holds on. They all get through there cleanly so far. No contact, everyone stays on the track. But it's Jared Owens who's leading the way in this race. Ryan Wood, he's looking menacing in behind though. He's got the pace yesterday. 1.5 seconds faster in qualifying this morning was Ryan Wood in the white Porsche. He's right on the gearbox now of Jared Owens. The opening lap of the Class C and D 1 hour, the final round of their series for 2021. Everyone else making it through cleanly through pothole and the hairpin. Still Jared Owens leaving the way. Ryan Wood's going to be smart here. He's going to hold off, and make sure he can get a clean pass. He doesn't want to make any contact. We saw Debbie Chapman and Mike Hall come together earlier on this morning in A and B race. Tell you what, there's a great battle pack emerging here between 3 or 4 Porsches and that Mark car, the Mustang of Sam Collins, as they go past the dipper section. Everyone seems to have made it through the first lap, so that's great. Still, Jared Owens leading the way over Ryan Wood. Perhaps not quite what we were expecting after that stellar effort from Ryan this morning in qualifying. In third place, Ryan's going to go for the move down the inside, and he gets it done on Jared Owens. So into the lead goes young Ryan Wood. Fantastic job from him. He's now going to try and build that gap, use his pace. We've got a car off at turn 1 as well. Can't quite see what it is. It looks like one of the Porsches. He's kept it off the wall, and he's got it just back onto the track, so he's going to drop in behind, I think, Braden Phillips in the Carter's Super Tourer. He's still trying to get up to speed, though, that Porsche. We'll find out who it was for you in a moment. Just before that move from Ryan Ward, I was going to point out Jordan Mickles in third place in the Mark car, the Mark Focus, Ford Focus. He's been doing a pretty good job in that new car, new for him. He's had a bit of a history in open wheelers and TCRs, and now it's onto the sort of almost the complete same, but the complete opposite of a TCR car. It's still a hatchback, but it's rear-wheel drive, so a very different dynamic for young Jordan. But I think he's got, is that Marco Schelp onto the back of him in the battle for the final podium spot. Ryan Wood, he's already built a gap out in front, so it's a good effort from the young man from Wellington. It's the second of the Mark cars, the Aegis Oil Mustang, doing a brilliant job there. Sam Collins behind the wheel of that one.
They've been battling with that car, haven't they? Trying to get it to a point where they know that Mark car has got so much potential, and they've endeavoured to try a few new things on it. And from just a reliability standpoint, they've been a little bit frustrated with that 777 because it looks like such a great machine. Hopefully, this weekend is the weekend where they're on top of it, doing a nice job in position 5 at the moment. Ryan Wood leading the way in this one. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, he comes in 3 straight wins heading into the final round of the championship. Huge amount of talent, was enormously good in karts, raced in Toyota 86, has aspirations to go overseas, and was very impressive in recent weeks, talking to some business people here in New Zealand about hopefully supporting him on that mission. We would love to see this youngster on the world stage, or certainly at least taking the next step, Geordie, and maybe heading across to Australia in 2022.
Yeah, I think Ryan's got some very exciting things lined up, and I'm sure we'll all get to hear about them pretty shortly. But he's a young man who's got a very bright future ahead of him, I think, and he's certainly impressed a lot of well-known names and ultra-successful people in the motorsporting landscape. Not only drivers, teams, engineers, supporters, sponsors, and car owners as well.
Yeah, definitely. And it's a good outfit there that run that car too. Some very experienced people in New Zealand motorsport.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, he's got Jimmy Hewlett as his engineer. He's a big name in the engineering sense in New Zealand motorsport. Just looking now on our leaderboard, Jordan Mickles has obviously lost that spot to Marco Schelp, but no doubt he will fight on in the race and keep the battle up. Now, I believe this weekend, young Jordan's actually be getting a little bit of help, some driver training from John McIntyre, who will be a name that resonates well with the motorsport community. Johnny Mac, obviously being a 3-time New Zealand touring car champion, a Bathurst 1000 regular. He's a regular Bathurst 1000 starter in years gone by as well, driving for the likes of Full Performance Racing, Stone Brothers as well. So great person to have in your corner when you're in the young phase of your career, learning how to drive a V8 touring car. So I'm sure we'll see the benefit that's been bringing to Jordan in the later phases of this race. So 6 minutes gone. It feels like we've already had a lot of action for 6 minutes. And hopefully, shortly, we'll be getting a few of the drivers who are floating around the paddock to come up and give us a bit of insight. Tom Alexander, the local boy, I'm sure a name many of you will know, be heading up shortly and providing us with insight. But it's still obviously Ryan Wood leading the way, ahead of Jared Owens. Marco Schelp in third place. Look at that gap that Ryan Woods pulled out already. We are just 7 minutes into the race. As he comes across the start-finish line, once Jared Owens, the second place car, comes by, but we're able to give you the gap and what Ryan has been able to do in the early part of the race. There we go. So it's already out to 6.6 seconds. So that's quite a comfortable margin for Ryan Wood. And I'm just trying to find our lap record for a saloon car around here, who I believe Ryan actually went faster earlier on in qualifying, faster than the lap record. But, of course, for it to be official, it must be done during a race. So we'll endeavour to find that number for you and see what Woody can do. At the moment, his best lap time is a 22.5, which is about 1.4 seconds off his qualifying pace. But he's still got a full tank of fuel. He's still be getting into his rhythm. He won't be pushing too hard from the get-go. It's now a long race. He's got to build into it, build some rhythm, build some momentum, and then I'm sure we'll see as the fuel load drops off, he'll be setting some purple sectors and building that lead even more and hopefully getting close to that lap record. So car 256, I believe that was the Porsche that we had run off at turn 1 earlier on in the race. Ben Byers, his 991 GT3 Cup car. He's obviously gathered it all up and luckily didn't look like he's got any damage to the splitter or anything like that, as can sometimes happen when you bowl a wide and run off the circuit and skip through the grass and the gravel trap. See a significant safety feature. So 10 minutes in now, it's still Ryan Wood leading the way. Jared Owens in second place, Marco Schelp in third. Jordan Mickles, the Southlander, in that Mark Ford Focus. He's sitting in fourth place at the moment. So he'll be getting into his rhythm as well, and I think those guys, they've got a great team behind them, the Evolution Motorsport boys. They know what they're doing. They've been around a fair while, and I believe this is one of the first weekends as well. Jordan Mickles hasn't had his parents here, so a different feeling for young Jordan.
Hey, we're delighted to have a special guest come up and join us in the commentary box, and it's off the back of a fast Friday for this Nissan GTR. They were unbelievably good at the Timaru round of the championship, and in qualifying today, they're in the top 2. We're talking about car 28, driven by Anthony Lees and Tom Alexander, who joins us now. Nice to see you, mate.
Thanks for having me, Greg. No, it's good.
How is the car, and is it ideally suited to here?
To be honest, the car was a little bit of a handful yesterday.
Okay.
We had to work out yesterday, which was, it's never a bad thing. We're learning on the fly as we go. Still a very new car for us. Second race we've ever had with it. So spent the day making changes, definitely made it better, which is always good. Last practice yesterday definitely found a lot of speed, which was good. Still a little bit to work on, I think, for the race, but Anthony did an awesome job in quality this morning. He smashed his PB, put on the front row, so can't ask for much more than that.
Hey, mate, epic car. I mean, it looks great. We know that generation of GTR, which is so iconic. It's cool to have them in our series. And we were meant to have Gene Rollinson here in another one. I mean, he's tucked away up, unfortunately, in the North Island. But the way that car was at Timaru was mighty, mate. Must be a joy to drive, is it?
Oh, Timaru was a dream. You couldn't ask for a better car. It just did what you want when you wanted it. So hopefully we have something similar to that today, because I think we're going to need it to take it to the McLaren. You know, Damon, obviously, you saw super fast in quali. Glenn's been doing an awesome job as well. So all going well. It should be an amazing fight up the front today.
Which car around what parts of Ruapuna? Because I saw today, maybe it was Anthony out there driving it, there was a bit of time where you could sort of see each other on track, and clearly two very different GT race cars. So where is your thing perhaps got an upper hand, and where's, I think the front straight is clearly going to suit the McLaren. Is that a fair statement?
I think so. When they can run their high boost, I think that's very, very, I run short burst of boost. I think we're definitely better higher speed corners. I think we saw that at Timaru when Ant made the pass on Glenn. They do struggle a lot for aero, I think, on the McLaren, but through the infield, they're mighty through there as well. So it's cool because they do have their strengths and weaknesses. So that's what makes a good racing, because, you know, we can try to maximise our strengths, they'll try to maximise theirs, and we should be doing sort of similar times.
Whole outfit looks incredible. Black Bull Markets coverage. You worked with Anthony with the Audi in the North Island Championship, and hats off to him and you, the way that he came on as a driver in those 4 rounds and the way he's applied himself in this, you know, clearly that coaching, but also the way he's developing, it shows, mate, doesn't it?
It's great because Anthony wants to learn. You know, he jumped out of a Porsche Cup car that he's driven for the last couple of years, so just jumped straight into the Audi for the North Island. Very, very different car. And from everyone that I've been told, people that have driven multiple GT3 cars, the Audi, the first generation Audi was a very nervous car. So to jump in that, I think did take him a little bit of time to get used to it, but he came on, like you said, leaps and bounds. And then to take the win at the last round was obviously just icing on the cake, which sort of made it all worth it, I think. And then he jumped into the GDR, which, again, completely different car.
Yeah.
But straight away felt comfortable. And I think that was coming from being uncomfortable and the Audi and learning that, then a car that was much easier to drive, he felt comfortable very, very early, which I think was a big thing for our success, definitely at Timaru. His first stint was just incredible. He put his head down and he just ran, and he put distance between us and the McLaren and the Porsche, and made my job quite easy out front.
If you've just joined our coverage, Geordie Peters, Greg Russ with you live on Facebook for the South Island Endurance Championship Facebook page, or the Motorsport New Zealand Facebook page, and certainly for patrons that are here at the circuit as well on a beautiful day in Christchurch. We are talking with Tom Alexander, and it's great to have him as a special guest in our commentary here today. Mate, firstly, from the point of view of your own career in recent years, you've spent time pre-COVID in Australia chasing the dream. Have you had a little bit of a reset? Where are you at with all that sort of stuff right now?
Yeah, would obviously love to go back to Aussie at some stage. It's obviously where I want to be on the supercar circuit for a couple of years was pretty cool, and the Super Utes with Ross Stone.
Well, you were successful too, mate.
You know? we did all right.
You did better than all right, yeah.
No, it was cool. The plan was to step up. We worked on trying to get a budget together for 2020 to do Super 2. And we got close to that. We had some tests with Matt White and an Ultima alongside Jaden Ojeda.
Good crew to be with in Super 2.
Very good.
Yeah.
So that's kind of what we're looking for. Ross tried to do it as a one-car team, but just didn't work out. The budget for a one-car team is so much more than a two or three car team. So we got close with that. Obviously, as does the Motorsport, budget's a little bit of a factor as well. You know, between Jaden and I, we were very similar in times. Jaden had a little bit more budget. He gets the drive.
Good benchmark for you, though, mate. That's a great benchmark.
We know how good Jaden is, and a supercar. He'd done a whole year of Super 3 that year as well. So I was kind of a bit sort of apprehensive about how I would go in a supercar. I'd never driven one before.
What'd you think?
It's the best car I've driven.
Okay.
It's just the dream. I obviously the GDR is cool, but for me, watching supercars, what they can do in a car that's not designed to do it, really. You know, it's a big, heavy touring car, but the grip they generate, the horsepower they put out, it's just amazing. So it's still where I want to head eventually, but just COVID played a little bit of a factor. But we'll work on trying to get back there at some stage.
We would love to see you back trackside, mate. As you join us for the commentary of the second 1 hour race, Ryan Wood doing an unbelievable job, as he has been right throughout this entire series. He's a young man in his teens. He's leading this race at the moment by, what are we talking, 11 seconds, and has a best time of 1 minute 22.54. If you were to sit down and offer, a couple of little pieces of advice, you've been to Australia, you've gone and done that and seen what's required to make that break. If he were to pursue that, what sort of things does he need to be looking to try and do?
Ryan's obviously a great kid.
Yep.
I've known Ryan for a couple of years now. He's got the right mindset. He believes in what he can do, but he's not over cocky about it, which is a good way to be. He needs to keep doing what he's doing. He's got the ability. In Australia, it will be a lot more competitive, as we know.
But you've got to test yourself in that regard, mate, don't you? You have to take that step.
You do, yeah, definitely. If he wants to be a professional race car driver, which is obviously his dream, he has to go to Australia and make a step. Because here, obviously, he can do lap times fast, which is awesome. And traffic is always a little bit different. And sometimes you got to take a second place where the car's not fast enough. It's not all about trying to win every single race. Which I think was seen, especially in Kura Cup this year, like over Australia, Cam Hill, not always the fastest driver, but he won 6 out of the first 6 races.
Yes.
Because the front cars had issues trying to go too quick.
Yeah.
So consistency is also a key. So he's got the speed, he's had the consistency here, so he just needs to keep that up. And just keep leaving himself, keep putting the effort in like he's doing, and he'll be fine. Good
stuff. Hey, keep that mic nice and close to your mouth. So I'm just a little bit of podcast / radio technique creeping in, mate. No problem at all. Some cool cars in this field. Man, we've had some unbelievable entries this weekend for the final round, haven't they? And a few people doing double duty between sort of 1 hour and 3 hours.
That's the cool thing. Yeah, quite a few cars jumping up into the 3 hour, couple jumping back down into the 1 hour. Marco and Jared's a pretty cool entry for the 3 hour.
Yep.
I think they'll be pretty quick. They're a very even combo of drivers, so they'll be able to punch out some pretty good lap times all race as well.
You're talking about Jared Owens and Marco Schelp.
Yeah.
And it's fantastic to see those guys pairing up. Jared was on the podium last time out. We've seen Marco do that as well, and we know what he was like in this class at the national event at Cromwell last year at Highlands Motorsport Park. Mate, can you, for people that have gathered here at the track and perhaps watching or listening on Facebook, a couple little insights into this classic racetrack? It is technical, isn't it?
It's extremely technical. Probably one of the most technical tracks in the country,
wow,
to be fair. Obviously, big long straight down the front straight, but then the infield, you're always busy. And the flow from the hairpin, basically almost to the last corner, is super critical. It's to get your car positioned correctly, get a car that works through there, because if you don't, you can burn so much time up through there. And iconic corners too, obviously pothole.
Yes.
Got that big bump, which it takes a bit to master that, because if you get it wrong, it can end. It can get you unsettled quite easily. So trying to position your car there. The run into turn 1, not easy. Breaking through that
left-hander.
Left-hander there. Yep. Unsettles the car massively as well. So every little thing around here is trying to test you. So you've got to try and get on top of that. But everyone out here today is doing an awesome job and get on top of it. And it's super close. I saw qualifying for the 1 hour was so close from second, I think, back to like 5th or 6th was super close. So that's obviously awesome to see. Is what we want to see, close racing and hard racing.
Can you may not be able to from a team sort of secrecy point of view, but can you shed any light on whether you'll start or whether Anthony will start, and the kind of things you, over the course of the 3 hours to come, that you've got to be a little bit mindful of with the Nissan, and just buy that ticket to the final part of the race?
Yeah. Anthony is going to start the car. I think I can say that.
Yep.
Anthony's going to start the car. He did such an amazing job at Timaru. It'd be silly of us not to put him back in there and do the same job.
Replicate the same thing.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So that's what he'll do. He's just got to do out there and get us in a good position. We're not going to beat the McLaren to turn 1. I think that's pretty obvious.
Yep.
They've got...
Don't get in that fight, basically.
Correct. So they'll have that little bit more horsepower, I think, and run to turn 1. So we just got to get in that fight. Ant's got good pace over a long run, so he's just got to get in and try and put some pressure on whoever starts the McLaren, whether it's Glenn or Damon, but just do his best job and get through to when we need to pit and go from there.
Geordie was talking a little earlier in the coverage about the Motorsport Academy for youngsters and how you can register for that now. You can find out more on Facebook or on the Motorsport New Zealand website, incidentally, and we would encourage youngsters that are wanting to pursue a future to go and research that, go and register for that now. From your point of view, what was the catalyst? Where did the love for motor racing come from? What got you into this crazy game?
As I think for all of us, it's probably our parents. Obviously, from me, I was always around something with a motor.
Yep.
I think I had my first motorbike at 2.5, and
what was that?
A little, what was it? A wee Yamaha 50 little.
Awesome, Pee-wee.
Yeah, Pee-wee 50. So that was pretty cool, and did that for a few years, and tried go-karting when I was 6 and didn't like it.
Really?
So yeah, had a couple of spins and just wasn't me. So I went and did other things, but it was always around cars with Dad and that sort of thing. And then just at age 11, he said, "Do you want to try again?" And kind of the snowball started rolling from there, and we haven't looked back since.
Good stuff, and a lot of hard work, I should point out as well. I mean, it's far from an easy ride in this game. It requires, while you're in the cockpit and focused on the race, everyone thinks, well, that's the main job, and naturally you've got to do that right. You've got to deliver the results, but probably 80% of your time and effort goes into what happens outside the car. You've got to deliver in the car to get the results to do the other part of it, but the amount of energy and time required to bring it all to the table is actually extensive, isn't it?
Oh, it's huge, and I've been very, very lucky that I've had Kenny Smith help me along the way. Give me
what a legend to have in your corner,
exactly
mate.
Right.
Yeah.
You see the people that he's helped and where I've got to. So for me, he is one of the biggest reasons I am where I am today. Cool. I wouldn't have probably made the jump to cars without him. We didn't have the money to go car racing. If we did, it would have been very local club stuff. But for Kenny, he took me under his wing when I was basically 16 and helped me basically through there and introduced me to Ross Stone, which obviously led to the Super Ute stuff and everything like that. So there is a lot goes behind it. Even having Kenny, it's still not a golden, a silver bullet. You still got to put the effort in because, but he just gives you the right contacts to go and talk to the right people and then do the job yourself.
Don't you reckon when we get to that age, if we've got half that enthusiasm and drive to go motor racing, we'll be doing okay?
Exactly. He blows me away every day about how much energy he still has to do things. Obviously, currently, unfortunately, he's locked up in Auckland, going a little bit crazy, I think. He can't even get to his workshop because that's in the Waikato. So literally sitting at home, I think his motor's lawn's probably 4,000 times over the last 10 weeks.
He'll be frustrated as.
He needs something with a motor, so the ride-on lawnmower, I think, is what gets us a little bit of a fix at the moment. But yeah, gutted he can't be here. He would love to have obviously been here, been involved in the racing. It's what he lives for. It's what he's done for the last 63 years, and we'll probably do for another 10, 20 years, So, so it's pretty cool to have him on my side.
Tom Alexander with us in commentary. Great to have his insights and just a bit of background on what's happening in various aspects of motorsport at the moment. Just some updates for you from this race. Classes C and D, the 1 hour. Ryan Wood leading the way by 14.7 seconds now from Jared Owens. Looking at another podium from as many events, Jared Owens in that Porsche. That's great stuff. Hearing that we've had a puncture for car 43 after contact with car 35 as well. That's happened in the last little while. A couple of other stories. Jordan Mickles sits in the top 4 at the moment. That's a good job in that Mark Ford Focus.
Might have a safety car.
Yep, standing by. Lights on. Good spot there by Tom Alexander. So Mobile Nissan safety car has the lights on here in pit lane. Has not been dispatched yet, but could be at any moment. And we've had one of the GT4 spec Porsches, I think, pull up at the exit of pit lane out of harm's way.
There's also a yellow flag at turn 1, I see.
And it's away. We have a safety car. Safety car on circuit here. Good spot. So the field will bunch up again, and that means that Ryan Wood has all that work to do once again. Yellow flag and safety car boards being shown. Bit of activity in pit lane as everyone gets...
I think we'll see quite a busy pit lane, I'd say. Here.
Absolutely. Jared Owen, in fact, taking that opportunity. We were just talking about him and teaming up with Marco Schelp and things like that. So Jared Owens is in the pit lane in that 997 Cup S. Yeah,
this could actually hurt Ryan quite a lot here. I think has he been picked up by the safety car, or is he? Because obviously, if he hasn't been and he's now caught behind the safety car.
Just trying to see if I think he's in that queue.
I think he is.
Yeah,
so
I think he's second or third in that queue. So
a free pit stop here, and Marco as well. So Ryan trapped behind the safety car is going to have to obviously follow the safety car speed around this lap, while the other two boys and the rest of the field are completing their pit stops. So
he's the 5th or 6th car in the queue there, so good spotting. And the Martin Dippy Aaron slide entry I can see is in that group as well, car 911. So a few of them are being waved by the safety car now, but they pick up Ryan.
They have there, yeah. So Jared's now out of the lane as well with his pit stop done, and he will pull up literally right behind Ryan, and Ryan still has to complete that stop. So I think Ryan's almost going to cycle right to the rear of the field. So we could be on for an eventful end of the race here with
definitely.
Ryan. Marco's out as well, and you can see the pit lane
so busy
with the rest of the cars too. So yeah, unfortunately for Ryan, just caught out. He had that obviously big lead, but it's kind of almost worked in his a disadvantage, because they gave the other cars the time to jump into the lane when that safety car was deployed.
Looks like, I think, Martin Dippy jumping behind the wheel of the car 911. It is jammed in pit lane, certainly at the entry to pit lane with some of those cars. One of the Wolfbrook entries is there as well. And the Collins Mustang, that Mark Mustang 777, getting ready to leave pit lane now as well. They've got that done. Sam Collins. Backing from Aegis Oils on that car.
So the big thing now for Ryan is, do they bring him in now, or do they try and build a buffer after the safety car again?
And try and get it done in that way. Wow.
And hope for maybe another one later on, because at the moment he is going to cycle right to the back of the field and have to pass a lot of cars.
Wow. So is he...
No.
So Jimmy Hewlett keeps him out there.
That's what they're doing. They're going to run again, a full attack after the safety car. They'll try and build that gap, and then try and get enough to get in and not lose as many spots.
Wow, what a story unfolding here in Christchurch at the final round of the Carter's Tyre South Island Endurance Championship. So Ryan Wood has not pitted, but the car behind him in the queue, being driven by Jared Owens, who was second in qualifying today, has got that compulsory stop done, and so has Marco Schelp. He's won 3 from 3 so far, Ryan Wood. But he's set to have a test in the final round of the series. He wants to make it a clean sweep. We have 31 minutes remaining in this race. It's going to be a cracking half hour.
It's going to be very, very, very good to finish off this 1 hour season down here. So, yeah, Ryan, obviously he's got the speed, but can he put enough margin between him and Jared and Marco to come out in front again, or give himself some time enough that he can run them down at the end? So
great story.
It's going to
if
be
he could achieve that, yeah.
Very interesting.
I think that's Martin Dippy at the wheel of 911, is it? Leaving the pit lane now. The paint scheme on the helmet for Aaron Slight is quite colourful and different. It's a bit of a way to distinguish the pair of them. And the Wolfbrook Porsche, car 88, leaves the lane now as well. So we'll wait for them to cycle by. The second of the Wolfbrook Porsches already out there, the 888, and we'll let the timing update itself, and we'll give you a sense of who is where. But you know what? When you look down the side of that timing monitor, there is one car that has not done its compulsory pit stop, we believe, and that is our current race leader, Ryan Wood. So that's a huge mission for this teenager now, with half an hour remaining to establish a lead again, to build an advantage over the likes of Jared Owens, who's been on the podium at recent events, Marco Schelp, who's won the title and did so in a national sense, I think it was.
So it looks like, Greg, they've just grabbed a carcass of a tyre down there down the front straight. So that might have been from that puncture you were talking about before. It might have caused that safety car. They've just tossed it over the fence there, so that might have been the cause of our safety car.
My job's done here, mate. You want to take over? This is great.
So obviously, Ryan, we're hoping for the shortest safety car period possible.
Yes.
To give him the most amount of
time to build a lead again.
Build a lead.
Yep. And then he's got to do it before the closure of the window too, doesn't he?
So he doesn't have the full half hour that is left. He only has that time left before the pit window closes.
Okay, is he coming in now? Looks like they're going to get it done now, are they? Okay, so interesting. Jimmy Hewlett may have played. Let's bring him in with a clear lane. Get all the congestion done. But how hamstrung will he be by this? So we've got another lap of safety car. Race leader is now in. Let's see how smoothly this unfolds. I can see Jimmy Hewlett at the front of the car. controls it, nice and smooth. Door of car 40 opens. It's on the left-hand side because it's a Porsche. Ryan gets out and runs around, goes in the correct direction. He's always looking back. If there were any cars coming into the lane, he could see them. That's executed correctly. Now being strapped in. No new tyres going on that car. They're keeping this very simple. Just getting the driver change done. Bit of support from Carter's Tyres service on that car. Now that's a good stop. Good stop by this outfit. 40 leaves the lane. Good job by Ryan Wood. Let's see where he ends up in the queue here, and he'll be hustling to join the back of that queue. They've ticked it. So perhaps a bit of nerves with 28 minutes remaining, as you were talking about would they amass enough of a lead under green conditions?
I think that was more of the thing, yeah. Because now, though he is at the back of the queue, he's still close to, obviously closer to Jared than what he might have been if they hadn't had enough time to amass a lead. So
he's got a boogie though here, mate, doesn't he?
He does. We've seen how aggressive Ryan has been, obviously with that pass for the lead at Timaru especially.
Yep.
So he's going to have to bring some of that aggression out today, I think, and really attack this traffic, and hopefully he can get through.
But Tom, with the championship in mind, you can't,
exactly.
you know.
He just needs a solid finish. Obviously, he obviously wants to clean sweep the season, but championship is obviously a bigger
picture. Yeah.
Easier
said.
Easier said than done sometimes when you got that little bit of anger under the helmet now that it hasn't fallen your way. But he'll drive as hard as he can. He doesn't make silly mistakes or hasn't done this season. So if he can keep doing that, he'll be in for a good shot to charge his way through the field.
People sometimes say in your world, in the racing space, that if you slow down too much, it's actually riskier than... Just explain that.
Yeah, 100%. We get into a flow. So we have braking points, turn-in points, apex points that we know work for a certain speed. So safety car lights are out. But yeah, if you slow down too much, you end up making more mistakes because you just feel out of rhythm. You know, it's all about flow and it's almost like we dance on the pedals. And if you're doing that slower, it actually hurts your drive and actually makes you make more mistakes.
So Jared Owens controls the field. He leads them here, unleashes that Porsche, the 997 Cup S. He knows he's got to make hay here in car 13. Can he win it today? Marco Schelp very quickly up into second place. Yeah. Mark Carr, that Mustang.
And Ryan's on it already. He's about to pick a couple of cars up here down the front straight already. So he's got a good restart here. He's going to try and grab a couple of a GT4 car into turn one.
It's the McLaren, that beautiful papaya and black, brand new McLaren, one of the O'Donnell cars that's here. Ryan threading the eye of the needle, but with a sense of care, a duty of care. Jimmy Hewlett said to me at the commencement of the weekend, we want this title. Now, the kid has made a big statement with lap record breaking pace throughout qualifying and practice. Look at him, he's picking up a number of spots here already. Closing on the back of that Mitre 10 Porsche, I think, of Martin Dippy now. So, but just choosing his moment carefully. Gets by. Now approaching one of the Wolfbrook entries.
So across the line that first time, Rusty, it was 12.9 seconds between Jared and Ryan. So we'll keep an eye on that gap as well. We've got some drive-through penalties here too for 991 and car number 6 as well.
Okay, so 991... So that's the Martin Dippy Aaron Slight Porsche, we believe, has a drive-through and car 6 as well.
Which is the Williams car out there.
So Jared comes across the start-finish line, being pursued by the driver he'll pair up with in the 3-hour. Always good. Let's have a look back through
there's a little bit of damage on the rear bumper of the Mark
Jordan
car
Nichols.
of Nichols as well. Some bodywork trailing as well.
Ryan makes his way around one of the Ginettas as he comes across the start-finish line. So we're being told that those drive-through penalties, the allegations are that they'll be levelled at car 991, car 6 and car 7, incidentally. And we're told the penalties are for driving through the red light at the end of pit lane. So they may have breached the pit lane procedure there.
It sounds like it, yeah. So at the end of pit lane, obviously, depending on what's going out on the circuit, there's obviously a green light or a red light. So obviously that red light was turned on and I've driven through that line. And just looking after the first lap that traffic's obviously hurting Ryan a little bit. He lost a couple of seconds on that lap to Jared, so he needs to clear the traffic as fast as he can to then be able to put his head down and try and get that gap. And I think for the McFarlane Bushel car as well, might have a drive-through as well.
That's
car
correct.
7.
Correct. Bang on. And that's the, I think they joke, or they affectionately call it the Porsche V8, don't they? Because it's the 911 body, but man, it sounds different when it comes past.
Yeah, it's a bit of a Frankenstein. It's pretty cool. It's
Beast.
obviously it's quite common down here in the South Island. We like our cool cars, but with a little bit of a twist.
Yep.
So it's quite cool to pop a Chevy in the back of a Porsche.
Trailing bodywork for that car of Mickles, as you rightly spotted there before. I wonder where that
Looks like
contact's come from.
It's going to hang on all right. It's just been pushed into the back, maybe a little bit of skirting hanging off the back, but I think the bodywork's going to stay there.
So Ryan, to give you a sense, if you're listening via Facebook, Ryan is at about turn 2 now, and our race leader, Jared Owens, is down at turn 4. So that gives you a sense of the work.
Lost another 2 seconds and traffic that lap. So
Okay.
the gap is eking out. So he's in clear in the air now. So he's cleared the slower GT4 cars and stuff. So now he's got some faster cars to chase down. So he should have a few more clearer laps to put in some fast times to try and start closing that gap down a little bit. So it's up to 15.5 seconds now.
Wow.
to the leader.
A little bit of clear traffic at this point for him to negotiate. There's the drive-through penalty being done by the 7, and they unleash the V8 as it leaves the lane. Awesome. A little bit of wheel spin. That bodywork is still just a little bit of it sort of trailing behind Mickle's car. Damage is sort of to that left rear, isn't it?
It looks like he's been driven into.
Yeah. Maybe the restart.
Almost straight, yeah.
Yeah.
The hairpin probably generally where Constantine's up a little bit. Someone might just misjudge their braking just a little bit and just run into the left rear of Jordan's car.
Good drive up in front by Jared Owens and Marco Schelp. They know, they'll be acutely aware, these guys, of Ryan Wood and where he is.
They know it too, because they've just both popped in their personal best of the race too. So they are really motoring now.
Great stuff. So Wood crosses the start-finish line now. A little bit of dirt being kicked up by, I'm not sure whether that was one of the Wolfbrook Porsches, through the centre of the circuit. Race leader approaches again down at turn 4. Schelp in nice close company with him. Schelp taking a sort of a narrower approach through that corner. Gets good drive off it. Marco's up nice and close to him here.
Look here. See, Marco's just showing the nose. He's just trying to intimidate Jared here into a bit of a mistake. He obviously, Marco very experienced
yeah,
in his racing. He knows all that race car. To show the nose, sometimes they make that little bit of a mistake.
6 comes through. That's another of our drive-throughs ticked. And I think the other one was Martin Dippy, Aaron Slight, was it not?
He's still out there. So I think Aaron and Martin are actually in different cars in this race. So Aaron's in the number 1 car, I think, and Martin
well played.
in the 991. They're sharing the car in the 3 hour, but having a go each here in the 1 hour.
Well played. So just looking down at the final turn, Schelp again goes sort of shallow, gets nice drive there.
He's close here too. It's closest that he's been in the race, so he's going to have another go. That you would think. Ryan's now caught the back of Ben by, so he's trying to clear Ben as fast as he can.
A little bit later under brakes by Marco Schelp. Not much. Just looking at the way that those tail lights illuminated as they went into one. Ryan Wood gets by another car now.
A bit of team play going here. Nice hand off from Ben there. He just lifted a little bit, eased the throttle, let Ryan took around the outside up to turn 1 there, so nice team play there.
That's management coming from the lane too, isn't it? I mean, let's be honest. If you've got a good crew of people around you, they're reading that aspect of the race and they're looking for that sort of support, aren't they?
Definitely. They've said fighting. If Ben was to fight Ryan, it would hurt his race more than will probably hurt Ryan's race.
Yeah.
So they know Ryan's got the pace. They work well as a team, so he's just learned. He'll now tuck in behind Ryan, try and learn a few things, and try and use Ryan as a bit of a carrot to chase down, to try and get a little bit more pace down and chase the cars down in front.
Meantime, Mitre 10 Trade Racing Porsche 991 comes through the lane. That's Martin Dippy. So those 3 drive-through penalties have now been served, those infringements. Best time of the race so far belongs to Ryan Wood, a 1 minute 22.594. Got down in qualifying to a 21.1.
So I think Ryan will actually be hoping that Marco and Jared start fighting a bit more aggressively, because the more they fight, the slower they'll go, and the more chance Ryan will have to run them down. He's got a couple more cars to clear, so he's got the Collins Mustang and the 2 Mark cars, really, the Mark 1 and the Mark 2 to clear. before he has clear track up to the 2 Porsches leading this race.
20 minutes remain. In fact, 19 now. 19 minutes left in this 1 hour for classes C and D. Final round of the Carter's Tyres South Island Endurance Championship. A young man on a mission in 5th place, hoping to make a clean sweep, but he's got a lot of ground to cover and some fast cars, some experienced drivers to get by. This is a big mission for him. Meantime, riding that curb, maybe going off.
Big dive from the Collins Mustang here, which will actually help Ryan. He might actually get them both in one scoop here. He's got the Mickles car straight away.
That's actually good driving by Jordan Mickles, isn't it?
He was very, very aware of what was going on. He just checked the throttle a little bit to not run into the back of Ryan, but and not turn down on the Collins Mustang as well, because that was a very, very late dive.
Powerful car, this Mark Mustang. Ryan looking left and right. He wants to get it done.
Marco here having a go. Marco's got the lead.
Change.
Then Jared's having a go back.
Traffic. Shelp at the last minute threaded the eye of the needle with some lap traffic, which I think was Aaron Slight, who held position. Nice job, Aaron, but it required a quick choice by Marco.
Yes, into the first of the S's, Jared just wasn't quite up enough. He had to check up a little bit, and Marco, his wise head, just crossed him over, got the run to the next corner, and then could thread the needle between Jared and Aaron as well.
Ryan is now clear of the Sam Collins Mustang. Lights ablaze for our series leader. He has 3 from 3. Can he make it 4? 17 and a half minutes remain in this second 1 hour of the weekend. We look to Marco Shelp is getting on with it. He looked exhausted. He looked tired in recent rounds of the championship when he got out of that car, fighting some of these youngsters. Jared did a super job last time out at Invercargill, getting on the podium in that car as well. But he's got the bit between the teeth here, Marco Shelp, hasn't he?
Marco, he hasn't liked losing. He doesn't like losing. So he's been wanting to have a chance to win all year, and Ryan's obviously been ultra consistent and ultra fast, but now that Marco's got that chance, I think it'll be very, very hard to get it off him. You saw how aggressive and defence he was at the national round last year as well.
Yes, Highlands, so
if Ryan does get to him, it's not going to be an easy job. It won't be an easy pass like he made on Jared at the start of the race.
There are some younger competitors in this, and then there are experienced guys like Marco, and his experience is not just here in New Zealand, we should point out as well. He's raced abroad, hasn't he?
Most of it's overseas.
Yeah.
So obviously he's done the 24 hours at Nürburgring a lot of times. Obviously one of the biggest races in the world, one of the hardest races in the world. You know, pitch black through some of the craziest roads race cars will ever drive
20+ kilometre lap.
Exactly.
You know? Yeah.
So he's done that for so many years. So he's using all that experience now to try and maximise what he's got to try and take this win.
Here is the story for you if you are listening on Facebook. Our race leader has just gone through turn 1, and Ryan Wood in 3rd place was coming out of the final turn. Now, we're getting the debris flag being shown or waved at Jordan Mickles just in relation to that trailing bodywork. So the officials now have reacted to that. I think they've let it go for a number of laps. Will he have to pit and have some work done on it?
He will. I find it's a little bit harsh on Jordan. What's dangling is not something that's going to... I think it's going to hang on for the rest of the race.
Okay.
It is trailing, but it's not...
It's been there for a number of laps, hasn't it?
Exactly.
So,
I don't think it's going to fly off. And it's only a light piece of bodywork too. It's not like it's something heavy or metallic that's going to damage anything. So, unfortunately, a little bit tough on Jordan. I think there's nothing he could have done. And like I said, I don't think that bodywork's going to fly off or anything and affect the race too much. But they've made the call. They've given him the meatball flag. So I think he will have to come and address that in the lane.
Meantime, to your point about Marco Shelp, he's put maybe another 6 car lengths on Jared Owens. He is going for it. Here comes Ryan, heading toward turn 10, down toward turn 11. Race leader Marco Shelp's just about to cross the start-finish line. So he is making inroads, but we only have 15 minutes left in this race.
Yeah, at the moment, at the pace, it's not going to be enough. So he needs to find another gear here, Ryan. And he has on that lap. So he's pulled 2 seconds out on that lap. So that's what he needs to do here. He needs to start keeping that pace up. He's got pretty clear road up to the 2 cars in front now. So just head down, keep being consistent, keep putting those laps in.
What a great display this is. What a great story. Would be amazing to think that Marco Shelp could deny him the clean sweep. All that experience, and he's got the eyes on Marco Shelp at the moment. Jared Owens closed a little bit there. Maybe a car length or 2. Bit of traffic for them to contend with. We go back to Ryan Wood in 3rd place. We'll compare the lap times for you. So Ryan, as Tom's pointed out, last time by a 1 minute 22.6. and our leader, a low 24. Mickles has pitted to get rid of that bodywork. Shame. But anyway, you've got to do, I guess, what...
Exactly.
Yeah.
Just looking at the sectors, are very, very similar through Sector 1, the top 3 cars. Ryan pulls back another second in the middle sector.
Amazing.
So he's on a mission here. So that middle sector is where Ryan's making up a lot of the time. So he just needs to keep his head down. And it's sort of the first time he'll really get a clear look at Jared and Marco in front of him as well.
So the poor Chevy, Jared Owens had to sort of find the right moment to get around that car. And I think that might have held Jared up just a little bit, because the V8 powered Porsche is strong in certain places around the track here. Now Ryan enters turn 1, so he is gradually closing. He'll be able to see and sense, and Jimmy Hewlett will be telling him the gap to Jared Owens in second position.
Yeah, so another second last lap. So he's pulled out of Marco, so it's down to 8 seconds now.
As they sit, we're getting word from Kate Patton, who is, as those of you that are close to the sport will know, does an amazing job in the administrative and secretarial duties with this championship. Marco and Jared, as they sit, will finish second and third in the championship. So Ryan has a healthy buffer, first overall at the moment.
So it looks like the 777, the Collins Mustang, is getting a black and white flag as well here. So not sure what that's for, but that's being displayed on the front straight now for the Collins Mustang.
Worth explaining what that is to the black and white flag for people that are unaware of it that are listening.
So that's a bad sportsmanship flag, so it's a warning. It's saying you've overstepped. A lot of time it's used for track limits, to say you've exceeded track limits too many times, which isn't generally a factor too much around here, but whether he's done something else where he's impeded somebody, something like that they've deemed to be his fault, so he's given a warning. And if he does it again, then he'll get a black flag.
Bit of traffic for Owens again to get by. Down into turn 1 for Ryan Wood. Marco Schelp, incidentally, is through that bunch, that group of traffic, and has a bit of clear air.
Yeah, well, it's down to under 5 seconds now to out to the from Ryan up to the leader. So another 3 seconds last lap with that traffic that's impeded Marco. And
you can see it. You can see it here now. For those of you that are trackside, this is what Tom's talking about, comparing the lap times, but you can visually see the closing rate. He is flying, Ryan Wood.
Will be on the back of Jared by the end of this lap almost. He's that fast through the infield. But like I said, I don't think he's going to get as easy run past Marco if he ever gets to him. And I'm sure Jared won't make it as easy as what he did the first time around either. He obviously got caught off guard a little bit at the start when Ryan had to go into turn 1. So Jared's probably going to try and make it a little bit harder this time as well.
11.5 minutes remain in this second 1 hour race. Final round of the Carter's Tyres South Island Endurance Championship. Ryan Wood, hoping to make it a clean sweep, is within striking distance now of Jared Owens in second place. Jared's blue, green and silver Porsche 997 Cup S. Ryan a little shallower on the line, gets the power down. They run onto the main straight here at Ruapuna. Lights ablaze for both of them. Marco Schelp has buffer, has advantage. Wood looking for a run into turn 1. He won't be close enough for a pass there, but can he gain a little bit of ground? Maybe a fraction later under brakes. He is close now.
He is right on him now. So now the margin means nothing. Ryan is on his bumper. He now has to find a spot to get past. Try and get a run through pothole, see if he can ever go into the hairpin here. He's got a better run, but still I think a little bit too far back to ever go into the hairpin this time.
Bit of traffic for Marco Schelp to contend with as well.
Jared's run wide and has opened the door.
Oh, up on the curb.
Side.
Up on the curb for Ryan Wood. Got it up just fractionally on 2 wheels, and he gets by up into second position. He moves by Jared Owens now.
Yeah, Jared just trying to obviously not let Ryan have the chance to outbrake him and just running just a little bit too deep. And Ryan got stopped and turned back inside him and got their run out.
You can see Lindsay O'Donnell there in that brand new McLaren, that GT4 570S, that papaya and black car. Now already our race leader, Marco Schelp, is by. Ryan approaching the McLaren now.
Yeah, Marco needs to get through these cars as quickly as he can and hope Ryan gets held up by them. It's give him another couple of laps before Ryan gets to him. So a big bundle of cars coming up for Marco to pass on this lap.
9.5 minutes remain. He's by the McLaren. Sneaks down the inside of the next car ahead of him. Meantime, Marco Schelp crosses the start-finish line. Ryan Wood gunning for race win number 4 from as many starts, but he's got to get by the very experienced Marco Schelp. Schelp in some traffic.
Yeah,
Ryan closing.
Actually, Marco did the best job he could then. He maximised what he had there. Obviously, quite a bundle into turn 1. He did a very, very good job to clear them as quickly as he did. Ryan's now been compromised at potholes, so it's kind of toing and froing now a little bit, that gap. But no cars in between them at the moment. Marco still has some cars to lap.
What a drive by Ryan Wood. He gets by Martin Dippy. He gets by Aaron Slight. Jared Owens now trying to get by them. Owens holding down 3rd position. Ryan Wood heading, what are we talking in gap terms now?
Probably 10
car lengths, exactly,
yeah,
mate. And a car in between them too, we should point out.
And still 3 more cars for Marco to get past as well before he has a bit of clear space.
Just a little update for you as well. Craig Baird's Carrera Cup lap record at this venue is a 1 minute 23.476. One of the legends of New Zealand motorsport. Ryan Wood is a second under that marker. So just underscoring the talent of this young bloke as he continues the mission, which won't be easy to get by Marco Schelp with 8 minutes remaining. He's broken the lap record and done so convincingly.
Yeah, so one more car for Marco to pass here, and Ryan still has those 3 cars before they get into a little bit of clear track. The gap is still coming down there, 1.8 seconds first to second now.
What are we talking? 7.5 minutes remaining. Gee, this is going to be good. Marco, I think, clearing one of the last cars in this group of 4 as Ryan approaches them. He's on the back of, I think, Alan Dippy's Porsche now. Then he's got to get by the Ginetta. And then that V8-powered Toyota 86. Marco Schelp has cleared them, I should say.
Yeah, Ryan needs to get past this Ginetta before they get to the infield, which I think he'll do down here into turn 4. And then hope the 86 doesn't hold him up through the infield here, but I think he's going to be all right.
Terrific insights from Tom Alexander, who's joining us for the coverage of this race. Great knowledge of the venue and this class of racing, and he's done some tremendous things across the ditch in Australia as well. Nice to have his expert commentary for this one. The focus, there's lots of class battles going on here, ladies and gentlemen, but the focus, as you can appreciate, with just under 7 minutes remaining now, is what is happening up in front. The title looks like going Ryan Wood's way, but he wants to do it by winning every race in the series. He gets by that 86. He's got Marco Schelp in his sights. Gap might be about 8 car lengths now. Schelp looks fast. Over the start-finish line, both of them, down into turn 1.
And you look up in front, there's a couple of cars, but not much lap traffic's coming up to the end of this race. So it's going to be a proper shootout here.
That lap record has staggered me. That's really impressive. We know how good Craig Baird is in the history of New Zealand motorsport, and especially in these type of cars. So that's a really good performance from this young. He's making a clear statement here of intent, isn't he?
Oh, 100%. When there's a lot of people that aren't racing, that are trying to make their name, he's racing, he's doing the job, he's getting his name out there. So he couldn't be asked him doing much better.
What do you want as a driver in this moment from the likes of a Jimmy Hewlett or someone in pit lane? Just to be left alone, do your thing, you're in your world? What do you want?
Now that he's on the back of Marco, it's now leave him alone, let him do his job. He's got the eyes on. He knows what he has to do. He needs to get to Marco. He'll be now working out where he's better.
Yeah.
Even when he was 10 seconds back, he'll be looking
for the marker, looking for the marker.
And going, okay, I'm much quicker than him there, so that's where you focus on. There's no point being close where he's better.
Yeah.
You've got to work on getting nice and close where your car's better, so you can
execute
that, exactly. Use where you're strong to make the pass.
Great to have you with us wherever you're watching right around New Zealand, or listening, I should say, via Facebook. 5 minutes to go in this race. Ryan Wood is in second. And now, honestly, Tom, what are we talking? Maybe 2-3 car lengths. That's all it is. That's all it is between them. Marco Schelp leads this race. The very experienced Marco Schelp from the youngster. He gets maybe a little bit more speed through that section as he chases. When you're in this moment and you can sense it, he's so close now, under brakes.
Under brakes makes up a lot of ground on Marco. Obviously, first sector, they've been pretty similar, but this is where Ryan's been strong. So Marco now will be looking at his mirrors, and Ryan is just looking forward. Obviously, he'll be trying to intimidate Marco. not the easiest thing to do with Marco.
No,
He's not frightened by many things, but straight away, as soon as he got to him, he showed the nose. So he's trying to force that mistake on Marco.
Marco in response, though, as you say,
100%.
unfazed. We've got...
Marco is going to love this. He loves the fight.
Relishes it.
He relishes it. This is what he is, a racer at heart.
Yeah.
So he loves the chance to win a race. He loved that fight with Whitaker and that at the national round.
Looking down the
Straight
inside.
Away, Marco's not going to let it happen that easily. So
they're at the final turn. Marco goes a fraction deeper. Ryan goes shallower. It's going to be a drag race here. This is for the race lead. Ryan Wood wrestles the race lead from Marco Schelp. Schelp not giving up, though, as they run down into turn 1. Brilliant stuff. The youngster is back in front and eyeing up win number 4. What a drive.
yeah, really well done by Ryan there. He squared it up. Marco obviously went deep to try and not let Ryan down the inside, but it pushed him wide on exit. Ryan got it stopped, got it turned, got the car straighter on the exit, and then got the drive out down the main straight.
Fittingly, our podium, as it currently stands, will be the top 3 in the championship, based on the last message I think that I got from Kate Padden too. So that's the way it... we're not done yet, folks. We have 3 minutes and 11 seconds remaining. What a mighty drive from Ryan Wood, with seemingly a hand tied behind his back. We've got a car off down at turn 1. It's spun on the approach to turn 2.
Safety car's getting ready as well, so we might... Unfortunately, it might finish under safety car, which would be a real shame.
It's one of the Porsches.
Is it one of the...
I can't see the number at this distance, I'm sorry. But it has spun
It looks
around.
like it might be Ben Byers,
Is it Ben Byers? You could be right.
Maybe red headlights in there.
Yes, it is. It is, red headlights. And it's backed in to the sand trap. I'm not sure if it's actually up against the tyre wall there on the approach to 2, but it's looped around. And we're set to have... Safety car intervenes. The Nissan GTR intervenes.
How crucial was that pass by Ryan?
Massively.
1 lap later, if Marco could have held maybe 1 lap longer, we could have a completely different result. So he had to get it done as quickly as he could, and he got it done. And obviously now safety car looks like, I would say, will probably now finish under safety car. What
a story. We've got 2 minutes remaining. Hey, we should do the right thing and let you go, mate. You've got to get set for racing today. We wish you all the very best for the 3-hour winners at the Timaru round of the championship. We know the car looks in good shape.
Thank you. No, we'll try and get that Blackpool Markets GTR up on the podium again today. Hopefully the top step. But we're looking forward to a good fight. You know, I rate Damon highly as a driver. Glenn's obviously incredible in these cars, so I just can't wait to get out there and start fighting with them up the front.
Go to it, mate. Get suited up, and thanks for chatting to us
guys.
today. Some awesome insights there. Tom Alexander, we look like, as he points out, with 1:41 remaining, that we may finish this one under safety car. So, as Geordie Peters gets set to rejoin us here, we'll be down on the start-finish line very soon with our top 3. But it does look as though, because they have not recovered that Porsche down there yet, which we think is Ben Byers, that we will be probably finishing this under safety car. 1:13 remains. That would mean 4 victories from as many starts in the Carter's Tyre South Island Endurance Championship for Ryan Wood. In doing so, some record-breaking performances along the way, smashing lap records, winning by convincing margins. Today, the margin between first and second will be close. But as the story unfolded, it was a crucial move, given the safety car we now have, for Ryan Wood. We hope this, and if they are indeed watching in Australia or listening in Australia, that you're aware of the talent of this young man and the footsteps he would love to pursue globally, of those that have gone before him here from New Zealand. Very fast, very good form, has had some good guidance along the way as well from the crew down there on the 40. We're got the checkered flag, I think, at the ready here. It will finish under safety car. For those of you that have gathered trackside, would you please show your appreciation for an incredible drive today and a title that has been run and won, 4 straight victories. Congratulations, Ryan Wood. He does it here at Ruapuna. Tremendous fight from Marco Schelp. And Jared Owens, who was on the podium last time out, does it again here in the final round of the series. And crucially, that is great for his top 3 bid in this series too. Some amazing stories coming from this 1 hour. And we'll head down trackside very shortly so that you can hear from the top 3. Attention will then, of course, start to turn to the 3 hour. But what an entree we've enjoyed here today from the first of our 2 1-hour races, with Reece Gould taking it out in the Signature Homes Hyundai TCR, and we'll update the point standings for you there because it was deadlocked at the end of that first race. But Ryan Wood, dominance in classes C and D to win that 1 hour. Well done. Just getting ready to walk out onto the main straight here at Mike Perro Motorsport Park. Kate, can we grab a quick word with you just on those final standings? Great stuff by Ryan in terms of the record-breaking pace that you highlighted and the marker that used to be held by Craig Baird, but super job by the likes of Jared Owens and Marco Schopp today too.
Yeah, definitely. They definitely held off Ryan for as long as they could, but his pace is just incredible. And that really showed at the end. That pass in the only remaining laps really saved him, and he finished first, which was lucky considering we finished under safety car. So he'll be stoked. 4 from 4. I haven't checked, but potentially all the race lap records as well. So phenomenal. But all the boys have just done a wonderful job. They're so fast.
Amazing. For the fans that have gathered here and those that are listening via Facebook, can we clarify? We know that Ryan's won it with those 4 straight wins. What about second and third in the title race?
Yeah, so second and third is how it ended. Marco finishes in second and Jared Owen finishes in third.
Very good. Makes it easy for someone like me with the podium presentation, which will bring you very shortly. We're waiting for them to join us here. And just a chance for some of the drivers in our lunch break that is to come to rest, recuperate, rehydrate before many of them will get back behind the wheel for the 3 hour. It's a big afternoon of racing here. I hope you're enjoying it, whether you're trackside or watching via Facebook. Nice applause at this venue as well. Some nice, generous support and recognition of our top 3 and what they've done in this series. And importantly for this young man, put your hands together, please, ladies and gentlemen, as he approaches very proudly position number 1 in car 40. Marco Schopp pulls up as well. And so does Jared Owens. Why don't we kick this off? Just wrapped up the second 1 hour here at Mike Perro Motorsport Park, and what a race it was. Fittingly, the top 3 in the race reflect the top 3 in the championship. So why don't we dive in and have a word with third place today. He was on the podium last time out as well. Great drive, Jared Owens. That was awesome. What a finish to this race, and what a finish to the title race as well. How good does that feel?
Yeah, that was awesome. Loved it. Absolutely loved it.
Getting the congratulations here from Marco Schopp. Yeah, well done. Great camaraderie. Marco, stay here. Come. I mean, it was a great. I mean, you guys are going to do something in the 3 hour together very shortly. Yeah. Was it intimidation? What were you expecting from him?
He was being very kind, and we were just going at it. It was awesome. Yeah. Same cars. It's awesome.
You and I spoke, of course, last time out when you were on the podium. It must feel nice to wrap up the championship this way. Top 3 result and a podium again. Well done.
Absolutely. Thank you. And thanks to my team, awesome team, and all my sponsors and everybody that helps me out. Bloody awesome.
Yeah, exactly. Damn awesome. Go and enjoy some champagne and some silverware. You relish those moments, don't you? You love those fights, whether it's with the likes of Jared and with this young fella over here. You had a real good go today, didn't you?
Honestly, with Ryan, I can't fight. He's just too quick, hey? Yeah. 17 years old. Oh, he's great. He's great.
Nice to be able to think.
Jared gave me 500s in quali. Unbelievable. He's such a good driver, and that's the reason why I said, hey, let's do the 3 hour together.
Very, very cool. What's it mean? I mean, given the finish that we've had to this series, for you to walk away with a top 3 against the caliber of competition you've just detailed here, pretty good.
Yeah, well, Ryan is another level. But I'm 60. I do it for fun, and I love it, and I'm still pretty okay. I think. Did my PB in quali, so I'm happy as.
You underrate yourself. 60 going on 21. Well done. There he is. There he is, Marco Schopp. Why don't we have a word? Here he is over here getting the congratulations from Jimmy Hewlett.
Here's engineer. Come on over here, young fella. Hey, well done. That is super. How's that feel?
Yeah, no, that's probably one of the coolest races I've done in my life. So, yeah, pretty cool to top it off with a win. Didn't look like it was going to happen today after the pit stop dilemma, but it is what it is.
What went through your mind over that final 20 minutes? Like, you clearly went like a scalded cat. Was Jimmy saying, hey, think title? Were you like, no, I'm going to go for it? What was happening?
Jimmy was saying title before the race, but when we were in that situation, he wasn't. So we just went real hard and, yeah, came away with what we wanted, and everyone just drove, yeah, real clean. I was, yeah, pretty happy.
In the final analysis, the pass that you were ultimately able to make to grab the race win with the safety car coming out, I mean, you had to do it then, the way the cards have fallen, didn't you?
Yeah, I knew there was going to be people making mistakes. That race was quite hard, you know, it's quite technical. The only break you get is down the front chute. So I knew something might have happened, so I was like, as soon as I get to Marco, I'm just going to put a move. Fortunately enough, put him into a little error and then, yeah, had the lap car. So it just played right into my hands.
4 straight wins, lap records along the way. Today you have broken Craig Baird's marker at this venue by a second. How about that?
Yeah, no, it's pretty cool. There's still a lot more we want to achieve, but this was our little goal and we've ticked it now. And yeah, so we'll just keep punching on forward and hopefully head over Dodds.
Good on you. What in terms of you know, having that silverware today with that mission that you've just detailed that you wanted to, how important was it to have that today?
I think if I came 3rd or 4th, not many people would have remembered that drive, so I knew I had to go for the win. I was already halfway up after lap 1, so I was like, well, I'm already here, so let's just give it a shot.
Congratulations. Time to go and enjoy some champagne and some trophies, mate. That has been thoroughly a joy to watch and call. Well done.
Thank you, Rusty.
There he is, Ryan Wood, winner of the 1 hour series for classes C and D. A mighty performance, huge story this. Podium is about to get underway here, and we've got the 3 hour to come as well. Stick around.
Okay, guys.
All right, you.
I tried to stay out of your way.
No, you're right. All good. Our top 3 are gathering here for some photos with the official photographers and media that are on the start-finish straight. Then we'll hand over the trophies and present the champagne. There'll be a brief break here, ladies and gentlemen, too, before we reset for the 3 hour. We'll just wrap this up and we'll take a commercial break in between the champagne and the start of the build-up to the start of the 3 hour for you. So cars are about to be sent back to pit lane here. Final of the photographs about to happen with a very, very happy top 3 here. There is only one thing left to do in this 1 hour now. Gentlemen, crack that champagne after we get our final photos here. While the champagne's about to be sprayed here, I'm going to have a quick word to Jimmy Hewlett. How good is this young fellow? And that today just underscores, just sums it up, doesn't it?
That's a pretty special performance, Rusty, I reckon. The situation of the pit stop, we're going to blame at my feet. That was my balls up. So I got on the radio to them after the safety car and said, righto, son, we got some work to do here. Let's get on with it. And hey, full credit, he just fucking did it. I cut it fine though, didn't we?
Yeah, you did it all right. We're gonna have to get off the main straight here. What I did want to ask you about in the grand scheme of things of what he wants to go on and do here, how valuable is this result here today? How much will it help?
Oh, mate, it's in terms of a learning experience, it's incredible. So what he's doing out there, he's trying to do qualifying laps, passing slower cars, passing cars he's racing with, chasing down the leader as a learning experience, and to pull it off, a pretty awesome job.
Well done to you and to everyone in the team there too, mate. James Marshall Racing, awesome stuff. James Marshall Motorsport. We're going to grab a commercial break here in our coverage on Facebook. We'll be back with the 3 Hour very soon. G'day everybody, Greg Rust with you for another edition of Catching Up with the Kiwis for Motorsport New Zealand. Thank you very much for all your feedback in recent months. We have had some great guests along the way, everybody from Scott Dixon to Emma Gilmore. Today, we want to focus on the next generation, a bright young star on the New Zealand motorsport scene, and we are delighted to welcome James Penrose. How are you, mate?
Yeah, great, Rusty. How are you?
Fantastic. Firstly, motorsport is in the family. It is in the bloodlines, isn't it? Tell us a bit about that.
Yeah, sure. I mean, Dad's been into motorsport for a long time now, and I was very fortunate enough.
G'day everybody, Greg Rust with you for another edition of Catching Up with the Kiwis for Motorsport New Zealand. Thank you very much for all your feedback in recent months. We have had some great guests along the way, everybody from Scott Dixon to Emma Gilmore. Today, we want to focus on the next generation, a bright young star on the New Zealand motorsport scene, and we are delighted to welcome James Penrose. How are you, mate?
Yeah, great, Rusty. How are you?
Fantastic. Firstly, G'day everybody, Greg Rust with you for another edition of Catching Up with the Kiwis for Motorsport New Zealand. Thank you very much for... Hi everybody, Greg Rust with you for another edition of Catching Up with the Kiwis. We're delighted this time to deviate just slightly from the traditional competitor path and talk about someone who's been a very prominent volunteer in the sport, so much so that they won Volunteer of the Year at the Motorsport New Zealand Awards night very recently in Christchurch. Jo Mulder, hello.
Hi Greg, thanks for having me.
It's fantastic to talk to you. Firstly, we'll get to your role, a very significant role with D1NZ in a moment, but what got you started on the whole path of perhaps being involved in a very important role of the sport, but on the other side of the pit wall and other parts of the track?
Yeah, so initially when D1NZ was in its grassroots phase, I had a lot of friends who were competing. So I'd be along at every event anyway. I actually bought my first drift car myself in 2008. Dabbled in that a little bit. I'm not any good, but it's fun to do. And then a few years later, I just started helping out as I became good friends with the people running the events, and they needed help. So I started flag marshalling, then got underway helping with the documentation, then went out and helped in pit lane, became the head of grid basically, and from there Brendan just needed an extra hand, someone he could rely on in race control so that he could sort of deviate to other parts of the business. And so yeah, for the past 3 years I've been running race control for D1.
Very cool. I work with Brendan White in another capacity with some circuit racing stuff. He's a younger promoter and loves the game immensely. His passion is quite infectious, isn't it? So what was the trigger point though that made you buy that car? What was that car, and what made you say, yeah, let's I want to have a crack at drifting?
Oh, it was just really the fun thing to do. Everyone was doing it. It was 2008, so it was an old Nissan Safiro. It was automatic at the time, and it did a manual conversion. It was turbo, and it was just a lot of fun to have a street car that I could drive to the racetrack, have a bit of fun, and drive home again.
Did you get as much of a buzz from that other side? I mean, you've just detailed some of the different facets of the game that you have worked in and now work in. Was it, is it as, it seems as though it's very rewarding for you in that sense?
It is, yeah. Like with most things, the best part about it is, you get to know the competitors and you get to watch them, do well and do amazing, incredible things that sort of defy all odds when it comes to drifting, basically, just things that people shouldn't be able to do with their cars, and you're watching them just get better and better, and it's just a real buzz to watch your friends, and they become like a second family, grow and compete and do just incredible things, and you're right alongside them, helping keep them safe and trying to encourage them all to do well.
There is a very strong female presence involved on, in the administrative and officialing side in this country, in all different forms of motorsport, isn't there?
Yeah, it's I mean, it could always be more, but it's great to see a good amount of diversity. I'm trying to bring some younger blood through as well.
Well, tell me a little bit more about that and what you're doing to perhaps inspire and encourage and things like that. I know colleagues in Australia often talk about it being the best seat in the house, don't they?
Yeah, it is. I've had the pleasure of going over and helping run an event in Australia as well. And again, there's lots of females there. It's just any opportunity I've got to let people know about ways to get involved officially or informally as well. I'm just encouraging it because a lot of people, unless their friends or family are doing it, think that it's something that's out of their reach. But I mean, anyone can get involved and show their passion. It just really takes someone who's going to be there, be reliable, show up, do the right thing at the right time, and try to learn how to make those good decisions and sort of build their way up within the hierarchy of an event management, basically.
And a little bit of, that great work ethic that everyone in your team seems to have, from the endless pack-ins and pack-outs. There's some hard work involved, but if you love the game, that pays back in other ways when you get to see the competition and you get to be actively involved in it.
Yeah, and along the way, we've seen some amazing international competitors come over and compete, and you get to meet them, which are sort of like the stars of the sport internationally. And also we've travelled to Australia and met a whole lot of incredible drivers over there as well. So yeah, it opens up some amazing opportunities, and yeah, highly recommend it.
Tell me, I mean, obviously, I think you're a mum too, is that right? And you've got, a business. So, I mean, it's quite a juggle, isn't it?
It is, yeah. My business actually is building predominantly drift cars. Okay. So it fits in quite well.
Yep.
And yeah, it's mine and my husband's passion. So he doesn't mind, of course, sharing the load of childcare when I've got to go away for an event weekend. Yeah, he doesn't mind. He back, and that's what he does as well. He builds race cars, and then sometimes when we have international drivers come over, he'll help run their car sort of in the team. And I mean, when we're not at doing official events or building cars in the workshop, we've got our own cars out on track. So it's pretty much what we do.
Where would you like it to go within the balance of all that? Because family is obviously important to you. You have a business and so on, but you're immersed in this. You love it. What's the next step? So at the moment, race control, D1NZ, very prominent and important role, and I would imagine that Brendan would love to keep you in that because it is such an important part of his show. But what's on the wish list for you? Maybe 5 years down the track on the motorsport side.
I'm sitting my clerk of the course certificate qualification next month, so getting that. And I've seen you at the endurance racing that I've had the pleasure of sitting in race control and helping Deb as well. So I'm, rather than stepping back with the family, I'm looking to diversify and get more involved in more events and anything that I can be a part of. It's in your blood, so.
Good on you. I mean, and it becomes, as is so often the case when you talk to other people in the paddock, it's a family game, isn't it? So family end up when it's like that, you are a group of families all together sharing that same passion.
Yeah, that's the one.
All right, let's. So, knowing that you want to tick that box and move up, is that how full on is that process of trying to get that tick so you can do that role?
Motorsport New Zealand are making it quite easy now. Bruce has got all this online training, so I'm signed up for that. It's sort of do it at your own pace, and then just a final Zoom meeting, I think, at the end of it. So I'm hoping that it won't be too hard to get my foot on the bottom ladder and go from there and attend more events and get more qualified. I don't know. I'm not really sure how it
works. The live TV means that we are, now quite intrusive. We want to take the audience into every aspect of motorsport, and that often means peeking into race control and hearing and seeing what they're up to and so on. Is that side of things okay for you? How do you find that?
Yeah, that's fine. I was up there when you came in and interviewed Deb at the endurance series.
Hampton Downs.
Yes, it can be quite full on. So, as long as there's nothing happening on the track during an actual drift event, then I'd be more than happy to have you up there.
It's got to be a thing where, in addition to having that qualification, if you like, from Motorsport New Zealand, it obviously needs sort of leadership skills and good people skills and so on. Has that stuff been something that you've developed over time as well, or has that kind of come naturally through business and life and so on?
I guess it's probably come naturally, and that's probably how I've ended up in that role. But it's always something I'm working on. I used to go up and down the pits, for lack of a better word, yelling at the drivers where they needed to be and get here and go here and do this, and I need this from you now. So that sort of a leadership style I've had to pull back on a bit, have to be use a little bit of a sugar to get my way with some of the drivers and the officials even. Learned a bit of a tact over the time.
Good for you. Final one. If you would love to send a little bit of a message to younger male and female, people in the sport that perhaps would like to do this, maybe steer them in the direction. What's the best way they can kind of get started? Obviously, Motorsport New Zealand has a terrific website and social media platforms, but there's it's not a hard process to come and be a part of, is it?
No, and there's many promoters out there having many different kinds of events. Really, as an attendee, anyone can see what sort of cars and what sort of vibe of any event that they go to, and it's really just a matter of getting to know other people that are volunteering and asking how they can get involved. I went to an event on the weekend just gone, and they had at least 30 volunteers. It was incredible, but you need that sometimes for events of a large size to be able to pull them off. So, I mean, there's plenty of room for people to come and get involved. Either get to know people from a specific event or go directly through Motorsport New Zealand. And I know that Deb has a fantastic team of motorsport volunteers, and she can pull those people across any different types of events. I mean, I'm keen to get involved in more rally and more circuit racing and that kind of thing as well. So I'm sure I just need to ask the question and it'll be able to make it happen.
Well done. In wrapping this up, drifting globally, I mean, it's not new. It's been around for some time now. But in the stable, if you like, of traditional circuit racing or rallying, as you mentioned there a moment ago, it is the newer face, if you will. Has it been embraced? And you mentioned Deb and so on. It's nice to see some crossover. Everyone learning in that regard.
Yeah. For a while there, we did feel like drifting with the people did. With a genre that people didn't want at their racetracks, and we weren't, quite so embraced. But I mean, certainly in recent years, Motorsport New Zealand have been great in helping us enable more, getting more events and getting more traction. And of course, having crossing to live TV, we've really felt that we've stepped up to that tier, and we're able to align ourselves better with the traditional motorsport schemes, as we can all unite and work together and grow basically Motorsport New Zealand as a whole, because the talent that we've got here as drivers and officials is just incredible when you see how they perform around the world. It's quite cool to be a part of New Zealand motorsport as a whole.
Volunteer of the Year. That's got a great kind of ring to it, and thoroughly deserving. Were you surprised? What did you think? What was your reaction?
I knew I was up for a nomination, but didn't think that I would get it when you're sitting in I attended the AGM conference as well. So you're sitting in a room of 100 volunteers at any one time, and everyone is so passionate and so dedicated to what they do, and they pull off some amazing things. So didn't think that I was going to take the award, but very, very humbled and pleased to do so. And it sort of reinforces that wanting to do more and give back and get more involved.
Richly deserved. So well done.
Thank you.
There, Jo Mulder, lovely to chat with you, and I hope that our conversation here in the latest edition of Catching Up with the Kiwis maybe inspires you to go and check out the Motorsport New Zealand website or head to their social media platforms and talk to people that are in the game. We'd love to see you trackside and experiencing it and learning what is a great asset for the entire game. It is, as many often say, the best seat in the house. Stay tuned. We will have another edition of Catching Up with the Kiwis right here real soon. Bye for now. G'day everybody, Greg Rust with you for another edition of Catching Up with the Kiwis for Motorsport New Zealand. Thank you very much for all your feedback in recent months. We have had some great guests along the way, everybody from Scott Dixon to Emma Gilmore. Today, we want to focus on the next generation, a bright young star on the New Zealand motorsport scene, and we are delighted to welcome James Penrose. How are you, mate?
Yeah, great, Rusty. How are you?
Fantastic. Firstly, motorsport is in the family. It is in the bloodlines, isn't it? Tell us a bit about that.
Yeah, sure. I mean, Dad's been into motorsport for a long time now, and I was very fortunate enough to for me and my brother to be run by Dad growing up all the way through go-karts, and Matt now going off doing is winning his cross car Hill Climb Championship, and myself in Formula Ford now. So really come a long way since the early days.
I want to touch on your Formula Ford title in a moment, but first we'll just give Dad a little bit more of a pump up, because the CV for him in terms of people he's looked after is actually pretty impressive, which is great for you boys. I mean, Callum Hedge included in there, Liam Lawson and others.
Yeah, no, he looked after Hunter McRae as well, and Taylor Cockerton. So before I got in the car, he'd already had 2 or 3 national championships in Formula Ford under his belt. So really experienced engineer. So I can't thank him enough for everything he's given me.
Does it have a few testing moments? Because sometimes father and son, have pretty strong views on things. But I mean, he's a great inspiration, a great source for you to draw on, isn't he?
Yeah, definitely. No, he's been fantastic all the way through go-karts. He's very and I kind of look to him for a lot of things. Very methodical, and the way he works through issues is really important into creating a winning championships, I should say. So it's and now moving forward, he's fortunate enough to be looking after another young up and coming driver in Formula Ford. So he's really very well sought after in Canada.
Now, as a young man, as you climb the ladder here, invariably it's a juggle from trying to find sponsorship and support financially and things like that to having just a normal daytime job, the kind of stuff that sets you up for professional racing life. As you talk to us, what are you doing? I think you're on a break, aren't you, at work? Is that right?
Yeah. No, the boss has been he's been nice enough to let me take my lunch break, an hour early. So I've been able to do this. But day to day, I'm a qualified mechanical engineer. So I studied at the University of Canterbury for 4 years before between go-karts and before getting back to motorsport. So day to day mechanical engineering is kind of in the blood.
That has a natural connection for the space that you play in, doesn't it? It lends itself to your racing.
Yeah, definitely. It's it goes a long way, and kind of understanding the it's part of the vehicle dynamics, and I think the interest in mechanical engineering, it really works well between motorsport and my day-to-day job. It's there's a lot of similarities that I can draw on, which is very helpful in a professional life as well.
New Zealand Formula Ford champion. That sounds great, doesn't it, when it rolls off the tongue like that? It wasn't an easy title to win though, was it? It went right to the wire.
Yeah, definitely. Matt McCutcheon, he was a great competition the whole time. And an awesome guy to compete against. We raced wheel to wheel. The whole championship, nearly every race. So you can't say, and not once did we make contact. So it was great racing, and absolutely stoked that I came away with the win in the end.
There's some great names that have won that title. Very special to be among them.
Yeah, no, I saw that Shane Van Gisbergen was on there, as Fabian Coulthard and Scott Dixon, just to name a few. So the trophy is it's got so many such history behind it, and it's just an absolute privilege to have my name on there alongside them.
We'll talk academy in a moment, but I want to get a sense of where you might like to go from from here? Are there immediate plans, short and maybe even longer term, and any tests on the horizon that you can tell us about?
Yeah, sure. I mean, so the goal for this season is to be racing in the Toyota Racing Series. So at the moment, it's we're putting a plan in place to secure funding. So it's that's a key thing for me going forward, is to be able to really draw on that funding and and really show what I've got. In the short term, I've got a test at Hampton Downs coming up as part of the National Championship winner, and that's what we've got going on.
Well done. The Elite Academy, you won the 2021 camp. That's another very cool tick in the box away from the cockpit in many ways. What were the learnings out of that, and how surprised were you about perhaps the intensity in it, or the application required to do that?
Yeah, that was definitely an experience. It was 7 days. Often starting at 6 a.m. finishing at 9 p.m. It definitely wasn't a holiday. But there's so many different workshops and strength and conditioning sessions. Some of the major learnings were kind of around media skills. We looked into mental skills and sports psychology. Nutrition and sponsorship, and we just kept on going. We didn't focus on any driver specific stuff, but it was more every other asset, facet that revolves around being a successful racing driver in motorsport.
So how will it have changed you, do you think, as you get set for Toyota and the coming years?
Definitely, I guess it's a bit of a mindset shift. They definitely talk about, one thing that they kind of help with is understanding, where you need to be mentally preparing. It's not just on the day, it's, the week leading up to make sure that once you hit the track, all you have to do is focus on, the racing. There's a lot of logistics and everything that go into a race day. So just making sure that, we're there and, we can be present on the day, to give it everything we've got.
Good on you. Put it into a sort of process sense, but be very much in the moment when the racing happens. Enjoy that. That's great. What about the dream for you, James? And what would you like to, fast forward 5 years from now? Hopefully COVID is under control. It's been annoying for all of us, I know. But what would you like to be doing, with all this armoury? Now that you've got the Formula Ford title, some other learnings from the Elite Academy, where's it headed for you?
Yeah, I'd love to be able to take my career as far as I can. I see myself in the in a supercar touring car. That would be a dream for me. It's just a lot more. There's so much opportunity in the saloon cars. All over the world. So for me, just taking it as far as I can, whether that be into supercars would be amazing. But obviously, big road to get there, and but I'm willing to put in the work to get there. So, that's where I'd like to be.
Good for you. Dedication is key, mate. Are there some heroes? I mean, you've talked about the influence that your dad has and continues to have on you, but what about some heroes? And maybe there's been a phone call or two from someone within the New Zealand motorsport community that's been good in a mentoring sense.
Yeah, absolutely. I think as far as mentors go and people to look to, you can't go past Ken Smith.
Yes.
He came out to nearly every Formula Ford meeting that we had for the national championship, and he's just got such a just a wealth of experience, and he always manages to say the right thing. When you're looking to it for advice. So Ken, for me, is one of the greats to look to.
Cool. We'll finish on a little bit of family rivalry. What's it like between you and Matt? Is it good natured, or do you wind each other up?
Yeah, well, we actually we live together, so we can't. It has to be pretty well. I've got to be I guess keep it under wraps a wee bit, but he's fantastic. He's done absolutely amazing in his own. As he's transitioned to rally. There is a bit of rivalry that comes along every now and again when we're getting on the simulator and having a crack, but he was a great mentor growing up as well, all the way through karts. So he's just he's just a great brother, a great driver as well.
Good stuff. It's probably a cliche line, James, but enjoy the journey, mate. It seems like you are, and make the most of every step. And we wish you the very best on, in the next phase, the next chapters.
Nah, thank you very much, Rusty. Appreciate that, mate.
It's been great to chat with him. There he is, a young man with a very bright future. And those media skills, I think, from the Elite Academy have paid off, haven't they? James Penrose. Don't forget, of course, you can keep up to date with all the very latest news on what's happening in motorsport here in New Zealand on the Motorsport New Zealand social media channels and our website. And we will catch up with another Kiwi driver, another Kiwi racer real soon. G'day, everybody. Greg Rust with you for another edition of Catching Up with the Kiwis for Motorsport.
They created some more. Whitley not happy. It's time out of have to dance. But this is a very accomplished field, and even the youngsters have risen their game.
Double dipper gets out there pretty clean.
Right over in front of Stuart Robertson, but lucky no.
But let's keep watching the battle while we can.
It's the champion.
Chris Simon leads. Zach Winko now with the third as Roy McConkie drops down to fifth. Close as that.
This is a very accomplished field. Oh no! Whitley finally takes his turn of winning the Grand Prix.
Third at this and these.
Oh! Big crash! That's a big crash! Hayden back ready!
Time to beat 20.047. We'll keep an eye on the sectors.
Meanwhile, Ronan Murphy comes into play. There he is in the 18th.
Unbelievable
No one would have believed the dawning of 2020. That pandemic, bubble and lockdown would become everyday language. That mask wearing in public would become compulsory. And that we couldn't travel in our country, let alone overseas. That our roads would fall quiet but for essentials. And the lovers of our sport, motorsport, could only go racing in our dreams or online. From home, from far, we would watch the toll COVID-19 would take on our lives. But it was also a year when we learnt to be a team of 5 million. Beyond expectations, circuits reopened to summer motorsport and drift kings and feats of endurance. When the border closed, we made our own race of champions. Hill climbs, rally stages, it's roared into life. When the world couldn't come to us, we showed the world what we could do. And our drivers, mechanics, engineers, officials, marshals, volunteers and fans could turn their dreams back into reality. When motorsport was back in motion.
Welcome back, everybody. Great to have you with us wherever you're listening, on Facebook, through the South Island Endurance Championship page, or through Motorsport New Zealand. And to those who have gathered in a nice socially distancing sense here at Mike Perro Motorsport Park. Lots of cars that are parked up around the venue, those that have gathered on the hill beside us here, beside the main control tower near the start-finish line. You can see some cars that are starting to get ready to leave pit lane, and that is because our main event of the day, the 3-hour, the final one in the 2021 Carter's Tyres South Island Endurance Championship, is about to get underway. Cars about to be released on track. Some of them are on double duty. Some have been in action earlier today in either of the 1-hour events. They are pairing up with various people, and fittingly, car 94, the Pugstang, leaves the lane at the head of the queue, and this, Geordie Peters, as we welcome you back, is an interesting little vehicle, a great backstory, and always lots of fun around this crew, isn't there?
Yeah, they have the sort of self-acclaimed moniker of seriously fun racing. They are serious, but they are fun, and they are therefore seriously fun. They love to have inject humour into their motorsport. I think is probably one of the better ways of putting it.
Yep, always some shenanigans going on down in the pit lane in relation to that. Now, Tim Stanton drove in the 1-hour, sharing the Pugstang in the 3-hour with the regular Buddy Leighton Tremaine, and the paint scheme on this car is a tip of the hat, a nod to the Britain motorcycle. It's a salute livery.
Yeah, I think it's quite cool. They've changed the livery up on that car, I believe, and given it something that's got a bit of New Zealand motorsport history, perhaps, although not quite 4-wheel, 2-wheel history, but still very cool nonetheless.
It's a 1994 Peugeot 106 Rally, one of 30 cars, in fact, that ran in the one-make Club Sport Series back in 1994, 95 and 96. Little 1.4-litre road car, drove to the track that weekend. I love it. I love things like this. And then at the pointy end of the scale, I mean, we have Glenn Smith and Damon Leach, who have pole position in this race in the McLaren 650S GT3. You've heard from Tom Alexander in the coverage. If you've been with us a little bit earlier with the 1 hours, Tom joined us for the second of those. He'll be pairing up with Anthony Lees in that magic new Nissan GTR, which took out the round at Timaru. We've had 3 different round winners so far. The Hamilton Asphalt's crew took things out at round 1 of the series down at Highlands in Cromwell. Lees and Alexander were brilliant when we were at Timaru. And then at Invercargill a fortnight ago, it was the McLaren of Smith and Leach. And Leach has stayed with Glenn Smith for this round of the series. The Wolfbrook Motorsport team, they are well represented with cars 888, Brooks and Milligan. And we've seen the 88 machine in action earlier today as well with Riding and Flanagan. Lots of different classes of cars in this too, from TCR machinery, even the battered machine of Hall is back in action here with Mackenzie, car 117, and we've seen them earlier in race 1 today.
Yeah, battered is the right way to put it.
Still fast.
Still
Yeah.
fast, though, and just a slight air adjustment down the side of their car on the doors there, but luckily not the important doors.
And coming up to take its spot on the grid out of position 3 is car 912, which finds itself in a very, very enviable place on the point score at the moment. So this car, this red, white and blue Allied-backed Porsche, is to be shared once again by Scott O'Donnell and Alan Dippy, the 991 GT3R. And their consistency, their regular podiums in this series means that they have a target of sorts on them in the title race. But it will be a fascinating battle up in front between the Black Bull Markets, Nissan and the McLaren. You heard Tom Alexander say before that Anthony Lees was due to start the race in this car, and that they did not want to get involved in a skirmish on the run to 1 with the Vertex McLaren. They felt as though Glenn Smith would have the advantage, the speed advantage on the front straight here, and that with 3 hours to play, the better call was to settle into a rhythm, and if they can, just hold on to that second place. Just waiting for a couple of cars to find their way into position. We've got some Super Tourer cars in this class, or this race as well. At Black Bull Markets Nissan GTR, there was meant to be more of them here a little earlier in the day. We talked about Gene Rowlandson, who was meant to join us in one of these cars, and the job that Chris Vanderdrift and Lance Hughes did at the opening round in the GTR that they have was mighty. They were there or thereabouts at most rounds of the North Island Series. A little bit of trouble for Lees getting away here. I just think it's stalled, and he engages gear, fires it up again, and away they go. So no major drama. Car 9 will take part in this one, and they fought for the podium in the last round, or the last race, I beg your pardon. Marco Schelp and Jared Owens, they now pair up together for the 3 hour here. So some cool stories to emerge. You might see the Mazda RX-8 at the back of the field. Your ears don't deceive you. It is V8 powered. There are some clever and special bits of modification that have gone on to some of these cars, and it makes them intriguing, quite cool. But it's the McLaren that will control the field. Friday practice ended up going the way of the Nissan GTR, but today in qualifying, in that McLaren, they found a little something, whether it was turning the wick up or whatever. They were 1.78 seconds, 1.78 seconds faster, 1.7 faster than the Nissan GTR. So in quali trim, they were very good. But this is 3 hours. Very different story. Pit stops to play. Second drivers to take the wheel. We saw it in Invercargill. A couple of them were toward the end just from a mechanical standpoint, and even just how physically exhausting it is for some of the drivers. It does take its toll toward the end of the race. So under the control of the mobile Nissan GTR safety car here, if you're listening to the coverage, they're all bunched up side by side. Field of 21 cars set to take the start. Lights go out on the Nissan. We're almost ready. The McLaren will control the field. Nissan accelerates out of turn 10 up toward turn 11, and then it will peel into the pit lane here at what we affectionately historically know as Ruapuna. If you've just joined us, of the varying configurations that you can use here, we are using the Grand Prix layout, 3.3 kilometres in length, and we're set to go. Final race of the 2021 Carter's Tyres South Island Endurance Series. Two blue machines side by side, and the McLaren, they unleash the power of the McLaren, and Smith will lead them into turn 1 for the first time. Owens and Schelp, that entry, fighting with the Alan Dippy, Scott O'Donnell Porsche, but it's the McLaren from the GTR and our series leaders, 1, 2 and 3. That's how they are at the moment. Geordie.
That's a very good start from the McLaren, I was expecting perhaps a little bit more of a challenge from the GTR in behind, but they're clearly sticking to their game plan of just following in behind, getting into their rhythm. I thought it was quite a messy start further down the pack because they came across the start-finish line. A few cars fanning out, but everyone's made it through turn one nice and cleanly. There's been a few positional changes, so we'll see those as they cross the timing stripe for the first time later on in the lap. But everyone's still on track. We've had 3 clean starts today, which is super important in endurance racing. It's all about being there right at the end.
I think the Wolfbrook Porsche, I should say, in the hands of Brooks and Milligan up to 6th, I think that is at the moment. Nice start as well by the Rhodes Rickaby Super Tourer, the Falcon, that trademark black and white Falcon. Out of the final turn to complete lap 1. 2 hours 58 remaining. Settle into the job. And that's a job that Glenn Smith is very, very well versed at. They run quite a cool little operation there. Very good cars with history. But they, Geordie, keep a sense of fun, a sense of balance, and it's, you know, despite how, you know, iconic these cars are and what is required to run them, it is done with a real leveling kind of camaraderie, isn't it? They don't get ahead of themselves down there at all.
No, I mean they you know, they have the nice transporter and they have all the equipment that they need, but you don't walk into a doctor's surgery type garage. You know, it's not pristine clean. They haven't got millions of engineers wandering around with PhDs and, you know, gosh knows what else. It's very much just like any other team in pit lane. They just happen to have a really nice car,
but some savvy people in there. That's probably the difference. It's what they spend and where they spend it is clever, and they made some really good decisions last time out at Teretonga with Damon Leach. Basically, they released the shackles from him with about 20 minutes to go, and they let him chase the lap record, which was amazing. Even though the race win was the focus in round 3 of the series, he went after the record and got it. They even put fresh rubber on the car for that mission.
That was super cool to watch Damon be, like you say, unleashed, given the fresh rubber and given the opportunity to try and find a clear bit of track and chase down and eventually break that lap record. It was almost like a second race within a race. We were obviously focusing on the actual 3-hour race, but great story to come out of that as well with that lap record being broken.
Now, they were both in orange Porsches last time out. Martin Dippy and Aaron Slider, star for New Zealand in World Superbike racing, famously raced the Castrol Honda, you may recall, was with Kawasaki for many years as well in Superbike racing in this part of the world, and famously across in Australia too. But they're paired up now in the car that Martin regularly runs. Car 991 currently sits in 9th place. Behind those 2 Super Tourers, the other one in the hands of Barrett and Frew, car 81, doing a nice job as well. They've had a good start in 8th place, and all those guys were together for breakfast basically this morning, weren't they, in town?
Yeah,
nice.
It was great to stumble upon them while going to find our morning coffee and join them for breakfast and get a bit of an insight into their plan of attack for the day.
Marco Schelp and Jared Owens have had after finishing on the podium in that last 1 hour, as we said before, they pair up for this one. They've had a chance to recuperate. Pretty taxing 1 hour for those guys as they both tried enormously hard to win the race. In the end, it went Ryan Wood's way, but at various points, it could have either gone Owens or Schelp's way, and they now work together in this one. And they're not in podium contention at the moment, but we've got a long way to go. 2 hours 55. They are sitting in an excellent 4th place, and we know how strong they are as drivers. They'll be a very good combo. Nice to see people doing that, to take the chance with the final race of the series to pair up and have some fun to enjoy this.
Absolutely. You know, there's obviously a hugely competitive element out there, but there's a great level of camaraderie and still a real club level feel about the series, despite the you know, the some of the cars and the teams. They all take it seriously, but it's still got that good vibes and the good fun. And like you say, mates pairing up to have a bit of fun in the last round of the series.
76 comes past us, the little Toyota GT86, the Andrew Kitching car in Class 3A. McElroy higher on that. I've done a bit of a podcast chat this week with Andy McElroy from Australia, whose son Hunter is doing good things in America. Had a good, very successful test in Indy Lights the other day, and it's the McElroy family have some great lineage on the South Island in motor racing terms, and very cool thing in recent years that grandfather, that Andy, the father, and now Hunter, the son who's chasing his own race program, were able to pair up, all three of them come together for a cool little race in a Toyota 86. Good fun.
Yeah, that was super cool to see, and we seem to be getting a few more of those multi-generational stories popping up where the grandfather, the father, and the son all get together and team up, whether it be crew chief, mechanic, driver, or all three as drivers. It's very cool to see. Obviously, a lot of Tom Alexander alluded to it earlier. A lot of people get into motorsport because of their parents, and perhaps their parents got into it because of their parents. So it becomes this multi-generational thing.
Okay, just recapping what's happening up in front, because it does look like Anthony Lees is dialed in that Nissan GTR now and is closer to Glenn Smith. So a bit of a battle happening up in front for the race lead. Their line astern coming into the final turn. McLaren will be able to stretch its legs again here on the front straight. But what we're seeing with these front-running GT cars is some differences in performance kicking in around various parts of this Ruapuna racetrack. So GTR loving the midsection, shall we say. But the McLaren, as we know, strong on the front straight. A little bit of lap traffic for them, but nothing in it. Anthony Lees, again, as he did in the North Island Series, just continues to get better as a race driver. Tom Alexander has worked in a mentoring sense with him, in a coaching sense with him, and great to see that he's had the opportunity, Tom, to pair up and drive with him now. Good outfit this, good car. He's come through having raced a Porsche, more recently an Audi, very different car, and now at the wheel of this Nissan GTR, and they did a super job at Timaru, round 2 of the championship, to take it out. Looks close again as they work their way through up toward turn 10 now.
Anthony's certainly got the advantage when it comes to the midfield or the inside part of the circuit, but we all know that McLaren definitely has a speed advantage down the straight. So it's a matter of trying to hang in behind as close as he can down the straight. He's very close, and line up that move for somewhere on the infield, the tighter and twistier part of the circuit.
Couple of car lengths, more than that in fact, probably about 6 to 8. Further back is the O'Donnell Alan Dippy Porsche 911 GT3R. They're lapping probably 2/10 off the sort of number we're seeing from the Lees Alexander entry at the moment, but just settled into a really solid third place. It's the big prize that those guys have their eyes on at the moment.
Absolutely, those guys have just got to keep their noses clean and basically bring it home. If they can bring it home on the podium, that's even better, obviously. But the main goal for them is finishing. Mind you, they're both very competitive people, both Scott and Alan, so they'll be trying their hardest. But I'm sure in the back of their mind, the sensible part of them will be thinking, I just need to make sure we come home and we finish.
Up a couple of spots for the Martin Dippy Aaron Slight Porsche 991 is up into position 7 now. Next target is Rhodes and Rickaby for them. And we can see that Falcon, that Super Tourer Falcon is, what are we talking here? Probably 10 to 12 car lengths, maybe a bit more in fact, ahead. But that Porsche is dialed in. They're lapping in the 1 minute 26.9s at the moment. Good numbers still coming from that Super Tourer Falcon. 25.7 from them last time by, that V8 Falcon.
They're certainly incredible machines. We saw just how close they were to a modern-day V8 supercar, a car of the future car out of Australia. They're trailing only sort of a couple of seconds behind, which is very good for a car that obviously follows a similar concept, but technically doesn't have the same amount of development and money spent on it.
Great concept, that great series, and when they would be on the bill at Pukekohe, when the supercars came to town, it was always something that both fraternities enjoyed. I think the Super Tourer family enjoyed watching the the supercars and vice versa. So, yeah, cool class of racing. There's been some good events over the years with the likes of Jack Perkins pairing up with Greg Murphy and others. Some very memorable races in that class. Nice to see a few of them still in action here.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the majority of those cars are still floating around in between the B&T New Zealand Touring Car Series and GTR&Z and endurance racing as well. They all sort of have found their place in a bunch of other categories within New Zealand.
No change up in front. Gap remains the same. And again, the strengths and weaknesses show. The Nissan goes deep under brakes, down into turn 11. Final corner, a sweeping left-hander, tighter than the style of corner you see for turn 1. They come past us now on the main straight here at Ruapuna. And again, the McLaren gets a few car lengths into turn 1. And it's like this constant left that bites a second time. And this is where the Nissan then starts to recover a little bit as we work into the midfield section. A little bit of traffic to contend with here. They're approaching the Pugstang now that we talked about at the very beginning of this race. McLaren gets by easily, so does the Nissan. And the next car is the McIntyre Williams Porsche. Don McIntyre, Johnny McIntyre's father. Johnny, I believe, is here this weekend. I haven't spoken to him so far, but he's here. He's been helping out one of the teams, hasn't he?
Yeah, I believe he's been working with young Jordan Mickles, giving him a few tricks of the trade and a driver training and possibly engineering sort of support role as well.
Good guy to have in your corner.
Absolutely. I know Jordan's been working pretty hard with Jason Lifting, his engineer, who would usually be down here, but he's stuck in Auckland, and obviously Johnny Mack as well has a pretty good working relationship with Jason Lifting, having been his race engineer back in the V8 touring car days.
Talk about rolling out some names. All names with all, very good caliber when it comes to racing in this part of the world. Again, on to the main straight at Mike Perra Motorsport Park. Situation normal, status quo. It is the Glenn Smith, Damon Leach McLaren that leads the way from Anthony Lees and Tom Alexander. The McLaren versus the Nissan, the top 3 completed by a Porsche in the hands of Scott O'Donnell and Alan Dippy. They're the pairing that share that car. We'll head down to pit lane and get some updates very soon, so we'll clarify who's at the wheel and things like that at the moment. Then across the line comes car number 9, the Marco Schelp Jared Owens car. That's a Cup S.
I tell you what, Rusty, now is going to be one of the perfect opportunities for Anthony Lees to try and get past Glenn Smith and the McLaren, because there's a bit of lap traffic in front of them, but they are really going slowly. They're almost crawling through the air for the speed that those cars would usually take, trying to get past that TCR car. I think it's Mike Hall.
Well done.
And there's another lap car coming up as well. So this will really reinvigorate that battle.
Nissan strong under brakes there too. It doesn't want to miss that opportunity. The McLaren got by that V8 powered RX-8. Now there's a little bit of clean air, clear air for the McLaren. Again, Lees goes deep under brakes. And out of turn 11 they come. Both of them lights on just to let the lap traffic know that they are coming. They're on a mission. And the mission is to win this 3 hour. 2 hours, 45 minutes remaining in the race. Now the Dippy McDonald Porsche. Blue flag at turn 1, that flashing blue light. If you're new to motor racing, that's a warning to a slower car that is about to be lapped to do the right thing and that a fast car is approaching. The onus is always, though, on the car executing the pass to get the job done. But fundamentally, as in an ethical sense, the car that is about to be passed is compelled to do the right thing, Geordie, aren't they? And not make radical switches in lines and things like that.
Yeah, and it's one of the challenges of endurance racing is you've got the GT3 cars right up the front that lap significantly faster than other guys, and then you've got some of the slower cars as well, and you've got to try and negate that and navigate your way through the lap traffic. But as you say, if you are with a slower car, you're getting the blue flags, then you are expected to hold your line, wherever you are on the track, hold your line and let the car behind you get past nice and safely, and you can get back underway racing again. In fact, it's beneficial to both parties as we see the battle really getting nice and close now for that first place.
Just while you're focusing on that, Darryl Barrett and Hamish Frew, that Ford V8 Super Tourer, that green and white entry, which was running in the top 8, has come into pit lane and gone straight under the awning, effectively into the garage. So that is not a scheduled stop. And in speaking with them this morning, they were really hopeful of just a nice clean run with no issues. So we'll find out what's going on with that Falcon for you. But it's gone into the garage effectively here.
Just studying our leaders again, Glenn Smith seems to get off of the second part of the first corner a lot better than Anthony Lees. Anthony was right up the back of him there, but Glenn Smith pulled away and has got himself a little bit of a reprieve for the moment. But we all know that the Nissan certainly favours the infield section of the circuit a wee bit more. So no doubt he'll close that gap up again. But just interesting to note, off of turn 1, Glenn Smith certainly seems to have the advantage at the moment.
Another of the V8 powered Mazda body shells come past. It's an RX-7, and it's followed by the Liquimoly VW Golf, which Moore and Mackesy did a super job last time out. Car 79, in fact, finished on the podium in something of a race of attrition at Invercargill, but those guys were rock solid all day, and the 81 rejoins. That's good news for Frew and Barrett.
It looks like we're about to see a bad sportsmanship flag. I think that's for car 65.
The Askews, Grant and Cole Askew in the say it, is it? The Super Copper Leon.
So not quite sure what that is for. As Tom Alexander said earlier in the day, it could be for track limits, it could be for impeding another car. It's basically just a warning to say, hey, don't do that again, or you may be finding a few extra seconds added onto your race time.
Good job at the moment, really solid job by the 888 entry of Brooks and Jack Milligan, who went across to Australia at the commencement of 2020 with some hopes of doing some rounds of the Australian TCR Championship. Was actually at Albert Park when the outbreak of COVID and the fact that it became more of a prevalent thing in all of our worlds meant the cancellation of the Australian Grand Prix. He's one of the few people that were able to cut some laps of Albert Park. Jack's back here now. He's very much a Christchurch figure, I guess you could say, isn't he? Doing some work in the real estate sector, but still doing some racing. And when he's behind the wheel, he's dynamite.
Yeah, I mean, we saw him race, at a national level across New Zealand, the Toyota 86 Championship, and he did an exceptional job there. The results speak for themselves. And as you said, he sort of made the move to go big and go international, but unfortunately, like so many others, he was sort of bitten by COVID a wee bit and never quite realised the full opportunity that he perhaps had there. But it's good to see him, moving on with life and in a professional capacity and still enjoying his motorsport at the same time.
Solid job by Rhodes and Rickaby in that V8 Super Tourer. They are in position 6 at the moment, and the Martin Dippy Aaron Slight Porsche still holds down 7th, but it's not been able to make the sort of inroads I thought they might. So they're circulating very well in that Falcon at the moment in the top 6.
And just watching the battle for the lead, Anthony Lee's made up a couple of car links just on the infield there. So he's again trying to mount another challenge and get right on the back of Glenn Smith as they drive past the Dipper into the final corner. But it's still Glenn Smith with the advantage. But I think this will be the closest that Anthony's been in a while.
We are only 20 minutes into this race, the elapsed time. Are we going to be in for an afternoon where these two will just go at it for 3 hours? And then they'll put some young, fast racers at the wheel. If it's Damon Leitz versus Tom Alexander, you're in for a treat. That'll be a great battle, that one, won't it?
Two young guns who have got a lot of experience racing a huge variety of cars, who perhaps didn't quite get to shine on the world stage as much as they should have. But really lapping it up in New Zealand. Oh, those leaders are encountering some more lap traffic. Don't think they've held them up just yet. They're going to move out of the way for them. So that's very courteous of the guys out in front who are a lap or two down, not impeding or interfering too much with this great battle for the lead, which I have a feeling we're going to have for the duration of this race.
Just keeping an eye on that Hall Mackenzie VW Golf GTI down in 13th at the moment. I thought they might have been a little further forward. Oh, we've got a ways to go in this race again. The Black Bull Markets Nissan edges closer to the McLaren, so strong through this part of the circuit, through the infield, then down to turn 11 now. Final corner. They sweep left. Both of them sort of stay mid-track. They don't run all the way out to the tyre wall, which is up against the pit lane.
Watch them as they go into turn 1. Anthony Lees is going to show the nose, but isn't going to stick it up the inside just yet. But he's certainly showing Glenn Smith that he is here and he means business. But unfortunately, that has compromised his exit out of turn 1, and the gap's opened up just a wee bit. He's regained a little bit of time through Link ECU corner, formerly known as Pothole.
Some gamesmanship, love it. And I mean, the flip side to that story, Geordie, is that Glenn Smith won't be intimidated or worried in the slightest, will he?
No, absolutely not. And, you know, if he can somewhat pressure Anthony into making a riskier move than necessary, then I think Glenn will actually welcome that. He's very much controlling the race at the moment. He's not the chaser. He's been chased, and all he has to do is keep doing his own thing. He's not fighting for the championship as such, nor is Anthony Lees and Tom Alexander. So if Anthony wants to show the nose and risk making a mistake in the early part of the race, I'm sure Glenn Smith will welcome that and happily open up the steering. Watch the run, though, that Anthony Lees has got out of the final corner. It's dynamite compared to the last couple of laps. The gap is as close as it's ever been as they cross the line, 0.2 of a second. Again, Anthony showing the nose into turn 1. And I don't think, he's got to go for it. He's down the inside and gets the move done. So fantastic effort there from Anthony Lees to take over the lead of the race, but it's not over yet. Glenn Smith's going to fight back.
Great battle.
Side by side, but I think Lees has got it stuck.
Great mixture of spirit and speed. He's come on in leaps and bounds as a driver. He just keeps getting better with every outing. The drive he put in at Timaru was superb, and he's doing the same thing again here today. Gets by Glenn Smith and has the race lead. New race leader, if you're listening to our coverage. Blue, yellow and silver Black Bull Markets Nissan GTR has wrestled it from the McLaren 650S GT3 in the hands of Glenn Smith. Awesome stuff.
Fantastic effort from our new leader, and they've both got a bit more lap traffic to contend with, which is going to close that gap up again. And it's a real big mobile chicane, 2 cars wide. Anthony Lees is going to duck down the inside. So too will Glenn Smith. They've caught them at the worst time, but also the best time as they head on to the front straight. Shouldn't be too much of an issue for them.
It's like he's been set free here. He's obviously finding it difficult to get by the McLaren for the first 20 minutes of this race, but the way he's pulling clear here now, it's not massive gains straight away, but it's car lengths. And it's clear, I think, that he was feeling hamstrung, tucked in there in second place. Now we're starting to see, as I say, that he's been more or less set free.
We had his teammate Tom Alexander up here talking about sort of how you approach these endurance races, and he said the key to it is getting into a rhythm. And when you've got a car in front of you and you're chasing them down, you perhaps aren't quite in the right rhythm because you're always trying to size up a pass and figure out where the car in front is vulnerable compared to you. So now that he doesn't have the carrot being dangled in front of him anymore as such, and he can just go ahead now, focus on his own race and control the race from here. He's got the pace. He's got the fastest lap of the race, I believe. Yes, he does, by about 0.3 of a second by the looks of things. So he's got the pace. he's got clear air. All he needs to do now is do his own thing, get into his rhythm, and bring the car in to the pits in a good position for Tom to take over later on in the race.
And that'll be the message, won't it, from the pit lane? Rhythm, just get into a rhythm. We know that he's capable of doing that. And although it might be a very different beast to that he contested and raced in the North Island Series, very at home in this Nissan GTR now. A little bit of dirt being kicked up in the centre part of the circuit, and I think that Toyota 86 going a little on the slow side as it perhaps recovers the Andrew Kitching entry, the 76 I think it was. Back up to speed again now, and it's just been passed, in fact, by 4th place, the Marco Schelp Jared Owens Porsche, the Cup S. Oxford Edge Falcon comes past us. They've got a good contingent of people here today in a little, what would you call it? It's not a corporate suite. It's not that style of thing, but there's a few of them that have gathered here from the Oxford Edge family, I think it is, the staff and maybe a couple of customers. So a big welcome to all of you, and nice to see you here supporting the 31. Now, I think this is another unscheduled visit to the lane, is it, for the 81? And in fact, it stopped. It stopped right in front of us here on the exit of pit lane, the Your Section NZ Fru Barrett Falcon.
He's just trying to get it refired, I think. He's stopped literally right on the pit lane exit line, the speed control line.
No one else in the pit lane, so they're in the clear in that sense at the moment. He's saying push it back, push it back. So some of the officials and the crew, the Oxford Edge crew, and there is the unmistakable shape of one member of the crew who is well known at Motorsport New Zealand, Geordie.
Yes, you're not wrong. The big man, the president of Motorsport New Zealand, Wayne Christie, he's here getting in amongst it and working in the sport that he loves and that he's obviously a major part of. Being the president of the governing body here. He races himself in the NZ6 series, so he's certainly no stranger behind the wheel, no stranger to the pit lane either, getting in amongst it and helping out another team.
Just to clarify too, the Oxford Edge car is still out there and doing good things, but these guys were all together for breakfast this morning. It also is a Super Tourer, the 87, the Your Section NZ car, and Fru and Barrett obviously having some sort of ongoing issue, and they're getting help from everyone as they were pushed back to their bunker. So great stuff. Just looking at the advantage now that Lees has over the McLaren as we approach the half-hour mark. We're 30 minutes into this race, 30 minutes done, and he continues to eke out what is now nearly 4 seconds over Glenn Smith in the McLaren. And then you've got to go back a further 7 seconds, Geordie, to the O'Donnell Dippy, Alan Dippy, Porsche 911 holding down third.
Yeah, it's a sizable lead that our leader has now. Like we discussed earlier, he's unleashed. He's been let off the shackles. He's got no distractions anymore. And Scott O'Donnell as well and Alan Dippy and their car, they've got about 29 seconds, I think, to Marco Schelp and Jared Owens and behind them. So they're sitting comfortable in third place, and that's all they need to do. They just need to bring the car home. Third place is more than enough for them to wrap up the 3-hour series title here this weekend at Mike Perra Motorsport Park, Ruapuna. It's the 991 orange Porsche. Drives past us, Martin Dippy and Aaron Slight. They've had a mixed bag of results this season. Of course, Aaron was only drafted in last time out at Teretonga Park. They had an alternator issue and didn't quite finish the race, unfortunately. Prior to that, Hayden Patton was driving with Martin in that car, and they had some fairly solid results in the opening 2 rounds of the series at Highlands and Levels Raceway in Timaru. There's again that beautiful V8 powered Mazda coming past the crowd on the hill, and what a fantastic crowd it is. It's great to have motorsport back in motion and people out here enjoying it as well. And if we look all around the circuit, we've got cars on the embankments, people in the grandstands, really enjoying a great day of an endurance racing and some of the coolest cars in New Zealand, right from the GT3 spec cars like the Nissan GTR that's leading the way, to the McLarens and the Porsches, even the pug stands and some of the home-built specials that we've got in the field this weekend. Certainly a great variety and eclectic mix of machinery that New Zealand motorsport fans really resonate with. And of course, we've got TCR cars as well, which is an exciting new category that's recently been established in New Zealand. So Greg Rust is on his way down into the pit lane, and surely we'll be able to bring you updates as the pit stops begin to roll out, and we'll be able to chase up a few of those stories from some of those unexpected pit stops that we've had already in this race.
Geordie, I'm at the 81. In fact, while the crew go to work here, the engine has been shut down on that car. They are running as you would at home if you were doing any gardening or mowing a leaf blower to try and generate some air through the engine bay. I might just see if we can get a word. They're trying to diagnose a problem. They're on a few of them are on the phone here as well. Sorry, I'm just trying to get just a little bit of a listen to what the conversation is. Dash looks like it's working okay. They're running through a few things from an electrics point of view in relation, I think, to the. This might be cooling. Is it cooling? What's happening here? There's a few smiles and cheeky. Let me see if I can dive in here. Can we get a little word about what's happening? What's going wrong here? Gee, I feel for you.
Greg, we're running MS-DOS system here, but we should be in the Windows world. So we're just getting a dot matrix printer to get the data out of it, and then we'll fax it off to a guy, Dave, at D-Tech in Hamilton or somewhere, and we'll come back to you.
Righto. There you go, Geordie.
Well, that's one of the more unique answers we've had, but it sounds like they may have an electrical issue down there with that car, which is a shame, and they're not quite sure how to remedy it, I think was the result of that somewhat cryptic answer. But great to see they're still in reasonably high spirits, all things considered, with the disappointment of having to come into the lane. 2 hours and 26 minutes left to run here at Ruapuna Park. The battle for the lead has simmered down a wee bit after Anthony Lee's got past Glenn Smith in a McLaren. Anthony Lee's in that nice new Nissan GTR. 7.2 seconds separates them on the circuit. A further 5 seconds back is Scott O'Donnell. It sounds like Rusty's down in the lane again.
If you can hear me, I'm just going to dive in. Tom's having a little chat here. Sorry, guys. Stay there. I just wanted to see. The boss has unleashed that beast, and it's away.
Yeah, no, he's done an awesome job. We kind of called what was going to happen. We knew the McLaren would be fast for the first few laps with the boost wound up. But then still wasn't easy to get past, and had to put a lot of effort in there to work away at it and chip away and figure out where we were better, and then obviously executed the pass quite nicely. So now he can put his head down and try and build us a little bit of a lead, because we know when Damon gets in hit, they'll be coming back. So we'll see if we can hold on.
We are looking forward to that battle. Go get him, mate. Enjoy.
Yeah, cheers. So am I.
There you go. So it's on in that sense. We'll wander just through the lane here and see who else we can have a little chinwag with for you, because everyone's out the back in the paddock area here. Some very cool cars here. Just going past one of the Janettas, James Marshall Motorsport crew, relaxing as well off the back of. Now here's Jack Milligan. Why don't we try and dive in here for 1 second? Can I sneak in, boys? Sorry to interrupt you. Hey, you're looking nice and relaxed, and the car looks like it's going okay at the moment.
Yeah, Steve's in the car at the moment. It's looking good. He's in P5 at the moment, so I think we're only about 30-40 minutes in. So he's going strong at the moment, so it's good.
Now, what was the debrief on the last run? Because round 3, man, you guys were on for a good result, and it was heartbreakingly close, wasn't it?
It's just racing, mate. Obviously, we did run out of the field there at the end, but No, new weekend this weekend, looking good today, so we should be right.
And both cars looking good for that matter, aren't they?
Yeah, both cars looking good. Big Scotty out there in the 88 car, he's looking good. He's done a strong result, so see how we go.
So you'll bring it home. And just very quickly, have you got friends and family and people like that out here?
Yep, a few friends and family over at Pothole there. So yeah, no, it's good. Good to be at our home track here this weekend.
Great stuff. Cheers. There he is, Jack Milligan. Nice to have a little chin wag with him. I'll see if I can find a few more, Geordie, and come back to you.
Cheers, Rusty. Thanks for the update down the lane. Just as we were talking to Jack Milligan, the two Wolfbrook Porsche teammates were having a little bit of a battle on track, and they've seemed to have resolved that now as we see, I think it's the Oxford Edge Super Tourer get down the inside of one of them. And we'll just have a look at our timing and see who that was for you. Getting down, so there's a difference of about a lap between them. So Jack Milligan and Brooks are leading that battle, I suppose, of the Wolfbrook cars. They are 5th on the track at the moment and 2nd in Class D. Class E, of course, are all running 1, 2, and 3. That's Anthony Lees, Glenn Smith, and Scott O'Donnell. And then Marcus Shelp and Jared Owens, who we saw earlier on in the 1 hour race. They had a bit of a good battle between themselves and Ryan Wood as well. And now they've joined forces in the number 9 car to enjoy the 3 hour race and have a bit of fun together. They worked together in qualifying to help each other out and compare data and improve both of the lap times overall. So looks like we've got a car coming into the lane. Can't quite see who it is. Looks like maybe one of the... Is it an RX-8? Can't quite see, but I'm sure Rusty will have a look and chase it up if that's an unscheduled pit stop or not. Down in the lane, Don McIntyre's Porsche's got a little bit of bodywork hanging out the right left-hand side there. So hopefully that doesn't become too much of an issue for him. We saw in the earlier race the Jordan Mickles car obviously having to come into the lane, the officials deeming that it was a bit dangerous, the bodywork hanging off there, but that Porsche seems to still have it reasonably well secured. So some more dust being kicked up there just through the S's. Not quite sure who it was. So the race leader comes around and collects it all on his windscreen, and I'm sure a little bit of the debris from the edge of the circuit will end up on his tyres. Now it looks like that RX-8 we were talking about coming into the lane earlier, it doesn't quite look like a scheduled pit stop. The bonnet is up on the car, so unfortunately, looks like it could be a little bit of an issue there. Rusty?
Just walking in there now, why don't we see if we can put a full stop on that and what's happened. I think the driver's out of the car. I hate these interviews because I'd rather be talking some good news with you. We love this beast. What's going on?
I've lost all the clutch fluid. It appears to be on the floor. So we've
under the footwell there, come out of the
pedal box. So we've sprung a leak. So we'll get that sorted and we'll give it another go.
Good on you. Okay, thanks for talking to us. There you go. So clutch issues and fluid inside around the pedal box, just where the driver's feet are. So naturally, Geordie, you want to get on top of that, A, for the clutch, but also so that it's nice and safe from a pedal operation point of view for the drivers.
Yeah, what a shame. That's certainly not an issue you want to encounter in a 3 hour race, having your feet slipping and sliding around the footwell there when you're trying to find the brake pedal to slow the car down heading into some of the fast corners we've got here. So hopefully they'll get that sorted. They seem to think that they will, and they'll be able to get out for the rest of the race, but they've done the right thing in bringing it in the pit lane and getting it, taking a better look at it and see what's actually gone wrong. So hopefully we'll see them later on. As we see one of the Macasee Renault Clios come past. There's a TCR there, chase it down, one of the Golf TCRs. Blue flags are waving. Renault moves out of the way. The Golf slides on by. It looks like it's actually the other Golf TCR, should I say, is going to start chasing the Clio down as well. The Wolfbrook Porsches in behind there, and the Oxford Edge Super Tourer. So, the Pugstang's having a little bit of a battle with Don McIntyre in his Porsche is on the entry into the S's there. I think it was a little bit awkward between those two cars. Obviously, for all the intentions of the Pugstang, still a huge speed differential. Rusty.
Laptop is out with the 81, so work is still going on with the Super Tourer. Can I just dive in here? Have we got any clarity on the beast, and can we get it going again?
No, I don't think we actually know what's going on.
That's a shame. So,
yeah, it just goes into safe mode and cuts out at about 3,000 revs. So, and then now it won't run properly. So we're not really sure what's going on.
So you are obviously tapping into, pardon the pun, as many contacts as you can. Has there been perhaps some indication, some sort of advice on a way you might be able to cure this?
Pass. Next question.
Pass. Okay. I feel for you because we saw each other at breakfast this morning. You've got family and so on here, haven't you, watching on?
Yeah, it's pretty frustrating, but that's part of the game, I suppose. Sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. So, yeah, I don't know. We've got computers plugged in and there's lots of people beavering away, so hopefully we can get a few more laps in.
Thanks for talking to us.
Thanks.
And at that moment, they've just fired up the car. So the question now, Geordie, will be, they're just running the throttle here just to sort of see if it'll be constant. This car might get back out shortly.
Hopefully they do. And Rusty, while you were giving us that update from the lane, the Martin Dippy and Aaron Slight car, I'm not quite sure who's at the wheel at the moment. They actually ran off at the hairpin, and the safety car even came out to the exit of the pit lane just in case they couldn't get going again. There was a period of hesitation, but they're back and circulating again. So we might see them come into the lane and perhaps clear some of the debris. No, they're going to keep going. So obviously no damage to that car.
In the meantime, Damon Leach is here. He's filling up the water bottle, keeping hydrated on a beautiful day here at Ruapuna. You'll obviously bring the car home. That's the plan. Do more or less the same thing you did last time.
Yeah, hopefully that's the plan. To Glenn will stay out there until he's up to about that 70-minute minimum drive time, and then hopefully from there we'll come in for a pit stop and change over and carry on.
How good did that feel last time out, mate? Home turf, lots of people that you know there, and to do what you did in such a dominant fashion in record-breaking pace toward the end, that must have been enormously satisfying.
Yeah, it was cool. It was a great weekend down at Terratonga. We had a lot of fun. The car went really well, and yeah, we're just pretty stoked with how it all went. So hopefully this afternoon it's going to be a little bit more of a challenge possibly with Tom and Anthony and the Nissan, but it's at the same time it's great just to have another car to have a battle, and for all the spectators and everyone to get a little bit more interested in what's going on out there.
Do you like that? Do you look forward to those moments as a racer?
I do. I think it's it's all part of it to be able to have those good battles, and I think everybody kind of does it everyone wants to win, but at the same time it's great just to have that competition and have a good battle on track. There's nothing that can beat that.
I'll leave you to it. Final one before you can kind of just relax and get in the zone. Firstly, Boss is doing a super job out there. Has just great start, but hasn't got involved in a stoush with the Nissan. Has stayed out of that. Have you enjoyed these McLarens? What do they like to drive?
Yeah, Glenn's doing a rapid job at the moment, and he'll just carry on for a little while yet. But at the same time, it's been awesome to get the opportunity to drive these McLarens over the last 3 weekends or 3 rounds of Sorodex. So it's been really cool, and I've loved coming along for the ride and hopping in behind a GT3 car has been so much fun.
Timaru might have been tough, mate. Great to see you smiling. Have a fantastic rest of the afternoon. Good on you.
Cheers, Rusty.
There he is, Damon Leach.
Thanks for that, Rusty. Great to see Damon out here and enjoying some motorsport as well. Just an update on where things are in the race. It's still Anthony Lee's leading the way over Glenn Smith. 2 hours and 16 minutes left to run here at Ruapuna, and we heard from Damon that he's likely to be getting in that car around the 70-minute mark, so still another 25-odd minutes until we might see a driver change for the second place car of Glenn Smith and Damon Leach.
Can I sneak in here? Sorry if I'm being rude. You guys are in conversation. Bill riding with me. Hey, you guys have had as a team, have had a great start to things here. I know the goal, though, is the finish line, isn't it?
Yeah, today the things have really come together for us. We've had a bit of misfortune on the first couple of events, but looks like we're going to bring it home today. Jack's brought up his performance today with some really good times, and Steve's been pretty consistent as well. We just need Scotty to pick up his pace a little bit more. I've got a bit of work to do this afternoon, but I'm sure I'll get there.
How's the weekend been for you guys? Off the back of the debrief from round 3 of the series, what kind of things came out of that, and how big is this final round for you guys as an organisation and as a team?
Yeah, as far as Wolfbrook goes, it's our first year running in the series, and we've had a lot of learning. So this round for us has been I suppose, positive to know that we're going to actually finish the race, and so far. And then looking forward to next year, we'll probably maybe line up a couple of new cars and maybe even enter 3 cars for next year as well.
Okay. Can we get a little headline out of that? What maybe you can't tell us everything, but what flavour of car might you go for?
Oh, we can't say too much at the moment, but we're probably looking at running something similar. But there could be something new on the horizon. We'll see how we go.
Oh, we love it. Great chatting to you, mate. Nice little headline for us to enjoy for the rest of the afternoon.
Thanks, Rusty. And just an update on the Your Section Supertura Falcon. It came out of the pit lane a couple of laps ago, but it seems to be circulating really slowly. It's coming around the last corner now, and I have a feeling it may be on its way back into the lane. Don't think they've quite got that issue that they had with it totally rectified, but it is out and running, just not able to use all of the ponies under the bonnet. So they'll bring that back in again, and hopefully they can get it sorted. The team seem pretty puzzled as to what the issue may be, sort of indicating it may be something to do with the electronics in the car, perhaps the ignition system, timing, just something like that, fuel injection perhaps. Something seems to be limiting the engine's performance, which is a real shame for those guys. But I think their teammates, the Oxford Edge car, as it comes past us, is still circulating. Rusty.
Hey, I'm down at the Allied pit where it's kind of a whole group of mates together, and I'm just noticing a bit of an excursion for one of the Wolfbrook Porsches, but it looks like it's okay now. Martin Dippy is with me. How's the weekend been for you guys so far?
It's been going extremely well, except for Aaron's little off in the corner there with the dust. Just gave me a little bit of a palpitation.
Can we get from you firstly a little full stop, a little debrief as Nigel Barclay comes in on what happened at the last round of the championship?
Well, a lot happened. There's a lot going on. 3 little bolts came out of the gearbox, and that got jammed between neutral. So we saved the gearbox, saved a lot of money, which is good because we're budget racing. Yes. And they managed, the boys pulled it apart, assembled it back together again, replaced these little bolts, and we're good to go again.
Great stuff. You haven't minded going top end of town when it comes to co-drivers either. 2 good events with Hayden Padden, our rally star here, and then Aaron Slight comes in for a few events and does a ripping job too.
Yeah, they're very clever guys. They're great teammates. They've done a great job. I feel as if I've let the team down a little bit, but I'm learning with them, and both Hayden and Aaron are totally professionals, so great to have them in the team.
Hey, I know you want to focus on, you're in civvies at the moment, but you'll get all serious as the afternoon goes on. But firstly, can you tell us plans for 2022? Are you going to stick with the car that you've got, or are you having a think about something new, something different?
Well, the boys are saying I should buy a new car, but no, we've got the GT Series. We've got a seat in that, so we'll take the little bus up there and have a crack at that. And maybe Santa might bring a new car if I'm really good.
You've been good this year, mate. There he is. We'll look forward to seeing what that new car is. Fantastic to talk to him. I can see young Cormac Murphy, who's here doing some good things on dirt bikes, incidentally. Nice to see you, mate. And a good buddy in Nigel Barclay. Can we get a little bit of a debrief? The focus for the car 912 is the title, mate, isn't it?
Yeah, I haven't got a lot to do with that. That's young Curtis running that. We're just paying attention to what Aaron was doing, which he obviously fired it off there, which I think was just to gather our attention. He said there's nothing wrong with the car, but he's gone a bit radio silent since then.
Okay. How was the debrief in the wake of the last round of the championship with him?
With Aaron, yeah, he was pretty unhappy with himself at Tiratonga when he binned the thing, off the Castrol down there, but he's quite happy, loving driving it, and a little bit rusty, I think, but much better this weekend. Seems pretty happy. Really good crew here, mate, isn't it? I mean, an amazing array of cars that you guys get to work on, but a great bunch of blokes that all come together to make it happen. Yeah, they're good. They're fabulous enthusiasts. They're good for the sport. The likes of Marty, suddenly turning up with 3 cars for the day, which pads out the field for the 1 hour. It's bloody good, isn't it? You got your mate, the 4-time Bathurst winner, Greg Murphy here. If I know you keep him grounded, mate, do you? Oh, we try to. He's full of advice. Thank you, Nigel. Talk to you soon.
Cheers, Rusty. Great insight from the lane there, and good to see the likes of Greg Murphy, his son Cormac out here enjoying the racing as well. A family of petrol heads, obviously as well. Ronan racing the Best Bars Toyota 86 Championship, and he's coming back for another season as well. He's not out here today. He's got an exam at university just down the road. in Ireland. But that your section, Falcon Super Tourer, unfortunately back in the lane again. Still not resolving those issues. So they'll bring that into the garage, pop the bonnet once again, and try a different combination of Control Alt Delete and reset on the computer, regulating the car's functions. What do we got now? 2 hours and 9 minutes left to go in the race. 50 minutes in, so 20 minutes away from when we might start seeing a bit of action in the pit lane. Damon Leach obviously alluding to the fact that he will possibly get in the car with around about the 70-minute mark to maximise his time in the car. And I think Rusty's got another update for us.
I've just tried to listen in here on the conversation in relation to the 81 for, unfortunately, Frew and Barrett. This Falcon is back in the lane. They're all chatting away. There's a phone call happening as well to... Did it... Yeah? Did it get any better, and what's it doing now?
No, it's got worse. It just cuts out into full throttle, just goes into some sort of limp mode, something to do with the computer that's not quite working properly.
This is frustrating for you, isn't it? Because we actually thought you might have just a nice, clean, simple run today.
It's never that simple, is it, Greg?
We'll leave you to it. Thanks for having a laugh with us, because never easy, as you know, Geordie, to put a smile on your face when you just want to have a straightforward afternoon of racing. But that's the business sometimes.
Unfortunately, motorsport can be a cruel game, and despite how well the organic material might be performing, sometimes you are unfortunately let down by the machinery, and those are perhaps some of the hardest ones to take when it's totally out of your control. But hopefully they might be able to get it sorted and still cut some laps around the circuit. Their teammates circulating in 6th place, I believe, so they're having a bit of luck so far.
Hey, we gave a nice big rev up about the pug stang at the start of the coverage. Leighton is with me actually here now, just keeping an eye on the times. How's the day been so far?
Yeah, day's going really well, thanks.
The car looks terrific in that livery that tips its hat to the Britain motorcycle, mate, doesn't it?
Yeah, no, it's fantastic. It's fantastic. Hard to believe it's 30 years and 25 years. So yeah, we thought it was a good fit and a good nod.
Good nod, and you've got you've even got the team merch happening here with the pug stang hat and all sorts, haven't you?
Yeah, there's no expense spared here.
It's always fun with you guys, isn't it? I mean, it is the mandate when you come into the racetrack that you've got to make it fun, laughs, and kind of keeping it simple, isn't it?
We realised a long time ago we've got to play to our strengths.
There he is. Awesome to catch up. Thank you, mate.
Oh, there we have it, an update from the one and only Team Pug Stang. They have a very different approach to their motorsport. They actually drove the Pug Stang to the circuit today. So no fancy trailer, no fancy transporter. They put everything in the boot and the back seats, not that there probably is any, and they drive it from home out to the circuit, race it for 3 hours, and then drive back again. So that's a cool little story and quite a unique way of going motor racing at this level in the South Island Endurance Series. It's actually having a bit of a battle on track at the moment, just coming out of the hairpin with that Renault Clio car. Unfortunately, the Clio's got a few more horsepower in behind it, or up front, I should say. And also coming up to the back of the Pug Stang is the Porsche Dom McIntyre. So that bodywork that we talked about earlier on, hanging out the side, has gotten worse. So that the team might be looking to bring him in at some stage and get that pit stop out of the way and just sort that out. We've still got 15 odd minutes before the driver change window opens. But that bodywork's really flailing around, and in fact I can see a meatball flag coming out. I can't quite see what the number is, number 24. So we'll just confirm that is, yes it is the Porsche of McIntyre and Williams. So they've got a meatball flag and they've come into the pit lane. So they've gotten ahead of that there. They're coming into the lane. They'll get that sorted. I'm sure they'll probably just rip it off and get back going again. Let's take a look. Although the team's sort of setting up. No, they're not setting up for a full stop. So it looks like just going to take that off the back or tape it up. What are they opting to do?
I'm heading there now, Geordie, and they are starting to peel off a few things. I'm facing the front of the car, though, so I can't quite see the back just at this stage. They've peeled off some of that damaged bodywork at the rear, and they've sent him. Focus is on that left rear, so part of that rear splitter or bumper, if you like. They've simply just ripped it, peeled it off, and sent it again.
Yep. So that's actually going to rejoin the track behind that number 81 Super Tourer, the Yours Test Section Super Tourer, which has put its foot down, and it looks to be accelerating as we would expect. So they may have gotten on top of those issues. Hopefully, fingers crossed for the Yours Section team. And it looks like McIntyre's...
Rob Williams is actually here. We might try and have a little word with him. So what happened there, mate? Did Don get in a skirmish with someone, or how did that come about?
It doesn't look like it. Rusty, no, it just looks like it might have just... We had a trouble with it in at Timaru, and Don did get a bit of a clip in the back there, so we thought we had it fixed, but clearly not.
Okay, and the plan for you guys is sort of half-half for the afternoon? Is that the state of play?
We just keep rocking on, mate, and doing our best that we can.
As only you can do. Enjoy.
Thanks.
Well, there we go. So a slightly odd one there. No contact today, but perhaps a bit of a hangover from an issue at the previous round. In Timaru. They thought they may have fixed it, but maybe not. As we watch Scott O'Donnell and Alan Dippy's Porsche come by the crowd and finish straight. He's got the flashing lights on, trying to get by one of those Wolfbrook Porsches. He's third in the race at the moment, and they are leading the South Island Endurance Series. And all they need to do is bring it home in a reasonably good position. I think third will be enough, and they will claim that title. And funnily enough, Scott O'Donnell is in the hunt for the 1 hour class A and B title as well.
Kate Patton is actually here, and to be fair, Geordie, she is flat out with lots of things to do with the series, so we may not have an answer on this yet. I just do need to preface that. But I know that you guys were working your way back through the rule book. Did we get the confirmed final positions in championship or series terms for the first 1 hour today?
We did, and you're now putting me on the spot because I was going to keep that one hidden under the hat there. But I suppose if you're listening, it's a bonus to you. The series rulebook says that it goes back to the number of firsts and then followed on to the number of seconds and number of thirds if you can't find a winner. Neither of the pair had any firsts, but Dennis Chapman had 1 second and Scott O'Donnell had no second, so the title goes to Dennis Chapman.
There you go, breaking news. Thank you very much, and Kate doing an awesome job as always to go back through the mechanisms that we have in place for countbacks in the event of a tie or a deadlock, and that's what happened in the point score at the conclusion of our first 1 hour earlier today between both Scott O'Donnell and Dennis Chapman. But you've just had the word from Kate on the winner of that series. Great stuff.
Fantastic. Thanks for that very timely update, Rusty, with Kate Patton. So there you have it. Dennis Chapman taking that title. So Scott O'Donnell, we'll forget what I said before then. He's not in with a shot. We've just had the official word. And a big shout out as well to all the hard work that Kate Patton, Chris Dunn and all the South Island Endurance Series team put in. It's no mean feat to pull off a series like this. So you've got 3 different races happening within a day, and then multiple different classes within them, prize giving, sponsors, the whole lot. There's a lot to organise. They do a fantastic job. They are, at the end of the day, volunteers, and while we're on volunteers, a big shout out to all of our volunteer officials who are here at Mike Perra Motorsport Park, Ruapuna, and all around the country who give up their weekends to let us enjoy motorsport, whether that be up the top in race controls, the clerk of the course, the timing officers, the assembly grid marshals, the flag marshals out on the circuit, the recovery crews. There is an absolute plethora of different volunteer roles, and they all do such a great job. So please give them a round of applause, and if you're a competitor, make sure you thank them for giving up their time to allow you to go and enjoy motorsport.
Geordie, probably while you're on that roll there, timely that we thank all of the various backers that have supported us through the series as well, principally through Carter's Tyres, our main sponsor of the South Island Endurance Championship. They're great people who are ultra passionate and committed to motor racing, and many of the family, the team are up in the North Island and unable to join us as they had planned to. To Michelin Tyres, to the crew at Pirelli, to our radio suppliers and more, a massive, massive thank you. That's what helps make the world go round, and in challenging circumstances at times we've been able to get a fabulous 4-round series done, and we're on the final race now, and there's still lots of good stories to come before it wraps up today.
Absolutely, Rusty. We're very lucky to have such great supporters in motorsport in New Zealand. We've just knocked over the first of 3 hours in this 3-hour race. So 1 hour, 59 minutes and 18 seconds left to run here at Ruapuna. And as you said, the stories will keep on flooding in. It's still Anthony Lees leading the way, Glenn Smith second place, Scott O'Donnell and Alan Dippy are in third, Marcus Shelp, Jared Owens fourth place, and then it's the Brooks Milligan Porsche in fifth. The Rhodes Rickaby Falcon Supertora in sixth place. Aaron Slipe currently behind the wheel of the Dippy Slipe Porsche. They're in seventh, and it's the Moore Mackesy Volkswagen TCR car. Then it's the Askew Seat TCR, and then the Riding Flanagan Porsche rounding out that top 10. We've had a couple of issues already early on in the race. The Your section number 81 Falcon Supertora has had a few electrical issues, and just as I say that, they are unfortunately pulling into the lane again. So obviously haven't quite got on top of that yet. Seems to be a very weird, very unique issue that no one has encountered in that team before, and I know they've been on the phone to try and get a little bit of help from some more experienced engineers and mechanics, but unfortunately back into the garage for them to try and diagnose the issue. Looking out on the track, our second place car, Glenn Smith, encountering a little bit of traffic. He's got the Pugstang and I think it's one of the Wolfbrook Porsches in front of him. So he left to negate his way through there. A little bit of dirt being kicked up just on the exit pothole. Perhaps that was Anthony Lees. Rusty.
Just noticing that the wind has picked up a bit too, Geordie. You can feel it here in the pit lane. It seems to be going in the direction of travel on the main straight as it comes past us here. Just a step up in the level of preparation now for the window of activity you identified a moment ago, where we're expecting a flurry of pit stops, a few drivers getting the helmets on, teams getting ready and so on. So there's a preparedness, a level of readiness, shall we say, for activity in the lane in the not too distant future.
Just over 7 minutes to go until we're expecting to see some of those drivers come in. So when it does happen, our man on the ground, Greg Rust, he'll be there to talk us through all the action, get all the scoops and report on what's going on down in the lane. Just having a look, it looks like there's a whole lap now between Anthony Lees and Glenn Smith. I don't recall that pass happening. Let's just see what happens. Oh no, 17 seconds. So our timing was sitting a little bit of a moment there. So 17 seconds between our leaders. So whilst it's a considerable gap on the track, it only takes one safety car, one little off, one little mistake in the pits to completely change the dynamic in the race. We saw at Tiratonga and Invercargill some slightly longer than expected pit stops completely reshuffled the order, and when you're held up by a second or two in the pits and your rival is circulating at a couple of 100 kilometres an hour, you know, that second is exacerbated, and it's much different when they rejoin the track, and that can be the difference between losing a spot or maintaining a position or gaining a position out there on the circuit. It's been fairly quiet at the moment. I don't think there are too many interpositional battles happening at the moment. Everyone's quite sort of spread out. No big scraps happening. Everyone's just trying to make their way through some of the lap traffic as they approach it, getting into their rhythms. Pit stops will be starting soon, so the teams, they'll be starting to go through the procedure, go through the rehearsal. You know, have they got the air spike, ready to go? Is the air on? Are the rattle guns sorted? The tyres are in the right order. Everyone knows what they're doing. Have they got the procedure right for driver changes? If they got the markings right on the pit road, they would have been practicing these things throughout the weekend. The drivers as well will be starting to think in their mind, what do I need to do before I hand the car over, or where do I need to be? What's my procedure as they come into the lane?
Just down with the Whitehorse Motors crew, who do an awesome job with this this V8 powered RX-8, as you know. Now, Geordie, when it came in a little earlier and we spoke to the team, they were talking about clutch issues. They have replaced the pipe in the system, and they're now trying to bleed that clutch, get some good pressure back in it, and hopefully should be able to send the car back out soon.
That's fantastic news for those guys. We were perhaps a little bit concerned that they might not make it out, but they've obviously got all the bits that they need. They've been able to remedy the issue, and we will see them back out on the circuit, which would be cool. It's a cool car. It's a little bit of a Frankenstein, but very cool to see nonetheless. It sort of messes with your head a wee bit as you see it drive past, and it's this old V8 coming out of a, expect a high-pitched rotary. But anyway, 1 hour and 53 minutes left to go. So we're getting very, very close now to the pit stops. We were talking before about how the teams will be preparing for pit stops now. The drivers will be going through their head as to what their procedure is, coming through the lane, getting the car down to speed, engaging the pit limiter, and then when they disconnect their radios, when they disconnect cool suits if they're running them, when they loosen their belts, which foot comes out the door first, or do they put their arm out? All those little 1%ers really add up, and you've got to make sure that you're very clear in your head as to what the order is. You don't want to be rushing. As soon as you start rushing through a pit stop, that's when you can make mistakes, and you make a mistake, and if it holds you up for a second or two or three, then it can be the difference between losing a spot or gaining a spot in the pit lane. You almost want to take your time a wee bit and make sure that you're not going to have any little clumsy mistakes, get the Hans device caught on a roll bar or something like that through the pit lane, which we've all seen, obviously, before. Same thing for the teams as well. They don't want to be rushing through the refueling or rushing through a tyre change, because it can really wreak havoc on their pit stop.
Geordie, I've just wandered into the to the McLaren crew and had a quick word with them, because Damon Leach is on standby. He's all kitted up, all in his helmet and gloves on, good to go basically. Now, the team are watching the live timing, as many of our followers on Facebook will be doing as well, and they are keeping a very close eye on the moment that it hits an hour 10. And the feeling is the moment we get to that safe marker, they will more than likely call Glenn Smith in. I'll keep you posted, but they are on standby and ready to go here.
Thanks, Rusty. So keep your eyes peeled, ladies and gentlemen. We've got 1 minute and 50 seconds remaining, so it'll be around about, I think, where is Glenn Smith on the track? So he's coming up to the hairpin now. So I think not this lap, but at the end of the next lap, we'll see him in and hand over to Damon Leach to bring the car home and set some more, I'm sure, blistering lap times in it. I'm fairly confident that the Lee's Alexander car, they'll be doing the same thing. They'll be wanting to capitalise on having Tom in the car, and they'll be bringing him in at the earliest possible moment to cover the move from the McLaren with Damon getting in the car. The gap between those guys at the moment, 19.3 seconds, and Anthony seems to be lapping around about 2/10 a lap faster than Glenn Smith. So not a huge amount, but added up over a period of time, that gap, as we have seen, does build to be quite a considerable margin. So here's Glenn Smith, and what have we got till the window opens? Yeah, 45 seconds. So at the end of this lap, we'll see Glenn Smith in. Rusty will be down in the pit lane to talk us through. And the Anthony Lee's car, so he will also be, he will have the opportunity to actually come in before Glenn Smith, but I don't know. I can't quite see from the commentary booth if that team is set up for a stop or not. Let's see what happens.
A few teams are going to react here. So tyres starting to come out into the lane for the McLaren crew. I'm trying to see a little bit further down the lane. Someone else is standing by with all the relevant refueling gear for another stop. Just looking at the rubber that's about to go on to the McLaren. It's not green, but has some good tread depth in it by the looks of it from the depth indicator. So not brand new tyres for Damon Leach. Just having a look. In fact, that's the story for all four of them. So he's in the lane here. Damon's in the lane. Car controller in the lane. Sign is in the lane. They're just doing little things like letting the crews next door know that he's likely to be in any time now, and to make sure that the space, that the lane is cleared as much as possible. Here we go. Stand by.
So interestingly, Rusty, while we wait for Damon to come in, he's in the lane now. Anthony Lees didn't come in, so he went round for another lap.
Crew on standby. Damon is out in the lane, ready for the driver change. Just to recap, they're not brand new tyres that are going on this car, and they've taken the decision to do this as soon as they've completed the minimums. So Glenn's in, refueling underway, holds a maximum 220 litres, I think, the system that they've got here. So far, they've put in 80 litres. 100 litres now. 120. And they've stopped it just over 120 litres, maybe 130. Damon's in the car, about to send him. That's a nice stop by these guys. We'll try and sneak out. They're happy with that. Here comes Glenn wandering in now. Hey, I know, we'll let you get your gloves off there and your helmet. Good stint from Glenn, and they've executed that stop, this outfit, very, very well. The handover went well, boss. You must be pleased.
Yeah, no, pretty pleased to get there. I think I said I only had fumes left.
Did you?
Yeah, like we pushed quite hard early on, then he's come on the radio, so he turned it right down to super low. So we did that, and we're losing a lot of time. Think, oh no, we're looking all right, turn it back up, so turn it back up a bit, and then, no, turn it back down. So,
okay. The plan from here is to do what? Are you box ticked for the day, or will you get back in toward the end? What's your plan?
No, I'll leave the Rockstar out there, mate. He's a legend. He can turn the maps up. We've got another fuel stop. He's not worried about saving gas, so see if he can track them down.
Can we get a quick recap from you as well about that battle with Anthony Lees to begin with? It was a great thing for us to enjoy as spectators. You had the advantage, if you will, to begin with, but as time went on, was it a case of, no, I'm going to let you go, I don't want to burn too much fuel? Was there a decision in all of that?
I think we're running these Yokohamas, and I think they're a little bit softer than the Michelins we tried down at Teretonga. So I think we had a good lot of grip at the start, and then they sort of went away. And it was all good, and then I got that radio call. Turn it down, then I was just a sitting duck.
How do you feel? Was it a taxing stint?
Oh, it's good fun though. And Anthony's an awesome driver and clean and perfect. So, yeah, congratulations to him.
Yep. Team game this, mate, and so far, right up to that stop, great job. Well done.
Thanks.
Yes. There he is, Glenn Smith.
Thanks, Rusty. And whilst that pit stop was taking place, Anthony Lees actually put a lap on the McLaren, so that gives you a little bit of an indication the amount of time you lose when you're in the pit lane stationary for that long, completing their compulsory pit stop. So the Lees Alexander car now has a lap over the McLaren, but it's important to know that they haven't pitted yet. So I'm sure shortly we will see Anthony Lees come in and hand over to Tom Alexander. And we'll see. The McLaren might have the benefit of an undercut. I don't think they'll change position if their pit stop times are roughly the same. It shouldn't be an issue. But I think just trying to find them on our timing board. But Damon getting in the car earlier and getting onto some slightly newer rubber should give them a bit of an advantage as they wait for Tom Alexander to get in the car. So we just wait for the McLaren to finish its first flying lap. But it certainly looks like Damon has more pace than Anthony. So they'll be wanting to cover that undercut fairly shortly. But Anthony stays out. So they might be going for more of a 50-50 split here in the Black Bull Markets GTR. Let's see, so that time by a 1:21.8, which is the fastest lap of the race by Damon Leach, and it is about 2 seconds faster than Anthony Lees. that last time by. So they're certainly getting a huge undercut here.
I'll try and wander down and see if I can't find the Black Bull Markets crew and what they might do in response here, Geordie. But just a quick update too. Nice stop for the crew that run the Toyota Altezza. A little bit of overflow of fuel, not much, just a little bit, but they are trying from an economy standpoint to get the absolute maximum out of it. So they filled that tank right to capacity. Good job.
Cheers, Rusty. So this battle between the effective leaders, of course, Glenn Smith isn't quite in the lead. He's actually, Damon Leach at the wheel now. He's actually in third, but he's right on the back of the leader, basically trying to unlap himself here as they go through the S's, and he's gone, lap traffic. They've both had to get on the picks there, but Damon Leach, he's come out ahead of Anthony Lee's. Real awkward encounter with lap traffic there. They both got on the picks, but Damon has got the car in front, and Anthony Lee stays out once again. So what you're seeing now on the track, folks, is Damon Leach has just unlapped himself from the race leader, Anthony Lee's. Damon, the blue McLaren, is in third place. The gap before the pit stop was about 19 seconds. He's currently lapping around about 2 seconds or a second and a half faster than the race leader. So that gap is going to shrink significantly should Anthony Lees have a similar pit stop time to what Damon and Glenn Smith did. And with that undercut now, they can't afford to have a slow pit stop. They're going to have to make sure they execute their pit stop perfectly to hold on to the lead. And the longer they stay out, the bigger the advantage, the undercut, is going to be for Smith and Leach. They may have played a better strategy here in getting Damon on newer tyres into the car as soon as possible. Rusty.
Just waiting for the 24 to rejoin. So Don McIntyre's jumped out. Williams in. Don's here. Hello, mate. How did the stint go?
Really good, thank you. Yeah, very comfortable. Just went round and round as you're meant to do. That's my job, and I'm just very happy to be here. And very, very special.
Always good fun, mate. I know. A little bit of bodywork. You had to make an unscheduled stop. Was that because of contact, or did something just break with that rear bumper?
We had contact last meeting at Timaru, and they fixed it, but obviously a clip came off or something, I would presume. So, yeah, she's all good, mate. So hang in there, and yeah.
Always good to catch up, mate. Enjoy lemonade. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cheers, Rusty. We look back in this fascinating battle of strategy that we've got up the front. Once again, Damon Leach circulating faster, about a second that last lap, than Anthony Lee. So each lap this goes on, that gap goes from 19 seconds down to, I think it's probably around about the 15-second mark. Hard to tell at the moment because the results on our timing screen aren't corrected to the fact that Anthony Lee's has still got to do his pit stop, but that shouldn't be too far away, I'm expecting.
Tom's in full kit, good to go. He's seated in a chair in the Black Bull Markets pit bunker here. He's got the gloves on, helmet on, good to go. So they're watching the timing screen here. We might see if we can sneak in and get a little sense. You're on standby clearly. What time frame do you reckon? How much longer will he stay out there?
I think we'll run as long as we can on this tank, and then we'll see what we can do. It's in the next few minutes, I'd say.
Okay. There you go. Next few minutes anticipated.
There you go. So they are the Black Bull Markets car is going to somewhat cover that undercut. They're not going to let him get away, let Damon Leach get away too much. They've got the lights on nice and bright in the GTR. Just catching it in our commentary booth. Almost blinding. So it's going to be very intimidating if you had that beast approaching you on the racetrack. Last lap by Damon Leach, once again, about a second and a bit faster than Anthony Lee. So that gap that the race leaders had is certainly getting smaller, but it's not enough at this stage to place him in front of Anthony if they have around about the same pit stop times. That's going to be the key to it all, is getting the pit stop right for the Black Bull team.
Right. They're getting ready here. Bit of activity. So they've taken... Let's just have a look at the quality of these Michelin tyres that are coming out here. There's very little... I reckon they've been lightly roaded, Geordie, at most. And as people that follow the series will know, you can...
Sorry, Rusty, we nearly had the the Leach car run off there. Real awkward skirmish with some lap traffic. Sorry, Rusty, continue.
No. They've just called for calm here in the lane just to wait. But they have 4 basically brand new tyres to throw at this Nissan GTR for Tom Alexander. They're going to move some of these tyres out into the lane by the looks of it now. And as you know with this series, Geordie, you are allowed to keep them in effectively a tyre oven. So for those that are in the paddock that are walking by, you may notice these cloth-covered big black boxes effectively, and you can pump hot air into them, put the tyres inside them, and allow them to the tyre and the rim for that matter to get up to a warmer operating temperature. So when you bolt them on, they come on even sooner. So we're just waiting here. They've got those tyres out of that oven, and we're waiting, standing by.
It's a super crucial part to endurance racing are those tyre ovens, and it's great that we're able to use that technology in New Zealand to, like you say, make sure that the tyre and the rim go on the car nice and hot, and there's not this big temperature disparity from a new driver jumping in onto cold tyres or the driver being used to having tyres at temperature and then suddenly going to stone cold tyres.
James Marshall Motorsport moving as well, guys. So I would think this is for the 88. Ryan Wood is here. He's on social media duty, aren't you, mate? So it looks like it's for the 88.
Yeah, I think so. I'm not 100% sure. I just got told to take a video of the pit stop.
Hey, quickly, what's the reaction been like to the title win a little earlier for you today? Congratulations.
No, it's been a pretty cool day. Had a lot of people out here supporting me. So, a lot of friends and family. So I made it real special to do that sort of drive and pull off the championship and the race win.
Hey, don't muck that video up, mate. This is your specialty. You can do this.
Yeah, I know. Something I'm good at.
There you go. Righto. So Tom is limbering up. Both those teams, incidentally, the reason I spoke to Ryan is because the Wolfbrook crew or the James Marshall Motorsport crew are right next door. So both outfits are on standby, and both drivers, by the looks of it, in the lane. We're ready.
Thanks, Rusty, and Ryan Wood there, a great character of the sport, a young driver, obviously taking that 1 hour title. He'll be filming that not only for social media, but I believe it's part of the regulation if you're doing a driver swap. I think there's something in there you have to have it recorded in case there's a dispute over it. But looking at the battle for the lead, Damon Leach is still about 1.2 seconds faster than Anthony Lees. Anthony Lees still has not pitted yet. So that gap is shrinking. The effective race lead is shrinking at the moment, and Anthony's sort of being held up a wee bit here by one of those Wolfbrook Porsches. He knows that he'll have a bit more pace, but that Porsche is just fast enough to be a little bit of a nuisance and not be easy for Anthony to get by, and Anthony's in the lane now. So Tom Alexander, he's going to be ready and getting in the car.
In fact, I think it might be the little Toyota 86. Here we go, just looking further down. Here comes the Nissan now. So nicely through that little weave right and left. Anthony's making his way towards the team. As I mentioned before, virtually brand spanking new tyres for Tom Alexander here. Anthony Lees pulls up on the marks beautifully. Gets out of the car. Tom's jumping in now, fuel going in the car. We'll let Anthony get his helmet off after that stint and have a word with him. Right side rims and tyres are on. We're just waiting for that right front to be done up by the rattle gun. There you go, done now. Good drop of fuel, really good drop of fuel, guys. So it may have been virtually empty. Tom fires up the Nissan and away he goes. That's stall, but he's away. All good, all good.
So as we watch the Nissan GTR come out of the pit lane, we can see Damon Leach going past the dipper and into the final part of the circuit. So as anticipated, the undercut wasn't enough to get the race lead, but the gap has certainly shrunk. In a couple of laps' time, we'll be able to give you what that figure is. But Anthony Lee's now getting into turn one as Damon Leach crosses the start-finish line.
They've just done the COVID-safe fist pumps down here. That was a really good stint, mate. Looks like it took it out of you, did it?
Yeah, thanks, Greg. Yeah, it was a good stint. It was a tough stint. You know, I don't actually think it was my best drive of the season.
Tell me why. You're being hard on yourself. Tell me why.
Oh, you know, I was being a little bit impatient, and I think just trying to push a little bit too hard, and I think I got a warning for using a bit too much curb at one stage. But no, all in all, I think we're, you know, when we stopped the car, we were just under a lap up. Yeah, I think Tom and Damon are going to have a wicked race.
It's going to be great for us to spectate and enjoy, mate. How close were you on fuel? Was there much left?
Oh, we had a little bit of our sleeve, but yeah, no, the car's good on fuel. The car's good on fuel.
You've had a great year, mate, have you? I mean, to be, you know, to take out Timaru and then to be here in this position, I mean, it's just tremendous. Well done.
Yeah, thank you very much, Greg. You know, I think you can tell by the size of my smile. You know, Timaru and Pookie were both highlights, and yeah, let's see how we go this afternoon.
Good on you. Go and enjoy it. And to paint the picture for you, the smile is super wide, guys. He's really happy with that, as are the team. Meantime, it looks like the Porsche that was running in fourth place, car number 9, has been in, and we know that both. Let's just try and get a clarity for you on who was. Looks like Marco, I think, was driving the car, so he's here. Marco Schelp is here, waiting for fuel to be completed. The fuel stop. Tank, of course, is in the front of the Porsche 911. They're having a little bit of trouble getting this thing to marry up and to pump in. I'm not sure that the coupling is connecting and flowing properly. So this is a longer stop than they wanted for 9. They're looking very closely at the gantry to see that they're getting some flow, and they keep trying to reconnect the dual coupling, which meets with the fuel tank at the front of these Porsches. A bit of frustration creeping in here now. It doesn't seem to be working the way they want it to. No, it's full. It's full. And Owens leaves the lane. Marco's headed out the back. We'll let him gather his thoughts. He's as you can appreciate, after having done the 1 hour and this, it's certainly taken its toll. Here he comes now. Why don't we grab a word with Marco Schelp? And mixed emotions as I talk to you here, because that stop went longer than you wanted it to, didn't it?
Oh, that's okay. Well, I'm lucky there's no camera today.
Yeah.
Me, eh?
Hey, so give us a debrief. I mean, a big day for you when you step out of a podium for the 1 hour, and then you back it up, you guys, and have a crack at the 3 hour.
Yeah, it's just it's about fun, enjoying racing. That's good. And Jared is as fast as me, so let's see where we end up.
Good on you. You've had a good afternoon.
Yeah, cool.
Cool. Look forward to catching up. There he is, Marco Schelp.
Thanks, Rusty. And just to refocus a wee bit on that battle for the lead, when Tom Alexander came out in the Black Bull Markets car, the gap was 6.5 seconds. So the net change after those pit stops, the result of the undercut was a 13-second advantage for Damon Leach and Glenn Smith. But crucially, Alexander is still leading the way in the Nissan GTR. Scott O'Donnell at the moment and Alan Dippy, they are actually in second place still by about 6.7 seconds. So it appears that first lap for Tom Alexander was faster than Damon Leach's lap speed. So it seems that the GTR with Tom Alexander behind the wheel and those pretty much brand new tyres is the way to go.
James Marshall Motorsport team go to work again for Wolfbrook Motorsport. Looks like Jack Milligan is at the wheel of that car at the moment. I'm trying to get a sense of what the tyres look like on it as he comes past me here in the lane. So pretty decent Michelin rubber going on that car. So let's hope that Milligan, after those issues at Teretonga last time out with fuel and being compromised, unfortunately, toward the end, let's hope they have a great run here for the rest of the afternoon.
Absolutely, and just as we're talking about Tom Alexander and his pace, he's just gone and set the fastest lap of the race, so 1:21.738. So it's about, a tenth faster than Damon Leach. And just in the first sector now, Tom's gone and done another purple, a 25.2 in the first sector. So let's follow Tom's lap and see if he can go faster once again as he comes and approaches the S's. I'll wait for his second sector time to pop up on the timing monitor. It's faster again, a 33.1. Another purple sector for Tom Alexander and the Black Bull Markets Nissan GTR as he drives past the dipper, heads into the final corner now. Will he be able to better his time once again? Pretty tidy exit for Tom. And now he starts that big drag down to the start-finish line. What's it going to be? It's another fastest time, a 21.093 for Tom Alexander, the fastest lap of the race by a whole 0.8 of a second for Tom. So he has got pace to burn in that Nissan GTR, holding off and waiting just a little bit longer for the fuel to burn out in that car. Getting onto that new rubber has certainly worked wonders for the 28 entry, and they are building the lead once again, this time over Scott O'Donnell and Alan Dippy, who are still yet to pit.
Just watching the stop for the 96, the Honda Civic, Phillips and Phillips. Looks like it went really smoothly as well. Bit of attention to the suspension, the upright, the left front upright, but more on the settings front, I think, Geordie. They did tension some bolts and nuts around that, but also worked on the settings. So just offering a bit more support or something, I think, from that left front perhaps, or wanting it.
Good spotting, Rusty, down in the lane there. And it'll be interesting now. The next story is our title leaders for the 3 hour, Scott O'Donnell and Alan Dippy. When will they take their pit stop? We've got 1 hour and 28 minutes.
Looks like the crew are standing by. Sorry to dive in on the Geordie, and here it comes. Yep. Here comes the Dippy, Scott O'Donnell Porsche now. Mobile crew are standing by for this this stop. We'll keep an eye on it for you as they come in. Cool car, this one. Beautifully turned out. Team always do a very good job in the execution of their stops, and judging by the looks of it, he pulls up bang on the mark, which is terrific. Fuel going into the front of the Porsche. Scott O'Donnell extricates himself from the car. Looks like they're putting rears on first on this car. You're going to hate me because you've just got out of a hot race car and you've had a very, very busy day. Has it gone in the manner that you wanted it to, the way you wanted to attack your stint and this, the start to this 3 hour?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, the car sort of ran out of tyres about an hour. You see the pace going off quite a bit. First half hour was good, second half hour okay, but yeah, we probably need more tyres and fuel.
Okay, and when you say, is it from the fronts, from the rears, what are the ones that...
Over. I think Ruapuna's just hard on tyres. Okay. The TCR was the same. First half hour okay, after that, ooh. It's a hard surface on tyres.
You love this series, mate, I know. How do you feel? I mean, 4 fantastic rounds. You basically tick the box now. And I know we've had some potential challenges along the way. Must feel good.
Oh, it's great. I mean, great group of people. We've had great circuits in the South Island. We've had pretty great weather. Just enjoying a beer tonight.
You're all done. You're box ticked now, aren't you?
We're done.
There you go. There we go. Scott O'Donnell and Alan Dippy, as I talk to you, leaves the lane. Job done. Mobile crew, nicely done.
Thanks, Rusty. We'll see where they pop out in terms of the leaderboard. I'm pretty sure they'll still hold on to third place. The Brooks Milligan Porsche, they've completed their pit stop, and they are 4th at the moment. And they've just set a green sector, 2 green sectors there to improve their overall lap time. And the Brooks Milligan Porsche, not quite sure who's behind the wheel. I think it's Jack Milligan at the moment. But that gap out in front.
The 888, when I saw the stop before, Geordie, it did look like his helmet and so on getting into the car, and I can also see a bit of a reset for this crew. I think Martin Dippy is getting ready to jump behind the wheel of the car that he's sharing with Aaron Slight. So I'll stay here and update you when that stop happens. One of the Mazdas coming into the lane, one of the RX-8s, car 20 is in the lane.
Fantastic, thanks, Rusty. We'll keep our eyes on the bright orange Mitre 10 Trade Porsche of Aaron Slight. Coming into the hairpin now, Rusty down the lane said that Martin Dippy is getting ready to go and get behind the wheel. So we'll follow that and see when he might... Oh, we've got a car off, I think, at turn 1. Yes, double yellow flags. It looks like, I can't quite see. You have to steal your binoculars here, Rusty.
Safety car is out. It's getting ready at least anyway. It's parked at the end of the lane there with lights on. Hasn't left the lane yet, I should clarify. But it has been moved into a standby position, obviously, for that, as you try and zero in on who that is. Meantime, they're very conscious of it here in the pit lane. So yellow flags on it. Safety car is being released. Safety car boards A safety car board's being shown there by the looks of it, and the Nissan GTR, the mobile Nissan GTR, is on track in this 3 hour. We have a safety car on circuit.
Yeah, thanks, Rusty. It is it's a white Porsche. I can't quite see which one it is. Just trying to get a bit of a look on our timing screens. It's one of the white Porsches has ended up in the gravel. Hopefully he hasn't made the tyres down at turn 1, but can't quite tell from here. But the safety car is on circuit, so we'll bring the field under control, and pretty quickly it will soon make sense to us who that is down there.
Nigel Barclay helping the driver change aspect for the Mitre 10 Racing Porsche. So Aaron Slide is out. He has a couple little boosters, just I think given the body shape difference between he and height difference between he and Martin Dippy. So they've taken those out of the car, refueling going on. Aaron's here with me now. You happy with how things went?
Yeah, really happy. Really good. I took a bit of dirt on the edge of the track going into the hairpin at one stage, spun it, touched the tyre wall, and got going again. But yeah, no, really happy. Had a great run.
We'll leave you to it, mate. We'll catch up before the end of the race and have a longer chat with Aaron Slight. So work still going on to complete this stop. They're just getting that right front on by the looks of it. Martin looks like he is strapped in and ready to be sent. Let's hope they can bring this car home as well. He talked before about the issues in relation to the gearbox last time out at Tiratonga and how they were unfortunately stopped by that, but able to avoid a very costly repair. So he's away, 991 leaving the lane now.
Thanks, Rusty. Still haven't quite been able to work out what the story is down there at turn 1. So rest assured, we'll get an update shortly, I'm sure, from our race team, control team. The recovery vehicles are tending to it now. It doesn't look like, from what I can see through the binoculars, it doesn't look like he's made the wall. He's just beached it, I would say, in the gravel trap down there. Of course, a great safety feature which we have at the circuit to arrest cars that may find themselves off the track at the high speed turn 1. So they'll recover that and be underway shortly. Rusty, have you noticed anyone missing?
I'm just trying to find Kate Patton. I think I can see her up ahead of me here coming into the pit bunker, so she might be able to shed some light on it. You want clarity on which car it is, I think, don't you? I can't see it from here
Rusty,
either, is that right?
I've just noticed the GTR's back in the pits.
Oh.
So I'm not quite sure what's going on there, but our race leader, Tom Alexander, he's come into the pits during the safety car, so I'm wondering, are they doing a quick splash and dash, or is this perhaps a problem for the Black Bull Markets entry?
That was very quick, whatever that was for. They've brought in the Marco Schelp Porsche as well, with Jared Owens at the wheel. Let me see if I can't clarify from the Black Bull Markets crew what went on there. I've just walked back the other direction to where I was, I'm sorry.
That's all right, there's a lot going on in this race now as we have a safety car, 1 minute and 21 minutes remaining. The leader of the race just coming in for what appears was possibly a splash and dash. A little bit of fuel to get them home to ensure that Tom can keep going at that same pace. But what that has done is promoted Damon Leach to the lead. So we talked earlier about that dynamic and that gap changing. That gap was set to shrink back to nothing. It has now resulted in Damon Leach taking over the lead of the race.
Okay, so clarity from the team, from Black Bull Markets. This, Geordie, is about playing it safe. So they were a little concerned by the numbers that they were getting about fuel before the end of this race, and they wanted to buy a ticket to ensure that there would be no risk here for Tom. So it was a splash, that's all it was, and they said it again, there are no issues with that car. So it's just in their words, you know, we're playing it a little bit safe with that stuff and making it right.
Fantastic, thanks Rusty. And we've just seen that Porsche be recovered from turn 1, and it is the McIntyre Williams Porsche. I think, is it Ben Williams behind the wheel at the moment? I think Don got out of the car at that last pit stop. So they're back underway, no damage to the car, and I'm sure very shortly we'll be racing again.
I'm just letting you know too that they've had that 9 car back in, as I mentioned to you as I walked down to the Black Bull Markets crew. So that's the car of Jared Owens and Marco Schelp. and they resorted, by the looks of it, to refueling that car with churns rather than using the overhead gantry system, which you may recall when the original planned stop happened, it did seem as though they were having a bit of trouble getting the coupling to marry up with the top of the refueling ports on the at the front of the Porsche there. I'm not sure why, and they seem to be having trouble with that in the main stop. They've used churns that time to get it done.
Interesting. Thanks for the update, Rusty. The safety car has pulled in now. We're back underway racing, and if we look at the front of the field, Damon Leach leads the way, 6.6 seconds over Tom Alexander. So this dynamic of the race has changed with an hour and 19 minutes left to run. Now, the Pugstangs that drove past the commentary booth before, and I'm sure past the punters on the hill here, there was some sort of weird musical noise going on, and yes, that is the horn on the Pugstang. So they really do take racing very seriously, but they love taking the mick a wee bit and injecting a little bit of humour. So they've got a little comedic horn on that car as they went past the bystanders on the hill. So a nice little touch from Team Pugstang and Timo and Leighton behind the wheel there. Looking back, let's try and find where is Tom Alexander. So he's racing now with a couple of lap cars, but getting by that Oxford Super Tourer as Damon Leach, should I say, sorry, passes the start-finish flag. Tom Alexander squares it up on the exit to come onto the main straight. So that's your gap for the race lead, folks. Now 9.1 seconds. Tom Alexander, that lap got held up considerably. He was 3 seconds slower than Damon Leach. 9.1 seconds now is the gap that Tom Alexander has to chase down over the next hour and 18 minutes. That we saw earlier on, Tom had the pace over Damon. We don't know, though, how much Damon was holding back. And as we talk about Damon holding back, he's just gone and set the fastest first sector of the race at 25.0. So Damon clearly still has some speed in the tank, and he is going to try and extend the lead now that he has got after that little security splash and dash from the Black Bull Markets team. Let's follow him. Let's watch him as he comes into the second part of the circuit, into the S's. And what's the second sector going to be? Damon Leach, he approaches a little bit of lap traffic, and I think that may have hurt him a wee bit, although it's a personal best of 33.2. Not quite the best of the race, but still a very good time. Into the final corner now. Damon Leach, he'll square the car up nicely, get a good exit, put the pedal down. We know it's got good straight line speed, the McLaren. As he comes across the start-finish stripe, what's the lap going to be? It's the new fastest lap of the race, a 21.050, which when you compare that to Tom Alexander is 33 thousandths of a second faster. So those two are very evenly matched on speed, and Damon Leach clearly wants this race win, and he's clearly going to fight for it. 11 seconds is the gap now as Tom Alexander encounters more lap traffic that previous lap, almost 2 seconds slower. So the fight is on, Rusty.
It's going to be fascinating, isn't it? And I love the fact that both teams have taken a decision to enable these two young guys to do exactly that. It's going to be a joy to watch for those that are here at the circuit, and we'll paint the picture for you when it comes to the Facebook coverage as best we can too. We'll tell the story.
1 hour and 16 minutes left to run here at Ruapuna, Mike Pero Motorsport Park. The battle's really shaping up at the lead of the race, but the battle for the title is a little bit cooler. Scott O'Donnell and Alan Dippy currently leading the way in the point situation, and all they need to do is hold on to the third place that they've currently got at the moment. And they've got that by a fairly comfy margin, both in front and behind. They're not realistically going to be challenging for second place as they stand at the moment. The situation may change, but they're also comfortable enough that they're not going to have to spend a huge amount of time defending their podium either. Rusty?
Just wanted to update. Remember earlier in the race we were talking about the 81, the Super Tourer, and the fact that they were making various trips to the pit lane with a car that was ailing and didn't sound very good, and having all sorts of issues. They have found the problem with that car. They had parked it up out the back. They thought it was game over, and the team had discovered that it was a faulty sensor, I think in relation to oil pressure. They have bypassed that now, sent the car, and it's running beautifully.
Well, there we go. Luckily that they've been able to get on top of that issue, and something as simple as a little sensor going awry, unfortunately, can wreak havoc with your day in motorsport. But we see your section, NZ Super Tourer, come past the hill and start finish straight into turn one. Seems, as Rusty said, to be running beautifully now. So that's fantastic. Looking at Damon Leach, he's still going and trying really hard. He actually set on that lap, although it wasn't quite the fastest lap of the race, the fastest first sector of the race at 24.9, so bettering his own effort from the lap prior. So that gap is still building out in the lead. Damon Leach, 11.4 seconds now. So it's going to be interesting to see what Tom Alexander wants to do. Of course, he wants to win. He's got the fuel now. I'm not quite sure what the fuel situation is on the McLaren. I would think they pitted a lot earlier. They obviously knew what the capacity is on the tank and how much they could get in, so they should be all right, but I'm not sure. So that could be an emerging story for later on in the race.
We'll cover a few things here. Oxford Edge crew have had a very, very good day. They're nervous about talking to me, I should point out too. Hey, it looks like it's gone flawlessly.
Oh, look, it's that was a lot of fun. That really was, and I'm just so pleased that I actually got through the stint and Paul can get a drive. But you know, I haven't finished many of my stints actually. Yeah, the last two haven't been that good, but car going great and so much fun.
And a little bit of a cheerio too, because we've got, you know, in a socially distancing and safe sense, we've got some of the crew here in a company sense, in a broader sense today, don't we?
Yeah, we have, and thanks very much, guys, for coming out. I'll come up and have a Fanta with you soon. But yeah, great day, and really happy that we were able to race this last one. Touch and go a week and a half ago, but yeah, a lot of fun.
Let's hope it comes home to the finish. You've had a great day, and we'll get the crew to put that quote-unquote Fanta on ice for you, so enjoy. I'll keep motoring here because I think we might be able to find just some of the crew from the McLaren side of things, maybe even Glenn's floating around, and just answer that. I think you were querying about economy and things like that, weren't you? Whether they are compromised in that regard or whether they're okay. Just stand by and I'll get some clarity and come back to you.
Thanks, Rusty. Yeah, just the question around whether the earlier stop of Damon Leach is perhaps compromising the end of the race in terms of fuel and if they're going to have enough in the tank, whereas Alexander seems to, I would suggest after that splash and dash, have no concerns at all and can push hard right till the end. That gap now out to 12.2 seconds, so it is building. Damon Leach seems to have the pace at the moment. Obviously, Tom's going to have a slightly heavier car, having had the more recent pit stop and then again the subsequent top-up of fuel, whereas Damon's been circulating now for around about half an hour, I think. So he's had plenty of time to burn off quite a few, or at least a considerable amount of kilograms of fuel, enough to make a difference in terms of the balance of the car. And once again, last lap by, the gap being extended by Damon. Rusty.
So the suggestion from the team is, and let's remember, Geordie, these are movable scenarios depending upon safety cars and what transpires in the race. But as we stand here now, they are aiming roughly at pitting him around the 50-minute mark to go in this race. And then they want to do, more or less, what they did very effectively at Teretonga. They want him to have enough fuel on board so that he can absolutely go for it. So at the moment, he's trying to make hay, trying to build a bit of a lead so that they can account for that splash stop that they need to do, but then also enable him to run again, be that hare and go for it at the end of the race.
Thanks, Rusty. Great insight into the strategy there. Answers the questions and the uncertainties that we had over their ability and their pace at the moment. What's their lap time as he goes by? 22.1. Wait for Tom Alexander. He comes out of the final corner now, what's his lap time going to be? Last time by was a 22.5 for Tom, and he crosses the stripe this time with a 22.7. So once again, the gap extends. It's now at 13 seconds over, or should I say, up to the leaders, Damon Leach. A great effort from Damon. He is a solid driver. See the Leach name, a big name in New Zealand motorsport. Younger brother Brendan, currently in Europe at the moment, pursuing his dream over there. Factory racer for Lamborghini, having raced TRS, international Formula 3 as well in Asia and America. He's done it all, has Brendan, which is great to see. And of course, Father Barry is actually, I can see out of the commentary booth, he enjoys his motorsport, restoring race cars and having a drive. And of course, the Leach's mother Marguerite, also a kart racer back in her day. Rusty.
Just wanted to go to the other side of the story for you and just get a bit of clarity, Geordie. So I've walked into the Black Ball Markets team. They are fueled to finish, and they kind of gave me a wry smile and a bit of a laugh and sort of said, hey, we hope so. But if we know those guys, they'll have done their homework. They've put enough in, but they are fueled to finish. So that's the difference in the story. We need a splash for the McLaren, for Damon Leach, which is why he's going for it now, and we'll expect him in potentially, depending on safety cars and flow of this race, with about 50 minutes to go. But the Anthony Lees and Tom Alexander, who's at the wheel of that magic Nissan GTR now, they are fueled to finish.
Fantastic. So that sets the scene for Tom Alexander. He is ready to fight right till the end. And they've had another lap under their belts, and once again the gap is extending. So Damon Leach certainly has the upper hand at the moment, but they potentially have to come in for another stop, which will swing the dynamic once again. 13 seconds, that's enough for Alexander to go back into the lead, I would suggest, once the tour through the pit lane is completed. So this race, I think, could go right down to the wire. 1 hour and 8 minutes left to go. Still Alan Dippy in third place. Him and Scott O'Donnell obviously favourites for the title, and I would say they are, as they stand, provisionally or title winners elect at this point in time. Brooks and Milligan still hold fourth place. Rhodes and Rickaby in the Oxford Edge Falcon, they're in fifth. Second in Class D. Martin Dippy and Aaron Slight. Martin Dippy in the car now. He is in sixth place. Marco Shelp and Jared Owens. And Jared's in the car. He's in seventh place. Then it's the riding Flanagan Porsche in eighth place. Barry Moore and Tim McAsee in ninth in their Volkswagen Volkswagen Golf GTI TCR. A few too many G's in there for me. And then it's Coffin and Jones in 10th place in their Mazda RX-7. I should also point out that Barrymore and McAsee are actually leading the way in Class B. And Cam Jones and Ben Coffin are leading the way in Class C in 10th place. So it's a great effort from them. Don McIntyre and Rob Williams, I think it was, they were in the kitty litter earlier on in the race when we had the safety car. They're currently running in 15th place. So they have somewhat recovered and kept it on the track, and they're still out there circulating. They also, unfortunately, had the drive-through earlier on as well for that bodywork. So they've not had the best day out there, but enjoying a beautiful day at Mike Pero Motorsport Park. Nonetheless, a little bit of cloud cover to perhaps keep the sun off for the punters out there a wee bit, but otherwise the sun is shining and everyone is having a great time. Just having a look down the leaderboard, there doesn't seem to be too many close battles happening for the moment. Everyone seems to be fairly spread out. Perhaps the Askew car and the Mazda RX-7 of Coffin and Jones. Not quite sure who's behind the wheel of the RX-7 at the moment, but those guys are fairly close on track. So just try and locate them. There they are. Back towards the leaders, so Tom Alexander last lap was actually a second faster than Damon Leach, but the gap is still around about that 14-second mark. Let's see what happens when Tom crosses the stripe. He's coming down along the pit lane now, and 13.5 seconds. Again, about is 8/10 faster that time, so the pendulum might be starting to swing the other way now. Tom Alexander having the advantage over the last couple of laps. Damon Leach, though, he could have been buried in some lap traffic. There's obviously one of the challenges of endurance racing is trying to navigate your way through some of the slower cars in the different classes. And when you run on a combined grid, it's something that is just a constant throughout the race. There's no avoiding it. It's gonna crop up almost every single lap, with the range of cars that we've got here. And it's a great range of cars, from the GT3 machinery leading the field to all the way through the TCR cars, the Toyota 86s, the Super Tourers, the home-built Civics, the Mazdas, and the Pugstang. The almost want to call it the crowd favourite, the feel-good story. The car which drove to the track, drove onto the track, raced for 3 hours, and they'll drive home in. Timo Stanton and Leighton Tremaine with their comedic horn, just to let everyone know that they are going past. Perhaps doesn't have the same roar as the V8s and the rotaries that we have out on the circuit. So things have sort of simmered down a wee bit on track after the safety car intervention before, and a hive of activity in the pit lane. 1 hour and 3 minutes left to run. Of course, up until this point, it's all been about, keeping yourself in the race and getting yourself through to that last sort of half hour where then you can start to push and chase down the car ahead of you, or try and find that car in your class and have that battle for position. Action has died down in the lane as well, with the majority of the field, in fact all of the field, completing at least one stop. Some will opt for a two-stopper. Some will try and make it through on one stop. We will see quite a few, though, having to make multiple pit stops to get by in terms of fuel loads. Also, the driver changes, I believe, have taken place.
Geordie, just before I come up and see you again in the commentary box, I thought I'd go and have a word to some race fans. It's always good to go and talk to some race fans. Hi, young fella, where you from?
I'm from Napier.
You're from Napier. What brings you here?
I like the car racing, Greg.
You like the car racing? Bathurst winner, 4-time Bathurst winner Greg Murphy with us. How you been? And it's good to have you here for the final round.
Oh, listen, it's been a great series, hasn't it, really? Obviously, we all know that there's been a few restrictions and things, which probably stopped a few more cars being here, but it's been a great season so far. And South Island Endurance Series and the North Island Endurance Series, I think, have just got so much growing still to do, and the excitement around it is getting bigger and bigger every year. So let's roll on, get this one out of the way and roll on 2022, and I think these events are going to be bigger.
Definitely. Young fella, Cormac's with you here. Be keen on a bit of social media. He's a two-wheel bandit, isn't he? He loves it.
Yeah. I don't want two doing four wheels, but I also don't know if I like him doing two wheels.
But he loves it.
Yeah, unfortunately, yes. There's more injuries in the two-wheel side of thing, but it costs less, so it's a real catch-22.
Hey, we're going to leave you go in a second here, but just quickly, just your own mission, of course, is to try and be at the great race in in December. Gee, the car looks cool from the scheme that we've seen, and a little bit of track activity from Jack Perkins in the last little while, driving it at Winton in recent weeks and so on, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's all sort of becoming the real reality now. It's getting very close. Supercars obviously this weekend to their second of 4 events at Sydney Motorsport Park. So Bathurst is coming around very quickly. And Richie and I, I think the hope of being able to get there is dwindling a little bit now, and still not having free access into Australia, and certainly not having any access back to New Zealand. And you know what's going on there, because you've been trying to also do the same thing, which fortunately you're able to do now with getting MIQ spot. But for both of us, we've both got to be able to have a MIQ on the way home, and neither of us have got that at the moment. So that's the restriction on being able to get there, and it's tough looking at the car, looking at the livery, and looking how great Erebus are doing at the moment. They've gone and built us a replica of those 2 cars for Will Brown and Brodie Kostecki, and their performance last weekend was just fantastic. So the team was super excited about running the 3rd car for us in the wild card. And, it will be really disappointing if it doesn't happen, but I'm hopeful if we can't make it, we'll be able to commit to 2022, and we'll work hard to be even better prepared for that one. And I really wanted to see Richie get back in a supercar and race without the stress and the strains and the pressures that he's been under, and just show again everybody and remind everybody again what he's capable of. But hopefully, if we can't do it this year, then we will get a chance to do it in 12 months.
Yeah, definitely. You've just scared me, though, because if it comes to that means 12 more months at the gym.
That means 12 more months of you and me at the gym pounding each other to death with all sorts of, challenges. So that'll be good for us both, though, Thruster.
That's definitely great to catch up. There he is with his son, Cormac Murphy. Greg Murphy, back to you, Geordie.
Thanks, Rusty, and great to have race fans out there like Greg Murphy and family. We obviously alluded to earlier in the coverage, Ronan, unfortunately not being out here, stuck doing an exam at uni in Christchurch. So great insight there into the situation with the great race as well. Obviously that's been one of the big stories of motorsport, both in New Zealand and Australia, over the last few months, is that wild card with Greg Murphy and Richie Stanaway. But looking back towards the front of the field, and Damon Leach's lead has dropped down to about 10 seconds as Tom Alexander seems to have the pace advantage now with 57 minutes left to run in the race. So it's all shaped out, and we talked about the different possibilities with the undercut and things like that. As it's turned out, Damon Leach has got the advantage at the moment, but there's potentially a question mark over his fuel situation.
And as I sit down to chat with you again in the commentary box, Geordie, nice work, by the way. We are potentially, what are we talking about, 5 minutes roughly until we might see that McLaren in the lane for its fuel. So that's the story we're following at the moment. Great to see so many of you here at Ruapuna, parked up around the circuit. There are camper vans. There are people who have put up some easy ups and things like that. Everyone doing the right thing from a social distancing standpoint. So thank you very much for that. And a huge thanks to those of you that have joined us via Facebook for the last 3 rounds, now the 4th. And no doubt there are some questions coming in. You can leave a comment down below on either the South Island Endurance Championship Facebook page or the Motorsport New Zealand Facebook page, and we'll try and tackle them for you while we can. We're into the final hour of competition. Carter's Tyres South Island Endurance Championship for 2021. Martin Dippy comes across the start-finish line in car 991. Nice and tidy at the moment from him, which is good. Where are we talking in terms of track position for those guys with the car that he's obviously sharing with Aaron Slight that we mentioned? They're currently in position 6 at the moment. Rhodes and Rickaby doing a ripping job in that V8 Super Tourer, 5th outright at the moment. And then the podium positions are being they're in a fascinating space given the pit stop scenario to unfold. 2 have been done for the Anthony Lees, Tom Alexander, Nissan GTR. Tom taking the opportunity before, the team wisely bringing him in for a splash. But as we said in the last few minutes, the team believe they are fueled to finish. They have got enough on board now. But similarly, with Damon Leach continuing to eke out an advantage here, and hopefully by the time he stops, they'll put enough on board for him to absolutely be able to go for it. And he did exactly that in the last stint at Invercargill at Teretonga, and it was a joy to watch. Lap record breaking pace in his own backyard. He knows the place so well, has done a huge amount of laps there, and has relished the opportunity to drive this car. Might have been a little heartbreaking for him at the Timaru round of the series. He was a bit down in the mouth, which is understandable, but has rebounded superbly. And what did Glenn Smith refer to him before as? I think he called him the rock star. So he doesn't, when you talk to him, behave like a rock star. But man, behind the wheel, can he make this car get up and move? So doing a really good job at the moment. Just keeping a watching brief or a watching eye, a watchful eye on pit lane at the same time.
Just while we're watching out the window here, Rusty, I've just checked onto Facebook and looked at some of the comments, and Gary Carter of Carter's Tyres left us a message saying they're sitting, listening to the coverage, sitting with the Brabham.
Fantastic.
Unfortunately, couldn't be here though, thanks to the COVID lockdown restrictions in Auckland.
We wish you were here. We really do. So, the fallback position is that if you can listen to the action, it's great to have you with us. But thank you so much to all of you in the Carter's family and the Carter's Tyres service group for what you do for New Zealand motorsport, but especially for the naming rights sponsorship that you bring to this series. And we cannot wait to see that Brabham up close and in action on track when a bit of normal service resumes, so to speak.
Absolutely, it's the Brabham name is a big one in Australasian motorsport, but also internationally as well. And they've taken that car, the Brabham BT62, and launched it on a road front and on a racing front as well. And it's seen some success in the UK, and really looking forward to seeing it on New Zealand racetracks. And I believe there's actually a couple of the road cars have come into the country as well.
It's in the next phase now, that whole thing. I was very fortunate to go to the Australian launch of the road car. Crikey, that takes me back now. It must be 2018 or 2019. I'm trying to remember, in Adelaide. And that was off the back of a very special and important launch in the UK, where they really kicked things off, because the Brabham name and the late great Sir Jack Brabham has such that name still has so much cachet in England from his time winning 3 world championships in Formula One, including one in a car bearing his own name, a feat that will, I don't think, ever be achieved again. And David fought tooth and nail for the return of the Brabham name to the family fold, shall we say, in a racing sense. He did that, and then with a group of partners, they set about rebirthing the brand, and they've done some great things with that car, and merged in the recent past into some racing. So, I think it's, whilst supercars and high quality road going cars, shall we say, are their principal focus to begin with, they've been able to get into some racing, which is what David always wanted.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's great to see the name return back to racing as a manufacturer. Like you say, there's so much history in there, and the fact that, it's one of the few, we're never going to see anyone win a Formula One World Championship with their car that they've designed and manufactured themselves. I truly don't think that'll happen. The way the sport's evolved now. So it's great to see it return, and very exciting.
And they are cool looking things, mate, aren't they? And sounding, for that matter.
They've almost got like a sort of a Batmobile kind of feel about them. They're cool, and they're very unique cars, and can't wait to see the Carter's Tyres Brabham on track in New Zealand.
Meanwhile, race continues with Damon Leach at the wheel of the McLaren 650S, and he enjoys a lead of 12.4 seconds now. So the challenge is really the pit lane time, the drive-through time to get in and out of the lane, but also the stoppage to complete for fuel. Now, have we got a drama here for the Oxford Edge Falcon? It's slowing, or is it just letting some traffic pass? So this is not in the playbook. It looks like it's going slow. Out of turn 10, heading toward turn 11. They may just be able to limp it back to the lane. That's a shame. So what's happened to the Super Tourer, which was comfortably sitting in 5th position. Now the Martin Dippy Aaron Slight Porsche has been able to take that spot away just as it crossed the line a moment ago. Car 991 is up to 5th. Here comes the Oxford Edge Falcon to the lane.
It's a real shame for those guys. They were looking for a clean run and it had been going so well. You had a chat with them in the lane. They were a little bit nervous about talking to you and commenting on the fact that they had a trouble-free run, but 50 minutes to go and it looks like something has gone awry.
Can't see any damage to the car. Graham Rhodes, Paul Rickaby, they're great combination, those guys. Really good crew that work on that Falcon. Beautifully presented machine. And he's going straight to the bunker. Wow, to the pit garage, basically, under the awning. So that's not a good sign.
No, that's not great for them at all. And hopefully it's a fairly insignificant issue and they can get it sorted. It'd be interesting to see if it's at all similar to the issue that the teammate, your section Falcon Super Tourer encountered earlier on in the race. I would hope not, and it would be, I think, would be rare for that to be a similar issue. But we'll find out, I'm sure, if they can get that car sorted and back on the track. It's not a lot of action down in the lane, so it may be in there for a wee while.
The other car was a sensor issue, which was, what did they say in the interview? It was quite funny, throwing the MS-DOS out and they needed to reboot this, that and the other. It was very funny. But they eventually, by bypassing that sensor, it completely cured it. So they're out there. We can see them at the moment. That car exiting turn 10, heading toward turn 11. It looks great.
Yeah, and unfortunately, sometimes it can be little random, somewhat insignificant parts that can wreak havoc and ruin your day in motorsport, such as a sensor or a little wiring connection or something like that. See, electronics are relied on pretty heavily in modern-day race car. Focusing back to the front now, we're expecting that McLaren to come in almost at any moment. It's 12.5 second gap back to second place. And I think almost certainly we will see Tom Alexander regain the lead of the race. The question will be how much by when Damon Leach rejoins the track. And I've just seen it's just Damon Leach, 24.8, fastest first sector of the race. So he's maybe starting to pick up his speed in anticipation for a pit stop. We'll watch him as he approaches the S, as he's going to grab some lap traffic. So that's going to compromise his time, I think, 33.6. Yeah, so he's been compromised massively in the second sector. About 2 seconds off the pace there. Sorry, not 2 seconds. A couple of tenths off the pace there. Let's see what his overall lap time is. He comes off the final corner. And it's a 22.9. So 21.4 overall lap time. So not too bad, but about 4 tenths off his fastest lap of the race.
Here comes Tom Alexander. Across the start-finish line. Black Bull Markets Nissan, what was it last time by? 24.15. And Leach, what was his? A 21.466. So that's a pretty handy last lap. The advantage is now 15.2 seconds between them. Lapping comfortably in the 125s, 26s is the Scott O'Donnell, Alan Dippy Porsche in third. And they are playing the championship game, those guys. They have their eyes focused on the big prize there at the moment. Brooks and Milligan, Jack Milligan, they hold down fourth. Jack's at the wheel of that car, 888 at the moment for Wolfbrook Motorsport. And then Martin Dippy up into to fifth place now, with the Shelp Owens car down in sixth after a couple little issues around refueling with that car. In the end, as I said, they went manual. They went old school to some fuel churns rather than the overhead system.
Yeah, and unfortunately for them, it cost them a wee bit of time in the lane, and they've recovered fairly well, all things considered, but certainly not what they would have been hoping for. But as we heard from Marco, they're out there for a little bit of fun to round off the season and put a full stop to it. But I'm sure they would have been like to have been further up the field after running a few positions higher earlier in the day. Much better lap.
Yeah, must have had a bit of traffic. 22.27.
I tell you what, Damon's consistently lapping in the 21s, isn't he? So it's a 15.7 second advantage, but what Tom did very well that last lap was negate how much more Damon could build on that advantage. It's incremental, tiny, like tenths of seconds in gain.
Yeah, and when we're expecting Damon to come into the pits any moment now, Tom knows that he can probably afford to leech a couple of tenths each lap, because when Damon does eventually come in for that fuel stop, he's going to lose, I would say, at least 40 seconds in the lane. We saw, I think it was 19 seconds in that earlier on in the race, the lead that Damon had, and it still went a lap down. So I think he'll lose a considerable amount of time in the pit lane. So Tom's just driving smart. He's not going to push too hard and try and fight for, tenths of a second every corner, because he doesn't need it. He can just sit pretty comfortably. He's only 15 seconds behind.
Is there a want? I mean, it's a nice day here at Ruapuna. It's hard work when you do a 3 hour like this. When you get into the final 45 minutes of the race, sometimes you because it is so physically taxing and such a physical and technical place here. Is there a hope that maybe they want a safety car, these guys? Maybe they're just playing a little bit of a waiting game with the McLaren.
I think certainly you would expect a safety car in the last sort of phase of this race as guys start to push a wee bit more and get the car towards the limit a bit more. You would expect a safety car, and I'm sure Damon is probably going to run absolutely as long as he can, waiting for that safety car, because it will help him enormously and minimise the damage, I suppose, that having that pit stop will do. And we saw Tom Alexander, he pitted for his splash and dash under safety car.
Exactly. So just trying to see from our position here if there's a couple of the Black Bull Markets guys are in the lane, but not with a sense of urgency or readiness at the moment. So I think they're just keeping an eye on what the McLaren crew are doing. And that McLaren makes its way onto the start-finish straight here once again at Mike Perro Motorsport Park. That time by 22.017. So again, he's just in that window, low 22s, high 21s. Nissan about to come over the line in the hands of Tom Alexander. So he does a 22.3, so it's 16.7 seconds now. So it's a little gain for the McLaren, but not by much, maybe a second. Might wander back down in a moment, try and put a full stop on the Oxford Edge situation for you, and also see this pit stop when it unfolds for the McLaren.
42 minutes left to run in the race, so there's still a lot that can play out. We could see safety cars. There's still a few pit stops that we're expecting, and of course, as drivers start to push and get by some others, we may see a few incidents on the circuit. So Greg Rust will head down into the pit lane and chase the stories for us. Hopefully, we will see a great fight for the race win towards the end. But the title for the 3 hour series is pretty much more or less going to be wrapped up, I think, by Scott O'Donnell and Alan Tippy. They seem to have a pretty good and pretty solid grasp on the race in third place there. They know how to keep the car on the track, just keep it nice and consistent, low risk, and not put themselves in a position to lose time as Tom Alexander zooms by some lap traffic on the front straight into the first corner. That gap now has stretched out to 18 seconds. So not too long ago, it was under 13 seconds. We're now out to 18 seconds, but it's still within I would say, a safe margin for Tom Alexander. Rusty.
Just walking into the Oxford Edge crew here, and bonnet is up. There's not a massive there's no one at the wheel. Wayne's here. Why don't we dive in and have a quick word? What's gone wrong? Because it was all going so well.
Yeah, car was going really well, but just that last lap, the dash went dead, and then all of a sudden there was an awful clattering noise from what we think is another gearbox.
what a shame, because it had been just a nigh-on faultless day, hadn't it?
Yeah, the old taxi was going pretty good, wasn't it?
Yeah. What, did it give it any sort of any indication that it was in trouble?
No, it didn't. We changed the alternator just before the start of the race, and the alternator light had been on for the whole race, so we figured that wasn't really a problem for us. And the boys had just settled in really nicely and just pounding out some good steady laps. We were just looking for a good finish.
Yeah, exactly. Does it any particular cog or just within the gearbox generally?
We think it's just within the gearbox generally, but let's have a crack at third gear.
See you for the trophy presentation tonight.
Cheers, Greg.
There you go. So hard luck. That looks like it's game over. And sadly, another gearbox issue for the Rhodes Rickaby crew, the Oxford Edge Falcon, car 31.
Wow, what a shame for those guys. We saw them at breakfast this morning, and they were really hoping that they were going to just get a clean run. They just wanted a clean run.
McLaren crew in the lane. They're in the lane. So they've got the... I've actually gone over to the pit wall to observe this. So you've got your car controller at the front, at the ready. Refueling operator has the two hoses that are connected to the gantry slung over his shoulder. I think the McLaren's on its way in now. Here we go, Geordie, race leader in the lane. Damon Leach on approach. Maximises it right under brakes before he switches to the pit limiter. Good stuff from Damon Leach. Let's see how long they're stationary for here. I might try and run a stopwatch over this if I'm any good, and see how long it takes.
So as Rusty's getting the stopwatch, there's Tom Alexander. He's gone past, so he has now got the lead of the race. The question is going to be, how long is this slash and dash?
And it's right side tyres, Geordie, too. So that's smart. When you consider that you constantly go left at this venue, the pressure that is on the right-hand side of the car, the 17 seconds, 18, 19, 20 gone now. But remember, as they release him, great stop, and he smokes it up as he leaves the pit lane. Remember, the goal here now is to have enough on board to enable him to absolutely go for it. So I know you'll wait for the lap counter to reset there. Let's get a little... You're fuel to finish. You're good, aren't you? You're fuel to finish. You're all good. They're happy. They're happy, and he can go for it. He's not compromised either. He can crank it up and have a go. He can have a go. There you go. So there's the word from the team. White Horse Motors guys who managed to get that RX-7, that V8-powered RX-7 back out there. They're in the lane here, but this is standard stuff. We're going to have a driver change happening for that car, but nice to see it back in action, which is good too.
Thanks, Rusty. And we talked about how much time Damon might lose, and it was around about the 40 to 50 second mark. So we'll wait for both Tom and Damon to cross the timing stripe, and we'll see what the effective change is. But Tom Alexander has taken the lead of the race. What the gap is, we will have to wait and find out. So there's Tom. He's just come over the start-finish line with a 1 minute 23.5. Slightly slower than his average for the stint. Now here is Damon Leach. He's just coming out of the S's past the dip, and now he'll come up to the final corner and come down the straight. We'll see what his gap is. It's quite a decent gap, I would suggest, and with 37 minutes remaining, I'm not quite sure if Damon will be able to chase it down. He'll be begging for a safety car. Right, 31.6 seconds. That is the gap that Damon Leach now has to chase, but crucially, he has fuel to the finish, so he can push hard, and he's got new right-hand side tyres on. I'm not quite sure what the condition of the tyres were like, but clearly they will be in a better condition than the tyres that he had on previously. So he does have a slight advantage over Tom Alexander. We'll have to wait till the end of this lap to see what the difference is in pace with those new tyres, but bear in mind that I think Damon will probably have a little more fuel than Tom, and certainly will have more fuel than when he was circulating at a fairly quick time.
Okay, so what I've done, just to get I love balance, as you know, Geordie, so I've gone the other way and walked into the Black Bull Markets thing. Now, we know from our discussions before that they are fuel to finish. We've confirmed that. They are working towards a number with him, though. So having done that splash, they know what they need to work to safely get that car home. So the gap, as you rightly pointed out, was something like, 30 seconds between
Yep.
the pair of them. They took 2 right-hand side tyres on Damon Leach's car to enable him to really go for it. But this is going to be, I think, a fascinating finish between these 2 young guys with a lot of talent and into ripping but very different race cars, Geordie. We're in for something special here.
We certainly are. It's shaping up to be a great battle. And Damon Leach's first, we'll call it hot lap or flying lap since that pit stop at 22.05. We know he's faster than that. Tom Alexander at 22.5. So he's already taken half a second off. 35 minutes left to run. That's going to be around about 22-ish laps, I think, left to run in the race. So on that math, Damon is going to have to be around about 1.5 seconds faster than Tom each lap to catch up to him. And then he's going to pass him. So forgive me if my math is a little bit incorrect. Just some rough sums here. I didn't quite finish my university degree, but that's kind of the state of play at the moment. 31 seconds gap, 34 minutes left in the race now. There's going to have to be about, I think, 1.5 seconds faster a lap if Damon wants to chase down Tom. But that is, of course, if we go green flag for the rest of the race. 34 minutes left to run. We could see a safety car. We could also see, Tom being held up by some lap traffic unexpectedly. We're not sure, and I can see a crew in pit lane running down the end of the pits to pit entry. I think it might be the Oxford Edge team. Perhaps there's a Serpentoro down the end there, so maybe is it the your section Serpentoro has come into the lane and encountered some issues. They had some earlier in the day with electrical fault, but it's a real shame if that's the car's stopped down the pit lane entry side. It looks like it is the 81 car, so that's a real shame. Focusing back on our leaders, though, we talked about that number having to be about 1.5 seconds faster a lap. Damon Leach, that time by, was 1.9 seconds faster than Tom Alexander. The gap now, 29.3. So as each lap goes by, it's going to be fascinating to watch. Damon Leach down the inside of one of the Wolfbrook Porsches into the S's. Lap traffic, I think, will play a crucial part in this in terms of if Tom gets held up more than perhaps Damon, or if Damon gets held up more and he can't quite get those faster lap times in. So as Damon's coming up to the timing stripe, we'll see what his lap time is. And he's done a 21.3 versus Tom Alexander's 22.6. So 1.3 seconds that time around. The gap now, 28 seconds, 32 minutes and 40 seconds remaining. We're going to see the time drop in terms of the gap and the time remaining in the race. We'll keep you updated as to what's happening, but I think it's going to be quite close. And as the fuel drops or gets burnt in Damon's car, he will start to go faster. And just in the first sector on the current lap, Damon is 1.2 seconds faster than Tom Alexander. That gap is truly dropping. We wait for the second sector time to pop out from Damon. .34 flat plays a 34.3, so 0.3 of a second gain there from Damon in the second sector. He's now heading into the final corner. Tom Alexander's final sector was a 23.1. His overall lap time a 23.7. Damon coming down the front straight now. He's already out by a second and a bit. And sure enough, 1.7 seconds faster lap time around. 26 seconds is now the gap. So Damon Leach is well and truly hitting the numbers that he has to get close or even look close to getting up to and passing Tom Alexander. Tom, we know now, is driving to a fuel number. We don't know how conservative that fuel number is, but he is driving to a number to ensure that they can bring that Black Bull Markets GTR home with a little bit left in the tank. Once again, Tom, Damon, 1.3 seconds faster than Tom, and just in the first sector alone. So, wow, this is going to shape up to be a great race. 30 minutes and 40 seconds remaining here at Mike Pero Motorsport Park, Ruapuna. Tom Alexander crosses the start-finish line. It's a 23.4. Damon Leach, he's looking pretty sharp out there. I think we'll see him at least a second faster this time of bye. He had to combat a little bit of lap traffic. But he's probably going to have a clear run for the next lap or two, Damon. So we could see some blistering times here. Here we go, off the final corner. Damon Leach, what's his lap time going to be? And it's a 21.9, the fastest final sector, 22.6 for Damon. The difference that time around was, again, 1.5 seconds. 24.9 seconds is the gap now. I'm throwing out a lot of numbers here, folks, but this is a numbers game. It is endurance racing. 29 minutes left to go. The gap, 24.9 seconds. Damon Leach now has some clear air, and we might see some fastest laps. Rusty.
I just wanted to catch up on the third car in this equation, which is very much focused, of course, on the title race. So I've walked in and had a word to the mobile crew here that look after Alan Dippy and Scott O'Donnell. Scott, incidentally, is perched up high on top of the team transporter watching the action unfold. But the crew tell me that Alan is all good. There's no compromise in terms of fuel. They're safely going to get this car home, and it's all touch wood right now, going nice and smoothly.
That's great news to hear from our series leaders. We focus back once again to the leaders, and Damon Leach, fastest first sector of the race, a 24.7. Personal best second sector, a 33.1. We watch him now as he comes around the final corner. We're going to see what this lap time's going to be. Tom Alexander, 22.6. Damon Leach, he's got a fastest first sector, personal best second, and the third sector, fastest lap of the race, a 20.52. So a whole 1.1 seconds faster than Tom Alexander that time around. It's a new fastest lap of the race. Sorry, 2 seconds faster. The gap now, 22.7. So Damon Leach once again has been unleashed. A 1 minute 20.55. That is the fastest lap of the race. Tom Alexander could only manage a 22.6 that last lap. So 28 minutes left to run, and Damon Leach, in the space of about 7 minutes, has already taken about 8 seconds out of the lead. So he's doing what he needs to do. He's getting nice, clear air at the moment, and he's setting those fastest laps. He's possibly got another sort of 3/4 of a lap of clear air, does Damon, so we might see some more fast first and second sector times from him. But wow, this is going to be a tight finish. It's going to be a very tight finish in the final 7 or 8 minutes to see where Damon emerges. And see if the blue McLaren, they were in the black one last time around, see if the blue McLaren now can take a victory. And then we can technically say that we've had 4 different vehicles winning across the 4 different races. So, Damon Leach, the fastest final sector, that last lap. 21.1, plays a 22.6, so 1.5 seconds, which was, I think, the margin that he needs to be outdoing Alexander by each lap if he wants to chase it down. 21.2, the gap now, 26 seconds remaining in this race. So great gaggle of cars coming into turn 1 at the moment. The Moore Mackesy TCR car, a couple of Porsches. I think that was one of the Honda Civics as well. Might have been the Phillips Civic having a wee bit of a battle. Slightly slower lap than expected for Tom Alexander that time by as he crossed the start-finish line. A 22.9. Damon now coming off the final corner. What's his time going to be? A 20.9 with a fastest final sector again, a 22.4. 19.3 seconds is the gap now. It is dropping, and it is dropping fast here at Mike Pero Motorsport Park, Ruapuna. In 10 minutes, Damon has knocked 10 seconds off Tom Alexander's lead. It's just 19 seconds now. We've still got 25 minutes left to run. I think over the next 20 minutes, he will catch him and start to try and get a pass. Rusty.
I just wanted in to see if I can grab a word with Anthony Lees. I mean, this is great for spectators, but this is going to be a tense-hole finish by the sounds of it, isn't it?
Yeah, no, we're all holding our breath and hoping there's a couple of extra fumes in the bottom of the tank, you know.
We are too. Are all the indicators are that he's good though, from what we gather from the crew?
It's close. There's a bit of tension because it's pretty close. Pretty close.
Righto.
Could go either way.
Righto. There you go. Could go either way. Thank you, Anthony.
Well, there we go. We thought Tom Alexander was going to be safe on fuel. We then found out he's driving to a number, and now we hear that Anthony Lees, the team owner and the driver of that car, is there's a little bit of tension in the garage. They're not quite sure if they'll make it. Last time by, Tom Alexander, 23.6. That time around for Damon Leach at 21.2. So 1.4 seconds faster. The gap now, 16.9 seconds. It just keeps dropping. Oh, I'm really looking forward to the final part of this race. I think Damon may catch him a little faster than we were anticipating, but catching up to him is one thing. He's then got to get past him. Damon and Tom, they're both great young racers. They've got great racecraft. They've got great experience. They know how to have a great, hard but fair battle out on the circuit. Tom Alexander, obviously somewhat of a Christchurch local. He knows his way around here. So too does Damon Leach. So they've both cut plenty of laps across all of New Zealand circuits. Will be intriguing. They've both done 109 laps around here today at Ruapuna. Damon obviously getting into the car a little bit earlier than Tom. So they're both very fit. I don't anticipate fatigue would come into it, but that could be a factor. Tom goes a bit faster that time around at 22.8. Damon's making his way past the RX-7 of Kaufman and Jones. What's his lap time going to be? 21.5, so 1.3 seconds faster. The gap now, 15.6 seconds. 23 minutes left to run. It's really getting close. It just keeps dropping. Tom Alexander, personal best first sector. So maybe Tom's starting to fight back a wee bit.
Don't you love this? I mean, this has, from all the various perspectives here, from the strategy, have they got enough? Two young blokes with a lot of talent that are about to go at it. We know how strong Damon was last time out, and you've got a lead that's whittling away with 22.5 minutes remaining. Good story in this final race of the Carter's Tyre South Island Endurance Championship.
Yeah, it's fantastic to see that even after quite a considerable time racing, we've still got a battle emerging between our leaders. Two very different strategies in terms of fuel, tyres, and use of their two drivers. At the moment, Tom Alexander's leading the way, but Damon Leach is fast approaching. We'll see in about 22 minutes' time.
Mighty numbers, 21.5. What's his best lap? At 20.552, Damon Leach.
He's doing a stellar job out there in that McLaren, the blue McLaren. They had some issues, unfortunately, with it at Timaru in levels about a month ago. But they've got it all sorted. They were in the black McLaren last time out in Tiratonga. Now they're in the blue one again. The issues have been ironed out quite obviously, and he's got some pace.
15.2 seconds. He takes another half second that time by. So good lap from Alexander to try and minimise the impact, the damage. You can see that Tom is working his way through the infield section through turn 6 now, heading toward turn 7, and we've got to drift back to turn 4 to find Damon Leach. So that gives you the gap in track terms, and 15.2 is the number. 15.2 seconds between them. Solid laps continue from Alan Dippy. Well done, holding down that third place, and Jack Milligan. He's actually not that far off them in lap time terms, I should say. I mean, Jack's doing 26 flat. Alan did a 25.7 last time by. When you look at, one's a GT3R and the other one is a 991 Cup car, that's pretty impressive from Jack Milligan.
Yeah, he's doing a fantastic job. Is Jack obviously a bit of a difference in the car, as you alluded to there, Rusty. Just watching that battle for the lead, it looks like Tom may be starting to fight back a wee bit. He's picked up the pace a little bit. If you look at the sectors in comparison to what he was doing previously and what Damon was doing, well, it looks like the more Mackesy cars in the pits, so splash and dash.
That's off the back of a brilliant podium last time out as well in Teretonga. And you're right, it looks like a splash and dash for the Liquimolli entry. Quick shout out as well to Bill Riding and Scott Flanagan. That second Wolfbrook Porsche right now running in 6th place. So both of those cars are position 4 and position 6. That's a really good outing for that team here today. But we're counting down to the end of this one. Less than 20 minutes remain in our final 3 hour of the season for the South Island Championship. Gaps down to 13.5 seconds. So again, Damon Leach takes valuable time out of Tom Alexander, and the story is in the difference between the lap times. They've chalked up 112 laps each, but last time by, Damon did a 1 minute 21.9, Tom a 23.2. Here comes the McLaren again to chalk up another one. So over the line, down to 12.4 seconds now. Again, takes more time out of Tom Alexander.
So the amount that Damon's taking out has reduced a little bit over the last couple of laps. So maybe the best of those tyres have now gone, but he's still got an advantage on the right-hand side over Tom. The left-hand side of the car is on considerably older rubber than Tom as well. So it's one of those catch-22s. It's a bit of a balancing act to see which is the faster combination. You know, in the last sort of 10 laps, it definitely has been Leach, but it seems to be slowing down now and levelling out a wee bit. But Leach is still catching him, just not quite at the same rate.
Well done to the Pugstand guys as well. Stanton and Tremaine, car 94, that Peugeot 106 Rally. They're down in 18th, but they've done 87 laps in this race. They just keep circulating, don't they? Amazing.
It's a reliable little machine, that Pugstand. It just keeps going. I'd love to know how many Ks are on the clock, considering
Heaps.
they drive it to the racetrack and then compete in it.
Another lap about to be completed for the McLaren. Down to 11.9 seconds, so we're less than 12 seconds. He's almost into the 10-second territory. This is on. 17.5 minutes remain in this 3 hour. With second place gradually closing it down.
That time by Damon was only 0.4 of a second faster, so well under that rough 1.5 second number that I was working to before. But I'm sure, in fact, just as they've both completed the first sector of their next lap, Damon's 1.1 seconds up over Tom. So Tom, I think, has encountered some lap traffic. Looking by the number, it's a 26 for Tom versus a 24.9 for Damon. It would indicate to me that Tom had to deal with some lap traffic.
Big test for these youngsters. Tom gets through on the little Altezza as he makes his way from turn 10 down toward turn 11. The left-hander that will bring them on to the front straight here, and he gets by, I think, the 86 as well. So he is really going for it. Meantime, Damon's back at turn 10. So did that traffic hurt the Nissan more than it hurt the McLaren? It's a 23.9 for Tom Alexander. Here comes the McLaren now. And it's a 20.7. Wow. It's 8.7 seconds. Damon Leach is on the march. He's closing. It's sub 10 seconds now. 8.7 between them.
Wow, that's a big swing. 3.2 seconds. It's a huge swing. 16 minutes left to run. Damon clearly didn't get held up, I would suggest, at all.
By comparison, exactly.
Yeah, wow. Tom will be hoping now that he's cleared lap traffic for a wee bit on the circuit. I think Damon's got to get his way past the third place car of Dippy pretty shortly as well. Yep, he's right up in behind Alan Dippy.
Yeah, that's not been easy for him to do. That might give a little bit of breathing space again back to Tom Alexander. Now he gets by the Porsche. Damon Leach moves by, puts a lap on third place. The Scott O'Donnell, Alan Dippy Porsche. Meantime, Tom is at the final turn once again. It's given him a little bit of breathing space, I think, but not by much. 15.5 minutes remain in this one. Over the line comes the Nissan GTR. It's a 23.445. 116 laps down in this race. Here comes the McLaren. It was 8.7 seconds. What is it now between them? It's out to 9.2. Good recovery, Tom Alexander. Well, and it's traffic that was the factor there.
The traffic, they both encountered it a lot. A 23.4 is slow for Tom, but Damon Leach at 23.8, slower again. So they both encountered a huge amount or a significant amount of lap traffic. The gap is slightly extended. So it'll be interesting to see. I think they both should have fairly clear runs in terms of encountering lap traffic halfway through a corner. They should be fairly clear this lap, and we'll be able to see what their true pace is without being interfered with.
I'd like to know what the tyre feels like underneath that Nissan GTR. As it came through turn 4 last time, it looked as though it was a fraction tail happy for Tom Alexander. He's got some clear air here, closing in on Martin Dippy to put another lap on 5th position. Exits turn 10. We drift our eyesight back to Damon Leach, who's definitely closer. Leach is definitely closer. It's going to be in the order of 6 to 7 seconds, I reckon, between them. Out of the final turn comes Tom Alexander, and approaching the final corner is the McLaren over the start-finish line. Waiting for the McLaren now to see what the gap is, what the number is. 8.2 seconds. So Leach recovers some of it.
1.1 seconds faster that lap for Damon Leach. So he's got back the time that he lost previously through the lap traffic. So he's now set back by 2 laps effectively. We'll see now, 13.5 minutes left to run. We'll see the lap traffic shouldn't be a factor for Damon this time by. Tom Alexander had to get past the Martin Dippy Porsche. Don't think it held him up too much looking at that first sector time. Tom was 0.5 of a second faster. Sorry, Damon, 0.5 of a second faster than Tom.
Just under 13 minutes remain in the final race of the season for the Carter's Tyre South Island Endurance Championship. 8.2 seconds. It may be almost status quo, Geordie. If anything, it's a very, very slight gain by Damon Leach. Let's see here. Nissan GTR on the front straight already. McLaren exits the final turn now. So it's a 22.3 for Alexander, who's doing a good job to respond here. It's down to 7 seconds, 7.04. So Leach takes a second out of Tom Alexander. 12 minutes remain now.
It's certainly getting very close, isn't it, Rusty? 12 minutes, that's around about, I'd say, 8 more laps. So he's got to take out a second a lap, which he seems to be doing at the moment. So I think in the last lap or 2 of this race, we will see Damon Leach right on the bumper. Damon Leach, fastest first sector, 24.7. So he's put the hammer down again. He's trying to better. He's already got the fastest lap of the race. He's beaten it about 3 or 4 times already. He's trying to go for another one.
How much are those tyres starting to hurt under the Nissan GTR? How much of a number is Tom Alexander having to work towards? He comes through the centre section of the circuit, past our position here, heading toward turn 10. Leach is definitely closer. Visibly closer.
Not quite a good personal best for Leach in the second sector. He's about 0.1 up over Tom Alexander, though, so he is gaining. 0.7 this lap. Has he gained any more through the final sector? We'll see. Here's Damon Leach. Crosses the line now. And it's a 20.9 for Damon Leach. Plays a 22 flat for Tom Alexander. So 1.1 seconds faster. The gap, 5.9 seconds. 10 minutes and 50 seconds left to run. I think Damon's going to catch him.
And less than 6 seconds to recover in that 10 minutes. Stay with us, whatever you do. If you're listening via Facebook, if you're here at the circuit, the Liqui VW exits the pit lane. And we focus our attention on what's happening up in front. Out of 4 on the run to 5. Turn 5, that's where the McLaren is. Solid and stable for Alan Dippy holding down that 3rd place. They've only done 116 laps versus 119 for the pair up in front, but that's not what matters. What matters is that they have a solid point score. They're in and on course for another podium. And they may just, very well may, walk away with this South Island crown.
1.2 seconds. Damon Leach has already gained in the first 2 sectors of this lap. Here's Tom.
He can't clear the Wolfbrook Porsche. This is holding him up. Not good. He needs to get by and does it now on the run into turn 1. The margin is 3.8 seconds. It's down to 3.8 seconds. Leach has had a good run through traffic there, has hustled that McLaren. He chalks up a 1 minute 21.00. He senses it. He knows he's getting closer to Tom Alexander. Closing in.
Yeah, it's a fantastic race we've got shaping up here. I think we could see Damon get there a bit earlier than we anticipated. 9 minutes and 16 seconds left to run. 3.8 seconds. Already, Damon 0.9 of a second faster in the first sector than Tom Alexander. He got held up by that Wolfbrook Porsche.
But to clarify there, as you well know, Geordie, the onus is on the overtaking driver. The Wolfbrook guys have done a great job today, and they are running their own race here and solidly in 4th and 6th place with both of those cars. Great outing for them. But up in front, you can see how close. Look at it now as they exit turn 10. There's nothing in it. It's got to be 2 seconds, maybe even under that. Alexander fires the Nissan GTR out of the final turn. Lights ablaze to let lap traffic know. Gets by the little Toyota 86 over the start-finish line and shortly followed by the McLaren of Damon Leach. Woo! 2 young Kiwis, 1.9 seconds. It's 1.9 now. A 1 minute 21.39 for Damon Leach that time by. Less than 2 seconds between them. 8 minutes remain.
Wow, fantastic lap there from Damon Leach to catch up now. He can really see, he's got the carrot dangled well and truly in front of him. He can see Tom Alexander in that Nissan GTR, the Black Bull Markets GTR. And that McLaren is on rails. Just like the black McLaren he had at Tiratonga. He has got pace to burn, and he's right on the gearbox now as they encounter some more lap traffic.
What sort of a fight? What sort of a fight can he put up here, Geordie?
Oh, look, I hope Tom can put up a great fight. Would love to see a battle from here on in, but he does have a fuel number to work to, and at the end of the day, he's got to make sure they've got fuel to finish the race.
McLaren is right on the bumper, right underneath the rear wing of that Nissan GTR now. Nothing in it. We know how good the McLaren is on the front straight here. Looks up, lines up, tries to get by Tom Alexander. Can't do it between turns 10 and 11. Down the inside comes the Nissan GTR. Keeps the tight line through the final turn. Shuts the door, goes mid-track. Makes the McLaren do the work. Leach on the outside on the run to turn 1, and I think he's got it done. Damon Leach takes the race lead with 6 minutes and 56 seconds remaining.
What a fantastic stint from Damon Leach. He got in, he got some new tyres on the right-hand side of the car, got a splash of fuel, and he was away. He unleashed all the pace that McLaren had to offer, and he's chased down a massive 30-plus second gap to Tom Alexander to take the lead with 6.5 minutes left to run. Don't discount Tom Alexander, though. He will now be trying his hardest to catch up to him, but I think, unfortunately, the fuel situation for him may hamper his efforts.
I just want to know if it's having a little bit of a moment coming out of turn 4. It doesn't seem to have the drive that I thought the Nissan would have out of that corner. And he's lost a car length or two to the McLaren. Amazing drive by both these guys, executed differently by the teams. And the net result is, with 6 minutes to go, that Damon Leach leads this race from Tom Alexander. We know that Damon can have no fear, can just go for it in that McLaren. Over the start-finish line again. He does a 22.2 versus Tom's lap, which is a 1 minute 23.4. There's a second between them, 1.07.
Of course, Rusty, we've still got just over 5 minutes left in the race, and we saw, you know, a safety car threaten earlier in the day in one of the final few minutes of the 1 hour.
Tom's still good here. Look at this. Look at this. Under brakes up into turn 4. But then the McLaren gets a bit better drive, Geordie, out of there, and it extends once again. So it's just an example of the differences between the cars and two very good young Kiwi drivers extracting the maximum from them.
Yeah, but Matt McLaren has huge amount of drive off the corner. We saw it when Damon did the overtake. Out of the final corner, he put the foot down and it just had the legs over the GTR, and he was clear of him before they even turned into the first corner. Unfortunately for Tom, I don't think he's got the car underneath him or the fuel in behind him to put up a proper challenge here, which is a real shame. He's a fabulous driver. He's done great things overseas in Australia. And unfortunately, COVID wreaked havoc with his career a wee bit as well. We talked to him earlier. He was trying to come up with a budget for Super 2, but not quite there yet. He's doing a fantastic job. Driver coaching Anthony Lees throughout the North Island series. We saw just how far he came as a driver, and then partnering up with him for the South Island series. Unfortunately, they didn't make the first round and couldn't make the third round, but the second round they teamed up and they won, and they put up a bloody good fight here today at Ruapuna. But that McLaren with Damon Leach behind the wheel is just blisteringly fast. They played the strategy perfectly. They got the undercut right from the start, and they put themselves in a good position come the end of the race to be able to fuel up and put tyres on later on. Had there been a safety car at a different time, it may have been a different result, but they played it perfectly. They held up, they stuck to their plan, and with 3 minutes left to run, they're leading this race.
Now, fittingly, in terms of the championship, our third-placed combination of Scott O'Donnell and Alan Dippy, they have a sizable points buffer coming into this, on course for another podium. In crunching the numbers, effectively all they need to do is finish to clinch the title, but they're going to do it in style with another podium, some silverware here today. We want to just do a quick final tally, and I know Kate is doing that, but we believe the Askews are in second, and Glenn Smith on his own Drivers' Championship, because remember, Damon wasn't with him for all of the rounds. It should be third, but we'll verify that for you when we get to the grid area where our top three in this race will pull up at the conclusion of it. The 79 exits the pit lane now. That's the Moore Mackesy entry down in position 11. Liqui entry, another unscheduled stop. Gap is 2.4 seconds between Damon Leach and Tom Alexander, with 1 minute 59 remaining in this race. Under the regulations, they typically show the last lap board when we are at 1 minute remaining in the race, 2 hours and 59. So we're not quite there yet as Damon Leach approaches the final turn. So he may not get that until next time by. So effectively 2 laps to go, Geordie.
Yes, not long left to run now. And the last race of the season for the South Island Endurance Series. It's been a great season of endurance racing, and usually we would look forward to the national final later on this month, but unfortunately with it being held in the North Island this year, COVID had sort of kiboshed that a wee bit. We're going to have to wait until April before we crown our national endurance champion for 2021.
Can't come fast enough though, really looking forward to that. 58 seconds remain on the clock. Just keeping an eye on the marshals. A big thank you to everybody in the Canterbury Car Club too, all of the volunteers who've worked tirelessly today to ensure that we could deliver this final round. And you've been treated to some great stories and racing throughout the day. If you're with us here at the various vantage points around the circuit, we hope you've enjoyed it. If you've been listening through Facebook as well, a shout out to all the crews that have been working tirelessly to make things go round for their respective teams too. The 79 is just edging to the finish. They just want to make that car, which is down in 11th, complete this race. McLaren goes over the start-finish line and I think gets the last lap board this time by. One to go for Damon Leach. The lap time reflects that he's got a comfortable buffer or a safer buffer in 1.9 seconds over Tom Alexander. Tom actually had the better lap time last time by. So Damon just managing it now, just preserving the lead. They're pretty close on track, but Leach not feeling threatened by the look of it. They've chalked up 127 laps in this one. And this is the final one. They're on the run home here in the 3 hour at Mike Perro Motorsport Park. Very shortly we'll head to the start-finish line and we'll have some interviews for you for Facebook, which you'll be able to see if you've not been able to be at the track with us today, and we'll bring them to you over the PA, of course, if you are here. Thank you so much for coming. Beautiful day for racing at Ruapuna. Final corner for Damon Leach. They were a great combo at Teretonga last time out. Glenn Smith and Damon Leach in a fascinating fight to the finish of this race. The McLaren takes out the final round of the series from the Black Bull Markets Nissan. Congratulations to Glenn Smith and Damon Leach. Well done, Anthony Lees and Tom Alexander. Another podium for those guys. And we look back towards over at turn 4. In fact, we've just picked up that Allied Porsche being driven at the moment by Alan Dippy. Scott O'Donnell is already back in the pit lane, having contested the 1 hour earlier today in the Hyundai and being deadlocked at the end of that race at the top of the point score for the 1 hour. But he looks like he's going to be crowned champion today along with Alan Dippy. Consistency for these guys. They have just, in conjunction with the team of people around them, turned up, consistently delivered podiums. We've had a variety of different race winners. This is the first time we've had back-to-back race winners, or a different race winner, shall we say. Glenn Smith and Damon Leach won last time out, but up until then we'd had 2 different race winners. So O'Donnell and Dippy right the way through have been able to deliver podiums. They win the crown as it crosses the start-finish line. Congratulations, they are the 3 hour South Island champions for 2021. And we'll start making our way down trackside and we'll hear from the top 3 very soon.
Incidentally, hearing that the race record was 126 laps, so we have broken that record today. What a season it's been in terms of record-breaking performances in the Carter's Tyres South Island Endurance Championship. Brilliant racing. Opening round winners, of course, at Highlands and Cromwell were Lance Hughes and Chris Vanderdrift, who couldn't be here with us for the rest of the championship in the Nissan. A great win at round 2 in Timaru for the Black Bull Markets crew. And then the last 2 events, back-to-back in the 3 hour, have been won by that McLaren and Glenn Smith's team. Congratulations. We'll talk to you properly once he pulls up. That must feel good.
Oh, it feels real. Watching it from the hill, what an incredible drive.
Great story, mate. Go and join him and say thank you. And we'll talk to our title winners as well for you very shortly. Cars pulling up here. Lots of different stories to report for you. Well, what an amazing championship it's been. The Carter's Tyres South Island Endurance Series all coming to a conclusion here at Mike Perro Motorsport Park, Ruapuna, really delivering some great racing today. And in the end, the 3 hour going to within 6 minutes of the finish before we were able to determine the race winner. A great battle between the McLaren and the Nissan today, between two youngsters in Damon Leach and Tom Alexander. But the championship, here it comes. Car 912. Alan Dippy and Scott O'Donnell have been able to take the South Island crown, the 3 hour crown. They'll be delighted with that. We'll wait for Alan to get out of the car and we'll talk to our top three for you here on Facebook. Thanks to all of you as well who've been firing in some questions over recent rounds as we brought you the coverage here. It's not been what we wanted to do in terms of a full television coverage, but it's been great to have you along for the ride with us. Thank you so much. Let's dive in here and have a word with third outright, but importantly, it's the big trophy. Alan, how does that feel? Well done.
Feels good, yeah. There was a bit of pressure on us to finish, and we had to be on the podium, but more importantly, we're glad to finish the championship. So, yeah, we set out to do what we did today, and I think we had a pretty measured drive.
Good on you. Well done. We'll let you get out of the car and talk to the team. Damon Leach is out of the car as well. Here's Scott O'Donnell. We'll let him. He's a there, but that's okay. Hey, that must feel pretty special. What a season it's been.
Yeah, it's great to get a result. You know, we didn't actually win any races, but got good results, 3 seconds and a third. And as you say, it's an endurance series. You've got to endure and finish things to get results, and we have, and here we are. Yep. Series champion.
What does it mean?
Been trying for a long time. Ellen got one away some years ago. Yeah, we haven't got quite the quality of the field we hoped for, but it's still a victory. I'm very happy with it.
You should be. That lemonade's going to taste pretty sweet tonight, I would imagine.
Yeah, we'll get onto a few Coronas. No, it's good. It's good. Well done, Scott. Great drive, and well done to the team. Brilliant car.
It looked as though, even in your stint, as though it was just lap after lap. There wasn't a thing wrong with it. Is that right?
Yeah, we just tried to put it. I tried to just dial in 125s, and I knew that would be enough to perhaps finish third, and more importantly, win the championship.
Congratulations, guys. Go and celebrate. That's just superb. Well done. Third outright today. We'll move to second on the far side of the track. In fact, Anthony Lees and Tom Alexander are down the back, so why don't we sneak through and have a word to them and our winners while we do it. Hey, you gave it your all. Was it a little compromised out of 4 at times? Was it having a bit of trouble getting drive traction out of there or something?
Yeah, I'd burnt the tyres up too fast. Okay. I had nothing left. I think they chucked 2 tyres in their splash. Our splash came quite early under the safety car, so hey, it's all I had. I put up a fight as much as I could, but you know, Damon on those slightly fresher tyres. Yeah, it's all we had today. So I gave it my all, put up a fight, but you know, congrats to Damon and Glenn. They deserved today. They were the faster car. So
the splash though by the team at the time was a terrific call, wasn't it?
I think it was. If it had hung on the tyres, I think would have been in the box seat. But yeah, just unfortunately, cars have been great all weekend. It has been using the tyres, so yeah, just that hurt us today in the end. But it was a good race. So I hope everyone enjoyed watching it. And yeah, obviously everyone knows Damon's an incredible driver. So when I knew it was behind me on fresher tyres, I knew it was going to be a mission to keep him at bay. So I'm happy to do it for as long as I could and put up at least a bit of a fight.
Take the positive, mate. A second place here and a win, of course, at Timaru. Great stuff. I know it wasn't the victory. You guys were a bit on tenterhooks there toward the end, weren't you?
I think I said to you it was tense, isn't it? And yeah, you know, like Tom did a mega job, but we didn't quite get as much fuel on that splash that we were hoping to. So we really had to conserve fuel in that second half. We really didn't want to run out and have to come in for a third stop. So, but I think it's just wonderful, you know, 2 cars finishing the race so close together like that. You know, and it's been a sensational day, so, you know, we're still pretty happy.
You should be, on balance too, because it's been a great North Island series for you to come here and do, you know, to go even another step on the South Island series. It's a little bit of a wait, Anthony, I know, before we get to the big one, but you're in good shape.
Oh, thank you very much. Yeah, it has been a really good year. Obviously, it's been a really disrupted South Island season, and I feel for our friends who are stuck in the North Islands and haven't been able to come down and participate. But that, yeah, the Nationals is really cool, and I suppose I'll put it out there. Our thinking is we're actually going to take the 2 cars north and have a crack at the 1 hour and the 3 hour. So see you in a few months' time.
Yeah, busy weekend that'll be. Great job. A win obviously at Timaru, and then a podium here. We spoke to you on the way here, but that must feel awesome. What a way to wrap up the series. Back-to-back race wins. I know it's not the crown, but good points for you in that Drivers' Championship on a solo basis too.
Yeah, no, look, we were wrapped with the result. I got out of the car and I looked at the gap and I knew he had to stop again. And I'm going, oh, I didn't think he could do it, but man, did he drive amazingly, Incredible.
How nervous were you everyone was sort of watching lap after lap, counting down towards the finish, and I think we had 6 minutes to go when he finally did it. Great stuff.
Yeah, I sort of 15 minutes to go, 20 minutes to go, he was just starting to pull him in. I thought, oh, he's going to have a go. And I knew we had the power to get past him down the straight. I knew he wouldn't be able to block us, so it's pretty cool.
Well done. We've got a gap, I know, until we do the big one where everyone gets together for the national. But that's a nice way to wrap up the South Island series and a bit of time to prepare for the big one.
Yeah, a bit of testing and get sort of for the big one and work out what we're going to do. That's going to be epic, that final, because all those cars that couldn't run this year are going to be invited to run. So that's probably going to be the best field this country's seen.
Great stuff. Highlight _ that. Going to be epic. And speaking of epic, you did it again today, mate. What a finish. Was there a moment at all where you thought the 30 seconds that you had to close down might have been a step too far or a bit of an unachievable thing, or you knew you could do it?
To be honest, I wasn't 100% sure after the first stint. After I hopped in after Glenn, the Nissan was pretty quick. We couldn't really sort of get them too much. So, I'm not going to lie, I was a little bit kind of worried. But then as soon as we sort of got into a rhythm and just started pushing pretty hard, it was that gap started coming down. So it was a nice sort of sight when I finally could visually kind of see the Nissan down the straight, maybe 5 seconds ahead of me or something like that. So it was it was awesome to finally catch up after a couple of hours.
Opening 3 races, there were 3 different race wins, or 3 different race winners. You guys are the first to go back-to-back in the 21 season. We've chalked up more laps than we've ever done before. I mean, it's a great end to this season for you, Damon, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a really cool way to end the season, and it was, just kind of, I guess, played in my hands a little bit with COVID and what's happening at the moment, that they couldn't find anyone else to help hop in and drive with Glenn. So, very thankful that I've been able to do the last 3 rounds with them, and it's been been really cool to enjoy the car with Glenn.
Glenn called you in an interview earlier today the rock star. You've got to celebrate like a rock star. There he is, winner of the final race of the championship. We really hope you've enjoyed it. For all the class results and for lots of news and views as we look ahead to the big national event in April, you can keep up to date, of course, on the South Island Endurance Championship Facebook page and, of course, through Motorsport New Zealand. We'll leave you here on Facebook now, but for those that are gathered here at the circuit, we'll have the podium presentation real soon. All right, ladies and gentlemen, well, at the conclusion of a massive 4 rounds of action that have taken us all over the South Island between the beginning of October and finishing here at Ruapuna, we are about to have some pretty special celebrations. Front straight, there's various cars and class winners, and at the very front of the group, our top 3 outrights in this series. Trophy presentation is underway to our outright winners today. Ladies and gentlemen, would you please put your hands together for Damon Leach and Glenn Smith, winners of the 3-hour at Mike Perro Motorsport Park. A hard-fought second place today in the Nissan GTR. Please be generous in your applause for Tom Alexander and Anthony Lees. And your champions for 2021 with a podium here in the final round. How about it, folks? Alan Dippy and Scott O'Donnell. Final photos about to take place. Gentlemen, do you have the champagne? Is the champagne there? Good picture. Standing by. Here comes the bubbly. Very special time at this race meeting and in this championship. Gentlemen, the podium is yours. Champagne drenching underway for the champions. So there you go. We hope you've enjoyed as the applause happens. Well done to everyone on the organising committee as well who've executed this superbly for the South Island Series. A huge thanks to all of our sponsors who've made this happen, to the hard-working team from the Canterbury Car Club here and their volunteers for the final round as well. A special thanks to Elton Goonan from Motorsport Australia and to Geordie Peters as well. We had wanted to bring you a full television coverage for the South Island Series, which we weren't able to do, but the Heart of Racing have been unbelievable supporters of the coverage right the way throughout, and we're grateful for that. On behalf of all of the team, I'm Greg Rust. We'll catch you next time. Bye for now.